clear the area. Looking at a 7:30 a.m. start. So if it could have anyone else still making their way in, please do not make them wait.
Sam. Sam.
Oh, hey, man.
Hey, good?
All good.
The 2023 Challenger Series is here. Here on Australia's Gold Coast, the journey for qualification begins.
It is go big or go home.
A pivotal stepping stone for tour hopefuls, veterans, rookies, and phenoms look to battle it out to reach surfing's highest platform.
He parks it in the barrel.
Oh, I love that turn.
Following the mid-season cut, relegated surfers must shift their focus to requalification, while the next generation looks to claim their own championship tour spot in 2024. The path to surfing's top level starts now at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Good morning. The wait is over. We are going to get things underway here at the first Challenger Series stop of the season. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Our competitors here on site, gearing up for what will be a fantastic morning. Big heats established in those opening rounds. Some old veterans looking to claw their way back to the elite level. The Championship Tour with a spirited run on the Challenger Series. Those who didn't survive the cut looking invigorated after scoring some great waves here in this beautiful part of the world. Snapper Rocks, the sand is lined up and the swell is starting to fill in, and we're expecting some monster performances. It's a big good morning to everyone joining us here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Flick, beautiful lead up to this contest. The competitors, they've got no excuses. They've got to rip in.
Yeah, I mean, with a location like Snapper Rocks and the waves that are going to be on offer the next few days, it's going to be really exciting. And yeah, we've got World Tour surfers here. We've got rookies trying to crack it. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people making their first run at the Challenger Series. It's a big test, obviously, a very tough schedule. I can feel the tension, Rich. I can feel it in the air. I can feel it in my guts.
I got butterflies as well, mate, after that intro. But yeah, it's going to be a great event and a lot of opportunity for these newcomers to really put their name on the map and really have a good crack at it.
Now, one guy that's super excited, it's a local boy. He's been waiting for this to see the world's best, the rising stars take on Snapper Rocks. Stace, good morning, mate. You must be pumped.
So pumped, Ron. Good morning, mate. Fantastic day. Will, what are we up to?
Yeah, we're super excited. After 3 days off, you get a bit antsy, but we've got some really, really good conditions this morning, so we're on. We're going to start with the women's round of 48, followed by the men's round of 80. That's 16 heats, which is a pretty perfect day start to the event.
And what about the rest of the week, mate? How are we looking?
Yeah, I've been talking to local legends like yourself and a few others like Rabbit and Dingo and Jay Phillips have been helping out, and they're saying that we've got some really good surf this week. This is just the start of the swell. It's going to get really good over the next few days and should hold till the end of the window. And
the calendar for the year, 6 events and competitors will keep 4?
Yeah, so we've got 6 events, you know, the first 2 are in Australia back-to-back, which is a really exciting start, but you're counting 4 results, so you can't afford to throw away, but everyone's here fired up that you want to start the year really well, so it's an exciting event for us today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ron.
Stace, what a start to the event, mate. Getting called a local legend before we've even got the first heat in the water. Unbelievable. But this is going to be a lot of fun. We mentioned it before. You've got, in the opening rounds, your first look at some of the rising stars around the world, really looking to to make a mark here, to cause a bit of an upset to the established guard. And this heat features some of the absolute prodigies that we expect to see on the CT at some point, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, this first heat, I mean, there's one name there that is just an absolute standout. I mean, she's very young still, but that's Sierra Kerr. I mean, daughter of Josh Kerr. She's got a lot of experience already under her belt and just really progressive. I mean, that's the first word that comes to my head, and really pushing the limits, I guess, and pushing these women that are on tour now to be more progressive. And yeah, the performance, I mean, you could talk about her most recent performance at the box at Margaret River, and it was incredible to see her get a couple out there and go toe-to-toe with her dad.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Also in the lineup, there's Josh Kerr there,
All
watching
right,
things unfold. So she's going to have that real advantage too, with just the knowledge of what waves hit the sandbar best here. But for people in the water, you know, you've got to make those opportunities count. And when you use that priority, you've got to drop a score.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, conditions this morning, it's beautiful snapper rocks. It's lined up. The swell's a little south. We'll get into the conditions a little bit later. But when the sets come, they come semi-infrequently at the moment, and the tide's coming up. So, as you said, when you take off on a wave, you have to make it count.
So we mentioned Sierra. Also out in the lineup for this first heat is Pua de Soto. She is an incredible talent from Makaha. Pauline O'Doe, we've seen her on the championship tour before. She's been campaigning through these CS events, trying to get herself back to that elite level. And Zoe McDougall, another performer from Sunset Beach, Hawaii. She's out there in the red jersey. It's just an incredibly stacked heat to kick things off here on the Challenger Series for 2023. And I can't wait to see what unfolds throughout this opening round. We of course have the campaigners from last year who performed on the Challenger Series already seeded into that second round. So, you know, this is the opportunity for some of these newcomers to, and those who didn't really have the magic run last year, to get their role going, and also maybe taking advantage in getting a place in this lineup and a feel for the conditions before moving into those bigger heats.
Yeah, I really like the idea of starting around early, especially getting to surf a wave like snapper. I mean, for me right now, looking at the lineup with no one else in it, only, you know, 4 women is a really foreign thing. It's hard on a day to free surf and get good waves out here. So, you know, taking momentum from this first heat into that second round, if you can get it, is probably a really nice thing.
Well, the World Surf League would like to acknowledge the Ganjambara and the Minyagabo people of the Bundjalung Nation and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today and joining us on the broadcast. We love coming up to Snapper Rocks each year. Looking at it with no one really in the lineup is something to behold, and it's a massive opportunity that I think is always at the forefront of these young competitors' minds when they're campaigning on the regional qualifying series ranks. This is such a huge bonus to making the grade on the regional QS and getting yourself into the Challenger Series, the opportunity to pull the jersey on here at a location that has so much competitive surf history, but just surf history in general.
Oh, it's regarded as possibly the 8th wonder of the world, really, in the surfing world anyway. It's right up there, and it's a huge carrot to dangle in front of any surfer. You know, you get a chance to surf here at Snapper Rocks. It really is one of the most high-performance, fun waves you could ever want to surf as a competitor. It's a long ride. It offers everything from barrels behind the rocks to just multiple turns down the line, and when it lines up, it is something special. And as you said, Flick, you never get to surf this with anyone. You know, 2,000 of your mates on any given day, but you know, with 3 other competitors, it's a dream.
Absolutely magic. So in addition to the 3 of us calling heats throughout this event, we've also got Stace on hand, obviously. We'll be running point on those post-heat interviews. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, a local legend, the 78 world champ. He's part of the team. Kaipo Guerrero, of course. And then Jack Freestone's going to be joining us at different stages throughout the broadcast. Looking forward to chatting with Stoney, getting his insights. Obviously did a number of years on the championship tour, but also very familiar with all the talent in the ranks. So it's going to be your commentary team for the event this year. But right now we're seeing our competitors just hold position on the outside. And at this point, priority, it's neutral, Rich.
Yeah, it is. No one has priority right now. And it's cat and mouse at the start of these heats. And The setup here is you can go too far around the rock as well, and if you get into a cat and mouse where you're sort of dogfighting and trying to get that inside position, you can actually destroy the rhythm of your heat before it even starts. So it's been a little sleepy, as always happens. The hooter goes and then it goes into a lull. So trust us, it's been firing here all morning, and the swell is going to eventually come around the corner here. But we'll get this thing underway, and then we'll get the priority order going once we get some riders surfing some waves.
Let's talk about the condition of the sandbar at the moment. I mean, we haven't seen it that filled in behind the rock for some time. It might not be big enough to see it come to life fully today, but it has been just on another level.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of stuff on social media, online of last week, and just how fun the waves were looking, and there was a lot of swell and it stuck around for a long time. I know Kaipo said he was having a really good time out here, catching a few waves all the way down through to Greenmount, and as the next few days eventuate, and this swell starts to fill in a lot more, I think we're going to just see the surf just going to get better and better, and it's going to be really contestable. And I mean, these are the sort of waves you dream of surfing when you're surfing in a heat. I mean, it's almost as good as it gets.
Yeah, the bank's ruler edge at the moment. It's just, perfectly lined up for really any size swell from 2 feet all the way up to 6 to 8 foot. It's going to just produce some incredible waves, and yeah, you'd have to be sleeping under a rock to miss Snapper Rocks in all its glory over the last few weeks. It's been absolutely firing, and well, the good news for us is that Sydney yesterday, the last couple of days, has been absolutely pounded with swell. It's been in that sort of 15 to 20 feet range, and that swell's gradually moving up the coast, and it will lose a little bit of steam, and by the time it gets to us today and over the next few days, it's going to be well groomed around the 3 to 4 foot mark. But we've got first rider.
Zoe McDougall up at the moment, taking the first ride of the Challenger Series season, and this one's going to stretch out and get away from her.
Well, that's the danger of sitting too deep and really forcing that inside position. And anyway, it's good to get the priority rotation moving and get things underway. But again, perhaps an opportunity lost there. Like we said, it's going to be a little bit inconsistent this morning as the tide fills in. So you've really got to make the most of every single ride here, and that opportunity just lost there for Zoe.
You could see too, just that offshore breeze early in the morning here, just holding her momentum back as she tried to gather some speed to get down the line there.
Yeah, it's such a tricky position to be in. I mean, we saw, here we go, we're just having a look at the replay of Zoe's wave. Or is this might be live action, actually?
No, it's the replay.
Here we go. And yeah, she's getting caught behind that section, and like you said, Ronnie, yeah, that wind just blowing it. So you can see the little rivets in the face of the wave, and yeah, it looked pretty hard. The other thing to note was there's three girls sitting out behind the rock. I think it was Sierra, Zoe, and Pua. And I think Pauline was a bit further down the line, but those 3 girls were all really jostling for that inside position, and I could see Zoe was really making a considered effort to sit the deepest. And like you said, Rich, she probably sat a little bit too deep and just, got caught behind on that first wave.
She looks like she wasn't in position on a surfboard when she jumped up as well. She was a little bit forward, and then she shuffled. She got to her feet. It took a little while, so perhaps just not being right in that sweet spot, as you call it, when you're on the board, and really driving and getting that first initial takeoff, which is so important. Yeah, but anyway, we'll see.
Also just finding your touch with your equipment. You know, we're used to being up here on the Gold Coast, obviously, in years gone by. We're here a little earlier. In the booth, it's like you're sitting in a sauna, calling the action. But it's a little chilly out there today. That's why Sierra's got the short arm steamer on. She's going to just get the better of Zoe McDougall on the opening exchange. Yet to see Pauline and Pua come to life in this heat just yet. But it is crisp this morning. It will warm up. We'll see the conditions clean up throughout the day. But right now, it's just looking sensational out there. 1.17 for Zoe McDougall on her first ride. Expecting more for Sierra. As we see the replay here, Rich.
Yeah, not a bad opening right here for Sierra. She gets a nice little turn there. Almost a little bit of tail release, and then fits that final turn in. So not a bad little kind of 2.5 turn combo, but that's the money turn for this wave. She really extends out of the lip and did well to get this final hit in just to finish off. And, you know, all that first ride, it's a settler. And if you can always get to the finish on that first ride, it sort of sets you in good stead for the rest of the heat.
16 years of age, Sierra. And, you know, there has been somewhat of a bit of restraint in just putting her in too many major events. This year she had a full run at the qualifying series and did really well, managed a couple of semi-final finishes. Unfortunately, they were in 1000s, but the thing about those QS 1000s in the regions is you've still got the full draw.
Yeah.
You've still got all the toughest competitors battling on the regional tour at those events. Had she broken through for those semi-final finishes in the 3000s or the 5000s, obviously she's on the Challenger Series full time. But she's got obviously a lot of years ahead of her as we see Pua now on the backhand. Just such an accomplished competitor, 9-time national champ. She's also a remarkable longboarder. As we see Pauline now with a good-looking section, digs in on the first turn. Nice pocket here, rips through the carve. This is looking like the best wave so far. A nice sequence of turns on the outside. And Pauline will likely take the lead after those opening rides.
Yeah, that was a good opening ride there for Pauline. You could see she just picked an absolute gem that had a really good pace to it, allowed her to just stay in the pocket and really start to wind up those turns on the forehand. But Pauline, a ton of experience compared to her other rivals in this heat.
For her, this is, you know, obviously her third crack at the Challenger Series. 2021 got to 13 with a couple of semi-finals. That gives you a really good indication of just how far you've got to go in the draw at these events to really have a chance of getting onto the CT. Pauline last year didn't do too well, 50th on the Challenger Series, her best result of 17th. So she's going to be well aware of the fact that she's going to need big results to get back to the top.
Yeah, we're just having a look at the replay here, and you can tell just her wave selection's really good. I mean, look how clean the face of this wave is. It's really allowing her to, like, push really hard through those turns, and I would say that it's probably the best out of that exchange. So straight out of the lip there on that first turn, and drives into this second section here and really lays the board on rail and just finishes strong too. So she's probably going to be pretty happy with that, and it's come through at a 5.5.
Yeah, so just edging ahead of Sierra, who had a 4.33. The judges giving Sierra just some pretty solid credit for the attack on the lip, getting the fins a little freer. But it's definitely Sierra and Pauline with the edge, and you just think about how long we waited for that first decent set to roll through. And, you know, they've got a score that they can hang on to now, whereas Zoe McDougall and Pua de Soto, they've got work to do.
Yeah, they're a little behind the 8 ball at the moment, and you'll see right here on the drone shot, see how the ball moved down the point a little bit. So they had all that time in the start where they jockeying and pushing each other around the rock further up the point. Now they've sort of set themselves and where they really want to be, and we've got the priority order established. It's dreamy conditions here at the moment. It's just, it really is almost like a machine, this place.
Beautiful machine. Just over 17 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break. More first round action coming your way in just a moment.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. We've got the first round of competition underway here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And the veteran competitor who did 5 years on the CT and wants to get back there, Pauline Ado from Anglet, France, is out there in the lead at the moment. 5.5 on her first wave. The 16-year-old wonder kid, Sierra Kerr, in second spot at the moment with a 4.33. A little quiet on set waves, but everyone had an opportunity to bank a score in the opening exchange. Only two surfers really managed to make something of it. We'll see if Zoe McDougall and Pua de Soto can turn things around. I've enjoyed watching Pua surfing evolve over the past couple of seasons. Just a year older than Sierra, 17. I mentioned all those national titles, an unbelievable longboarder. She actually had a great heat with Sierra at the World Junior Championships earlier this year, where Sierra got the edge. But just, I think with that longboarding pedigree, she just has, you know, a really beautiful style. It's refreshing to see, and always sort of stands back on the tail of that board and really sizes up her opportunities for big turns.
Yeah, it's always it's easy to see when we know these surfers surf different types of equipment and then they step back onto their shortboard. So say if you've come from surfing a longboard, it's beautiful to watch. I feel like they have a different read on the wave. It allows you to be a bit more creative with the lines you draw and how you think about the sections you're approaching. And you can definitely tell with Pua's surfing that she does have that sort of knowledge and background coming from a longboard. And yeah, like you said, Ronnie, she has the ability to step back, read the wave a little bit differently. And yeah, we talk about style a lot too in surfing. And yeah, Pua's style is definitely really nice to watch, and I think it is because of that longboard.
Talk to me, Flick, about, you spent a number of years living up this way. Talk to me about attacking these waves on your backhand versus forehand.
Yeah, I lived up here on the Gold Coast for 6 years. I lived in Burleigh, and I'm a goofy footer, so I'm in the land of rights here, and you get a really good backhand living here. I mean, you have no other choice but to go right, basically. And look, it's harder on your backhand because obviously you're not facing the wave. On your forehand, you take off, you can see everything. It's a lot easier, I think. On your backhand, it is that bit harder. I mean, a lot of these point breaks are barreling too. Snapper on its day, it'll barrel behind the rock and down the line through to Little Marley. And pulling in on your backhand here, you've got to be compressed. You grab the rail. It's a lot harder. On your forehand, you draw different lines and you can. I feel like it is a little bit easier, but you see all these great surfers that come from here. I mean, Vasicek is an amazing one on his backhand out here to watch, and the people that do come from here, right now we have live action. I think it's Blue Pauline.
Pauline, she's looking to back up that strong opening ride. Just a couple of turns. She actually sat way down the line, being at the bottom end of the priority order. And she's capitalised on a backup number here, Rich.
Yeah, smart move. No point really messing with the women sitting up the point there. She's picked up a little jam down the line there, and she's just going to build on her score, obviously thinking, okay, guinea pig heat, first heat of the morning. It's gone a little bit sleepy. It's inconsistent. Let's get some scores on the board, and time's flying by. It's only 11 minutes to go now in this heat. So pressure really on Zoe too.
And we're looking at the replay here. It's just a nice two-turn combo, and I think it's a smart move. It's a smart move out here today. It is inconsistent. She had fourth priority. She sat down the line, and she knows she needs to get it back up. And it's come through at a 3.17. So,
have a look at this too. She's seeing something down the line here. Complete veteran move, really.
Yep.
Identifying that this isn't going to be the morning where you're coming out of the water with 16 points plus. This is, let's feel out conditions. It is a little weaker out there at the moment. Sierra just still sitting deep. wanting that real strong first turn on the outside. Meanwhile, down the line, Pauline swoops again, finds some space. Nice turn to get started here. 3.17 on her second ride. Already on her way to a better number, you'd think, with these 2 turns. And still finding room to move. Gets a clean finish here on the inside. And this will probably be pretty comparable to her first wave. So without even establishing any kind of priority in this lineup, the veteran is going to take a strong lead. Yeah,
that was a great move from Pauline to just sit a little bit wider. That wave just stretched right out, and she was in the perfect spot, but just held up down the line beautifully as we watch the replay. So she gets set here, the first turn, nice and quick, down the line for the second, and a little bit of wind up the face, so that means that there is a bit of west in the wind at the moment, and can be difficult. So she maintains control, which is great through all her turns here. Just driving through and finding a really good flow on this wave.
Building confidence too. You think about her first wave, 5.5. It was the best of all the riders out there, but there was nervous moments and maybe taking the board a little high on the lip in that offshore breeze. That time kept the board a little lower on the face. Well-timed hits, and it should be a decent score, and she'll be looking good, you'd think, for a spot in the next round, just with the combination of those 2 strong rides. And really, you know, the 2 surfers sitting in 3rd and 4th, they're still looking to get their heat started.
Yeah, it's 2 waves for both Zoe and Pua right now. They're going, okay, you're doing the calculations in your head, aren't you, as a competitor? You're going, okay, I've got 8.5 minutes to go. I really need something in the next 2 or 3 minutes in order to allow me to get back out there within the priority mix-up. You know, I'm going to need to find 2 scores.
Well, we've been talking about this tricky wind. Stays typically on the east coast. Westerlies, you pray for them. It grooms the conditions, but here at Snapper, it's a little different.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. I'm here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and thankfully for us, it will swing round much more from the south throughout the day, but at the moment it's south-southwest, and particularly further down the line where Pauline's getting those waves. So a little bit of west in the wind definitely affects it. It also affects the air temperature. It's absolutely freezing. Not for Jackson Baker, though. He's out there in board shorts this morning.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely gonna warm up. But yeah, everyone pretty well rugged up down here this morning. And Pauline's number coming through, it was a 4.73. The judges not overly impressed, as we see Zoe now with maybe the turn of the heat so far. Unfortunately for her, runs out of room, but just a lot more speed in that hit. It was a strong move, and she's going to be heading back out there. Wonder how much credit she'll get for that single turn.
I really liked it, even though, you know, it was 2 quick turns. But the first one, that wave, she just surfed it with a lot of confidence, you know.
Here goes Pua now with a nice-looking wall. Needs to really attack these first sections as that wave starts to taper down the line. And there's a solid finish. So she's going to give herself a chance now and get herself into this heat with that ride. Zoe and Pua both finishing off their best rides, and probably at the perfect time to give themselves a chance here in the final stages of this heat.
Yeah, well, you'd have to think that perhaps pocket 5s would be enough to get through. We see a replay of Zoe's wave. You can just see there's a different pace to it as she hits that first turn and gets really quick transition up there for the second. And, well, the very stylish approach from Pua here on the backhand. You know, a little repetitive if I had to be kind of critical. On the backhand, the wave just not offering too much steepness and an open face where she could really tag it, but a couple of series of good turns nonetheless. But she'll be on the board, and at that point she's thinking, I just need a wave here, just get me in this heat, even if it's a 3 or a 4, just so that I can have a crack at it.
Yeah, I think the challenge on the backhand when it's at this size is, you know, generating that speed for big finishes. You know, when Snapper comes to life fully, and you've got that steep pocket on the wave, as a goofy footer, you really only have that one option, and that's to like take off, square up, smash the pocket as many times as you can.
Yeah, and because Snapper is a down the line wave, you can't have that much repertoire in like your maneuvers, because you really can only do that one snap in the pocket, and you can't bring it around too much, because if you bring it back around too much, the wave's just going to run off without you. So you really have that one turn to sort of go to. I mean, it could have just been a bit of wave selection for Pua, but she had to go because, you know, there was only 6 minutes left and she needs 2 scores.
Well, the number came through for Zoe and it was pretty positive, 4.07. Compare that to the 4.73 for Pauline, and there's a couple of things to pick up on there. There's a bit more credit for maybe sitting deeper here at Snapper Ridge, but speed is something that I think that they're looking for.
Yeah, the speed, the commitment to the turn. There was a more of an aggressive approach when she actually dug into the turn. A lot more rail, a lot more spray came off the back of the board. And, you know, Pauline's maybe a little bit softer just when you're watching it.
Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and get a look at what the judges are seeing here. Pauline, she's done more turns than her competitors, but she just hasn't found a huge edge in the scores.
Yeah, look, she's put together a couple of nice turns. I think, though, the difference between someone like her and Zoe is just the control as well. I mean, we've seen Pauline carve down through the face here, but just looking a little bit wobbly, and maybe because she is sitting a bit further down the line and there's that bit more westerly wind. But, yeah, I mean, Zoe here, just so much speed, control and power, I guess, and that she's been rewarded with that one wave of 4.07.
She's still hanging on to that second spot now. Sierra's been pushed back into third place, but Sierra needs next to nothing to get herself into second and can make a strike for the lead as well. Pua's back in fourth place, but she too has a chance here with just under 4 minutes to go. It's a low-scoring heat, very comparable rides for each of the competitors, and it's just Pauline that's got the 2. So anything could happen here in these final 3.5 minutes. We could see this the order completely flipped on its head.
Well, there's 3 minutes remaining, and Sierra only needs a 0.01, and she's sitting out there with priority. So you've got to think if the set's coming through, she's going to take it.
Yeah, it's a nervous time too, because you can kind of go, okay, I need nothing really. I need to get to my feet, and I'm going to progress, but that's not enough. And it's, as a competitor, you go, hang on, am I going to just surf for that 2 or 3, or am I going to wait this out and try and put this thing to bed and try and get the best wave of the heat?
Well, typically the waves haven't been coming in individually either. We've got a building swell, so even though it's, you know, we're not really feeling all that energy at the moment, there has been kind of 3 sets here, 3 waves in each set.
You've also got to think, well, you say Sierra has priority, so she's going to take off on the first one, or she has her pick. But then you've got to think Pauline's going to take off, Zoe's going to take off, so she can't really just surf for a 1. She can't just surf to stand up. She has to surf to get a really good score.
Yeah, really interesting too. It's one of the big challenges here for the competitors when you've got priority. How much faith do you have in that second or third ride? As we see Zoe now, again, just looking really alive on her equipment, surfing incredibly fast. That was a nice combination of turns. Looking to stitch up second. A 6.16 will see her into the lead as Sierra takes off. In the whitewater here, she's getting a little swamp. Does get into it though. Drives up into the lip. Just corrects on that first turn. Gets the fins free on the second. Now starting to build some momentum as she hammers the end section, finding a bit of release in the tail a couple of times on that ride. And Josh puts his hands together. Mum would be down here too. Nikki, she'd be watching on, but Rich, it was a nervous ride.
It was. She got the score. I think we can be confidently say that she got the score. But you're right, there were moments on the wave, like she got some work done, no doubt about it. But I'm really impressed here with Zoe. She's just getting nice and low, putting a lot of power, really driving through the turns.
Looks a bit more short-footed.
Yeah, just really holding her speed. It was a shaky start from here, just the takeoff. We're like, is she actually going to get it?
Well, too, you've got to remember, too, the score's going to change because Zoe's going to lift the requirement for Sierra. That was a strong move there, though.
Yeah, but like you said, Rich, she definitely got the score for now. I mean, But there was moments on this wave where she looked a bit shaky, even from the takeoff, not quite getting into it how she probably wanted to. There were definitely moments of brilliance. Those couple of fin releases looked really nice. But yeah, Zoe, I liked what I saw, just the wave was a bit smaller. Zoe looks really sure-footed. She looks confident and she looks in control. Which time's going to tell. We're still waiting for these scores to drop, so it's 30 seconds.
It's not a guarantee. That, I think, Pauline potentially might be in danger here.
Yep.
She's currently holding on to the lead, but 2 scores on the way, and Zoe, she's not banking on her numbers just yet. Getting up, getting on the attack, just the one move. It won't go into a top 2. So we are waiting for numbers. A slow start usually does lead to an exciting finish, and that's what we've had here. And there is going to be a shift up in the order of things as the hooter sounds. It does feel like maybe Pua's run is going to come to an early close here, as we see Sierra, I think after the hooter there, finding some release in that equipment. So numbers rolling through. It's like about a mid-range 4 coming through for Sierra. Something sort of similar for Zoe McDougall here. And this is going to be a really close finish. Next to nothing separating these competitors. And Sierra Kerr, you can see her pumping the fist there, and here's why. She had a 4.5 in her last wave. Zoe McDougall a 4.53. Less than half a point separating those 2 competitors, but Pauline did hang on to the lead. So, yeah, the second score for Sierra isn't there on the screen, but she did get enough to overtake Zoe there in the last stages of the first heat here of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And Sierra, the 16-year-old, is going to stay alive and move through behind the veteran Pauline Ado. We're going to take a quick break here. More round 1 action coming up right after this. Welcome back. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And it is fantastic to have such incredible partners for this contest. Major events, Gold Coast, getting behind the event, Gold Coast Tourism. And this is another big heat. It should be a fun one to watch. Around a 48, representing the Basque Country. We've got Ariane Ochoa in the red. In the green is Paige Harrop, who was the first Kiwi to ever qualify, woman qualify for the championship tour, looking to get back there. Dominique Verona from Ecuador, who represented her country at the Olympics last year. And Nixie Ryan The Aussie from Lennox Head has finally made the Challenger Series after a strong performance once again on the regional QS. He's had a number of QS victories here in Oz, and we'll see how she goes against this tough Challenger Series field. Nixie's out there in the green, and she's going to have that forehand well and truly fine-tuned after scoring so much serve in the lead up to this first stop. As we see a nice looking set standing up here on the outside, moving into position here. It is the surfer in green, a little deep. And it looks like this one's going to get away from Nixie. And she'll fall to the bottom of that priority order now. And on the outside, Paige is going to get her opportunity. The goofy footer driving up into this first section. Carving approach to get started, building speed once again, trying to get back out in front of it. You can just sense that wind laying down a little bit, making it easier now for the competitors to gather some momentum, Felicity.
Yeah, those first two waves, I mean, Nixie, she was a little bit too deep there, and then Paige as well. I mean, she was a bit further behind, like up towards the rocks, but when she took off, she was trying to get down the line. You could see she was trying to read the section where to go, and she opted for more of like a bit of a, she banged the turn a bit around a bit too much, and then the wave just ran off in front of her. So sort of misread that first wave, but it is slow out here. So those girls are probably thinking, oh, you know, that first wave is really important. You kind of need to make it count.
Just over 25 minutes remaining here. Plenty of time for these competitors to lock in big scores. We are seeing veterans coming up against rising stars at the moment, Stace, but it was the veteran finding the edge in that first heat.
Absolutely, Ron. Pauline, your experience really paying off there.
Yeah, it was, I mean, the warm-up had a lot of waves, and in our heat, it got very slow, so I know I tried to be patient, and I was lucky to get the best wave at the first exchange. And then after that, I was sitting a bit under the girls and just trying to get a backup, and it paid off, so I'm pretty happy.
All that experience doing the WCT here over the years certainly helped.
Yes, for sure. I was so excited last year and this year when I heard he was a challenger, because I had the opportunity to compete here again. And I have to say the trainings have been pretty frustrating because it's so crowded. So yes, it's, I don't know, I think we're having fun surfing in the heat out there and being able to select our waves, even if it was slow. So yeah, I had fun.
I think it's late back home. Did you want to say hello?
In French? Yeah. Bah, ceux qui regardent et qui sont encore debout, merci de nous suivre. À tous les Français, là, on reçoit les messages, ça nous fait plaisir. Content d'avoir passé cette série et voilà, en avant pour les suivantes.
Well done, Pauline.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Pauline, 5 years on the CT. She wants to get back there. That was a really strong heat strategically. And, you know, interesting to note too that the surfers who banked scores on the opening exchange ended up progressing through that one. It was very close between Zoe McDougall and Sierra Kerr. Sierra just finding the edge. And it was, you know, her attacking approach, which I think saw her moving through to the next round. As we see now, Dominique Barona from Ecuador, she's up. Didn't have a lot of runs at events on the regional qualifying series, just surfed in the one QS 1000, but she got a victory. Ariane now from the Basque Country. She's had some big finishes on the Challenger Series. Semi-finals, finished 14th in 2021, 30th in 2022. But everyone's looking for the big start here at event one. Nixie Ryan, let's see what she can do. Grew up on a point break down there at Lennox. Not too far away. She'd be feeling pretty at home here. Would have surfed a lot of contests. Having her first full run at the Challenger Series in 2023. And good start there.
Yeah, it was a good start, and you know, she had that first wave and it kind of ran off in front of her, so it's a nice opener. She's probably feeling confident after that one, but my favourite wave was Ariane's wave. It was really nicely surfed on the backhand there, and she managed to actually get a bit of variety as well. And for me, that was the best wave of the heat so far. I mean, this is the replay now. We're just having a look at this wave. Beautiful carving turn through the top there, but it's this manoeuvre here, just straight up into the lip, and backs it up with another series of backhand manoeuvres. and finishing strong. So I really like that wave. And we're just looking at another replay here. This is Dominique from Ecuador on a backhand. Smaller wave and gets caught up on the top there. And here we have Nixie on her second wave. A couple of nice carving turns out of the top.
Yeah, you can see that point pedigree, can't you? That first carving cut down. Really nice. First different line that we've seen on the forehand. And this was Paige. Beautiful backhand surfing here. Great pace to this ride. Brings it all the way through to the inside and gets a nice floater to finish off strong.
Yeah, you can tell Paige, even in transition, puts a little bit more into her turns. You know, understands the importance of really capitalising on all those scoring opportunities. But I love Nixie Ryan's wave. I mean, I really like her chances at turning in some big numbers on a campaign this year. She does big turns, and she's strong, she's powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, on, as you were saying, Flick, on her forehand, has that advantage of always having eyes down the line. Pace is just so important when you're surfing this wave. And you know, you can, on your forehand, you can also get in danger, or you can be guilty of going out too far on the face and chasing it. You actually need to make sure that you stay right in the pocket. Nixie did it really well on that last wave.
Felicity, Snapper Rocks, it requires big combinations to get excellent scores, but just from what you've seen so far in these first couple of heats, are you sensing that the judges are already kind of letting the competitors know that it's going to be quality over quantity?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it already in the first heat. I mean, Zoe got rewarded for just those 2 turns. She got a 4.07, I think it was. So I think they're also really favouring people who look like they're really in control. The girls who look like they're in control, they've got nice flow between the manoeuvres and just surfing with a little bit more speed than the other girls, and they're getting those scores. I mean, they don't have to do as many turns. It's just all about the quality of those turns. And for me, in this heat right now, it's been Paige and Ariana. Like, on their backhand, they've just been surfing so strong, and yeah, I've liked it.
I think it'll be interesting to see the exchange between Paige Harrop, say, and Nixie Ryan. Nixie's turns, she didn't have as many, but really rounded them out and you know, was putting some, I think, emphasis on each turn.
Yeah.
The numbers are starting to roll through. They're looking pretty reasonable for Nixie. Ariana Cho, she's going to bank a solid score. Looks like it's going to be in the 6-point range here. The judges taking their time with it, though. Here's the replay, Rich.
Yeah, so you can see there, she just really holds that line on the first turn. Backs it up with a super quick snap and then gets a roundhouse cutback all the way through to the inside and then gets to that finish. So a good variety of manoeuvres on that wave as well.
Compare it to this, Rich.
Yeah, well, on the backhand you can see, I really like that second turn. You can see this one was way more down the line as well. Bigger wave, but a little bit of a wobble. Wasn't in full control on the backhand on that turn.
Yeah, the first turn, a little bit of a wobble, but she gets in the groove here. These turns a little bit down the line, but I liked how she mixed it up here at the end and goes for this sort of lip line floater, just to give a bit more variety.
The size is going to really, I think, dictate what the surfers are going to be able to do out here. You know, I think if you're going to do a backhand snap, they want to see you square up. They want to see you almost get a little inverted.
Yep. If
you're going to get the big numbers. And you know, even by Paige's strong standard, you know, they were almost put their backhand snaps. And interesting to know, the judges, they're kind of not picking up on it at the moment. 5.5 for Paige Harrop. Nixie Ryan, just with that big, strong opening carve, and that's really all she got out of that wave. She managed to do better. She got a 5.67. So I think there's a real... I think the judges are on point here at the moment, but there's also some trends for the rest of the field to pick up on. Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country, she's got the best number so far, 6.23. Dominique Barona, she's really looking to drop her best number yet. She's only got a 3. There's still so much more time left for these competitors. 17 minutes remaining, and we're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Welcome back to the show. The race to the takeoff zone is on here at the moment. Nixie Ryan and Paige Harab just absolutely going at it. All these moments can be critical turning points in these crucial heats as we see a replay of what Paige Harab was able to do during the break. And Nixie got herself into the mix again. Nice opening move. Wasn't really able to thread together a decent combination there, but does have a 5.67 as she finished it off pretty nicely.
I think for the speed of that wave, Nixie surfed it pretty well. I think she had a pretty good read on it. I mean, it wasn't the best sort of surfing, but she read it really well. I mean, a couple of those turns, she could see that the wave was running off down the line, so she pulled it a bit shorter, and just another backup, which I think she's probably going to be pretty happy with.
Rich, it's been interesting in these these early heats, just looking at the veteran performers and just seeing how hard it has been for them to turn in decent numbers. Multiple moves, but not really kind of getting the credit. The judges really kind of want to see an evolved push from the veterans, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're sending a very clear message. They want to see more commitment, more power, more progression. When you think of this new wave of women that are coming onto the tour, you know, they're not really just placing their turns on the wave. They're attacking the wave. They're tearing the top of the wave off. And, you know, that's what these veterans are going to have to do. They're going to have to step it up if they want to compete.
I think they know, too. I think they are aware of the high standard of this rising generation that they're up against. And, you know, Felicity, you do have to go away at the end of each season and look to evolve, especially if people have been watching your surfing for, you know, a decade or two.
Yeah, that's really right. I mean, these women, I mean, Paige, Pauline, that they've been around for a really long time. They're veterans. They've been on the CT for years. They've had a lot of experience out at Snapper, but the new wave of women coming through, they're not backing down. They're assertive. I wouldn't say aggressive is not the right word, but they're really taking it to these veterans, and they're not just cruising through heats. They will go sit on these women. They will get up in their space, you know, and it's really cool to see that they're just attacking it, you know, and they're not just attacking the waves, but just even their heat strategy, how they put heats together. They're not afraid to go sit on these veterans and take it to them and get in their personal space, and it is pushing these women, and it's exciting to see. I mean, even in the next heat, we have someone, Silvana Lima from Brazil. I mean, she was on tour for so many years. I think she's had a 10 out here before, and she really was sort of that first push of progressive surfing from the women. So it's going to be interesting to see her come up against some of these younger women as well, and what she can do in this next heat.
Yeah, there is so many incredible matchups as we take in the view from the Gold Coast flight cam. And you can see just how crystal clear the water is here, how well lined up this sandbar is. Just need a bit more of that wave energy to wrap around here into Rainbow Bay. But yeah, Nixie Ryan continues to kind of get just an edge here with her big opening moves. 4.77 on that ride. I saw her working with James Woods, another great surfer from down there at the Lennox Head region, who was campaigning on the qualifying series for a number of years. Won an amateur world title as a Grom. And yeah, good person to have in your corner. You'll be happy with Nixie's start, because I don't even really feel like she's connected with a wave that's allowed her to put the big combination together yet. She's certainly got it. But Paige Harab's looking sharper as well. Paige's waves have had a bit more of that kind of quick down the line sort of momentum to them, so she hasn't had that opportunity to truly throw a big vertical hit in yet, but she possesses that move. I guess the danger surfer for Paige and even Nixie at the moment is Ariane. She's got a 6.23. She needs next to nothing to jump up into the lead here.
Yeah.
Nixie's up again. She's going to get caught behind on this one though.
It's scary, you know, when you're sitting in first or second and you know that the surfer in third only needs that small score. I mean, she's also sitting out there with second priority. So when a set comes through, there's going to be a few waves in it, and you've got to think that she's going to take off, and she has the opportunity, and she only needs Ariana only needs a 3.97. It's a pretty small score, and knowing she's already got a 6.23, she's definitely more than capable out there, and she is looking good on her backhand. I liked what I saw already. She gave us a bit of variety in that repertoire there, and yeah, she's looking sure-footed. She looks confident. So yeah, Paige probably has a bit of work to do, I think, still, to really make it official that she's going to get through this heat.
Rich, on the regional qualifying series, Nixie Ryan's been maybe the most winning surfer we've had in the past couple of seasons. Yet this is the first time we've seen her crack the Challenger Series ranks.
Yeah, it's it's the pathway that you have to go through, and it's a jump too. When you go from those regional qualifiers up to the Challenger Series, there's a different level of performance that you need to bring. So you can take that confidence of having all those good results, but you do need to keep stepping up and making sure that you're on point and you're ready to go at in the first heat. And I mean, signs are that she's looking really, really good right now. And if she does get an open face wave, she's going to be in attack mode, as you said. And you know, great to see. Really strong surfer coming out of Australia.
She only just survived a top 5 finish on the regional QS ranks. She actually had great success again in those 1000s, but she fell out of the mix early down at Surfest in Newcastle, the last qualifier here in this region, and she had to sit on the beach for a few days watching the event play out before learning that she had maintained a position at the top. It's great to see her here. Looks like she's ready to take this opportunity with both hands. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, it's the surfer from the Basque Country holding on to the best number at the moment, but she hasn't backed up this wave yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's 8 minutes left of this heat. She's sitting there with second priority, so you've got to think she needs a score, but it's been all about surfer in green, Nixie Ryan, just with these beautiful opening carves. And she hasn't really taken off on the biggest waves. It's just her surfing has been so clean and controlled and really opening up with that first manoeuvre. But Paige is sitting in second, and she's got a 5.5 and a 4.70. But you can really tell that the judges want to see a little bit more from her. I mean, Nixie here in the green, these first couple of turns here, really nice. And this is her 4.77. You can just tell if she gets the opportunity to open up on one of these bigger waves that she's going to go to town.
Yeah, even on the forehand there, you can see she's really getting right up high in the lip, almost getting the board vertical. And that's normally where the goofy footers have an advantage, you know. And I mean, thinking back to Paige's wave there, it was a very down-the-line wave, and she had to maintain that pace. But there wasn't that one strong moment where she just threw everything at it and you were like, wow, that turn was incredible. So, you know, she'll be hoping to get that opportunity as well. But when I think of backhand surfing here, obviously Oki comes straight to mind. But then when you think of how Owen approached it and how Matty Wilco approached it, and even back to Mick Lowe when he won the event here, you know, there is some variety, as you were saying earlier, Flick, you know, that there is that standard backhand turn that they go to, but those surfers were able to put a little bit of spice onto it, and they had variations of how they used to just release the tail, and I think that's where those goofy footers need to get to.
Yeah, all the best goofy footers, you know, even on the women's side that had success in the Championship Tour event here, Bianca Batenduck, she had an incredible backhand. She also had variety on her backhand, and all the goofy footers you mentioned, Rich, had a beautiful backhand carve off the top that could match it with some of the big rail turns that the regular footers had laid down. And yeah, that sort of seems to be the key to getting yourself into the final series at this venue. You know, it can't just be the one vertical hit. You've got to have more.
Another surfer that's really good out here is Bronte Macaulay. We've seen her has some really strong finishes here when she was on the CT. She's got the experience, and she's coming off a semi-final finish in the CT event at Margaret River, so she's going to be a really good one to watch coming up in that next round of 32. She's in that second heat there, so it'll be interesting to see how she's coming off the back of that semi-final finish.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Just over 5 minutes remaining, excuse me, in the second heat of the morning here at the first Challenger Series stop, and it is a stacked schedule. It's going to be super challenging, counting your top 4 results. And you know, basically, when I look at that schedule, you've got to think that there's, once the event is taken out, you know, I think if you're only counting your best 4 results, if you get a victory, you're looking pretty good for a spot on the CT. So that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for, you know, other performers to claim places to get themselves graduated to the championship tour.
Yeah, and with the women, there's only 5. Only 5 that make it, and it's a small amount of women, and you really need to perform.
As we see now, Dominic, she has to make this wave count. She's counting on a 3 at the moment. The rest of the field are holding much stronger numbers. There's a solid hit there. Good combination to finish this one off. The 32-year-old, very accomplished. He's had some big results in South America. And show her up at the moment. She's looking to back up that strong 6.23. She's got a whipping backhand approach. Only needed a 3.97 out of that ride to jump up into the top 2 ahead of Paige Harrop.
I think it's going to be close. She's so fast out of the lip. Really just comes out of those turns with a lot of speed, but it'd be nice to see a replay of that wave just so that we could break it down and really see, you know, is she going to get that 3.97?
And here goes Paige now with a good-looking wall. Good pocket at the start of this ride. Really has to lay into it. It's catching a rail on that last turn, but trying to make up for it. Starting to build some momentum. Gets through the lip, looks to the beach. And behind her, Ariane. She's up again. This is a wave that's giving her the opportunity to open up a little bit more. She's getting through these turns just a little more than Paige was on her ride. Really completing those moves. So she's had a busy couple of minutes here.
She sure has. A series of backhand turns all the way down the line. Basically went past little Marley. And yeah, definitely some comparisons we can make there. Paige on the backhand, but this is Dominic. So down the line, tags that first section, projection. That's sort of the money turn for this ride. And again, stabs it up there. And just gets a little stuck on the final turn. But Ariane, you can see here, good pace down the line, waiting for it to stand up, picks a moment. Now she digs in. That first little hook cuts it short so that she can get to the second one. And, well, a little bit windscreen wipery on the backhand. Not really driving through the turns. And then here we go with Paige. And again, you can see just cutting the turns, almost feeling like she's a bit rushed on this wave, like she's trying to force the turns into the sections rather than flowing with it. But this was a great ride flick.
Yeah, I love this one from Ariana, but she's been super busy. I mean, this is the second wave within only seconds, and she went to town on this wave. Just nice, clean, crisp surfing, and I think you could see the difference between her and Paige. Paige, to me, seemed like she was surfing out of a little bit of desperation there, really trying to make something happen. But Ariana, there you go. I mean, she just looked really composed on her wave.
Yeah, 4.4 for Ariane. She's still got another score on the way, I believe. But she's already moved up into that first position. So Nixie Ryan should be nervous waiting for Paige's last number to drop here. She needs a 4.95. Paige Harrop to get herself up in the second spot.
Got so close, huh? Between the top 3 competitors, really nothing separating them at all.
Cool thing about Snapper Rocks when the sandbar is like this is, you know, the opportunity. Obviously, there's great scoring opportunity on the inside right there behind the rock because the wave's so steep at that point. But when the bank's this good, the wave doesn't actually taper off too much. It maintains the same height as it makes its way down the line. So, Ariane's going to post a pretty decent score. We've got a set standing up on the outside here. And Dominic Verano's going to make a move for this one. Got a lot of speed here. Lays into the section, moves a bit of water, nice fan. Has to play catch up for a moment, but gets back out in front of it in time to get a final hit in. As this one comes to a close, just 5 seconds to go. And it's going to be nervous times here for Nixie Ryan, who was sitting in that second spot. The number did come through for Paige Harrod for her final ride, 4.37, not enough to see in the second. You've got to remember that Dominic Verano's trying to make up quite a bit of ground because her best ride prior to that last was a 3.83. So just to get to second, she's after a 6.61 to overtake Nixie Ryan. And I'm not sure she's going to have enough in that ride.
No, unfortunately, it was a little bit stop-start in terms of where she was placing the manoeuvres. She got caught behind a little bit on that midsection. So, you know, I just don't get the feeling like it's up in that 6 mark when I think back to some of the scores that we've seen this morning.
Yeah, I don't think it's the score either. I mean, that last wave of Ariane's came through. I mean, it's the wave of the heat, a 7.5, and I mean, it was a beautifully surfed wave, and she waited a long time to find that backup score, and she did it. So she should be pretty proud with that performance.
Well, Nixie Ryan was the busiest surfer in the heat, but her lack of patience and use of priority almost cost her a place in the next round. We are waiting for this score to drop, but we have to make some comparisons to what we saw from Ariane Ochoa. And I just don't think with that comparison she's got a chance at getting herself to second spot here.
And she surfed it okay, but there was those moments where she's sort of just jumping and trying to keep the speed going, keep maintaining down the line there. There wasn't a natural flow to the way she surfed the wave. But she got some good manoeuvres done, and it was one of the bigger waves of the heat as well. So, yeah, nervous times.
I think the result is official, and it wasn't enough for Dominic. Paige Harrob's going to finish up in third place. Nixie Ryan's going to hang on to that second spot. But Ariane Ochoa, what a performance, 7.5, also a 6.23. She's powering on through to the next round. We are going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to bring in Kaipo and one of the sports greats for the call.
The Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burleigh Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Gelurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
The beautiful Gold Coast, Australia's favourite playground, 52 kilometres of stunning beaches, and we are at one of the jewels of the coastline here at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. Great opening day so far, Rab.
Yeah, it's good to get going. You know, we've finally got some waves. It's a bit of a long interval swell. The sets seem to be coming in flurries, and then we have a few lulls in between, so it's a bit of a tricky day. But there's some beautiful quality waves when the sets arrive.
Yeah, we got a new heat out in the water right now with Daniela Rosas, Moana Jones-Wong, Bella Kenworthy. The youngster from the USA is out there, as well as a veteran in the way of Silvana Lima. In the glare here, it looks like Silvana on the replay with this first wave, Bugs.
Yeah, Silvana's really picked a good one here. It's peeling off down the line, and this Brazilian veteran is just going to town on this opening ride. Kaipo, solid start.
Feels like, and it looks like, excellent surfing to start off with the veteran in this matchup. 38-year-old, former C-tier, and kicks off for the bank. This is an 8-point ride, Bugs.
Well, it's the first excellent ride of the day in the first two heats, so we didn't see anything above the 7 mark, and here we go. Heat 3, and the Brazilian veteran, she's got a good record out here, though.
Sure does. Here we go with Peru's Daniela Rosas on this Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, Daniela also getting off to a good start. So just every heat stacked. It's really solid. You can see the surfers spread out there in the lineup.
But just glaring at us, Bugs, is that 8-point opener for Silvana Lima. We know you mentioned her having a great track record here. She's made the quarterfinals here at Snapper in 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2015. Very consistent in her finishes here at the Superbank.
Yeah, she is, and I mean, and that's against the very best in the world. Silvana's, won CT events around the world. She was the original champion from Brazil, now being challenged, but seemingly on the comeback trail. She's been off the scene for several years. We haven't heard from Silvana Lima. At 38, she has not lost anything. Opens up with an excellent score.
Yeah, excellent score. Well, it's some excellent surfing in that last heat. We had Ariana Ochoa take out the win and move into the next round. Ariana is with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. That's right. All the way from the Basque Country. Congratulations, Ariana.
Thanks so much.
What's it like to surf Snapper with 3 other competitors?
It's amazing. Like, it's a present for us, and yes, really happy to enjoy the heat by myself almost.
And the whole world represented in that heat. That must feel pretty special.
Yeah, it is so special to be here with the best surfers of the world and be just here doing my surf. So I'm super happy and stoked to be on the Challenger Series this year.
And traveling with a great team from the Basque Country.
Yeah, Basque Country, always together. So it feels really good to have like more people from the Basque Country, and it feels really good.
Would you like to say a word back home?
Yes, eskerrik asko danoi, oso pozik nago egin dudan lanarekin, eta espero de torrela jarraitzea, así que besarkada handi bat danoi, eta eskerrik asko ikusteagatik.
Eskerrik asko. Well done.
Of course, Ariana from that beautiful Basque Country, representing the European region for the WSL. We have 7 regions around the world with the qualifying series, Bugs. The Australia, Asian Pacific, European region, North American, Hawaii, Tahiti Nui, South American, Asia region, and Africa region. Really that 3-tiered system coming into play, and it's all those different regions that are converging here with their best surfers for this opening of the Challenger.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo. Even since last year, they've been Actually, their qualifying series all run at different times, but now they've been set. This is the qualifiers from each region here, but there are 7 regions, but there's 12 nations represented, which is very global.
Yes, and you know, we see surfing become more and more of a global sport every year. We see a new flag on the championship tour, and you know, most recently the Indonesian flag joining the championship tour in the way of Rio Waida.
Yeah, no, that's a great development. It's just such a wave-rich environment, that archipelago.
Well, we've got a couple scores on the board. Daniela Rosas opens up with a 5-point ride, and again, Silvana Lima, the veteran of the crew, coming out with a big numbers. Largest score of the day so far for Silvana Lima. So that's great. Great opening showing for Silvana. She's just coming off of a win at the Pan Am Games in Panama. Took a gold there, Lima did. And so she's coming into this event with some good, positive kind of momentum.
And as I said before, like, she's absolutely lost no departure of skills. At 38 years of age, there's a lot of 19-year-olds in this event.
Yeah.
And she's absolutely twice the age of probably the average.
Well, yeah, Bella Kenworthy out there in the white jersey, just 16 years old. So to your point, but let's dig a little deeper into the Challenger Series and how this plays out in the 3-tiered system when we look at the World Surf League. And this is the goal for all of our competitors. Men, you want to be in the top 10. Women, you need to be in the top 5 to qualify for the championship tour, Bugs.
Yeah, it's pretty tight. You know, there's a lot of regional surfers. As you said, it's global. And, you know, each event regionally would have at least 96 competitors in the men's and at least 48 to 64 in the women's. So it's tight.
Yeah. We have 6 events in this Challenger Series. Your best 4 results will count towards your leaderboard ranking. So if you surf all 6 events, you get 2 throwaways. Back to live action here. Second wave for Daniela Rosa, the Peruvian. Looking sharp on that turn. Connecting. Beautiful wall as she heads down the point and gets a nice finish. And that will add to her 5-point opening ride. She'll take an early lead in this 4-surfer heat.
Definitely an advantage to get a couple of waves at the start of a heat. Getting away to that early start just allows you, or just having that good wave under your belt. She's got the 5. It's a great backup score here at least. It seems like even 5s and 6s can get you through a heat. Maybe not the win, but it can get you through 2 5s even sometimes. Yeah, and this wave here, she's staying busy. She's picking the wave that's peeled off. It's a smallish wave, but it will definitely add to a score. And here we see Silvana again.
Big float for Lima, and puts it down, no problem. Gonna back up that 8-point ride. Here we go with Moana Jones-Wong on the backhand. Some great rhythm for the Hawaiian surfer, and she gets the finish. So we'll be waiting for that score for Moana Jones-Wong. And Bella Kenworthy. A couple of snaps there for the surfer out of San Clemente. And the judges are going to have to play catch-up right now. They're going to owe us 4 scores to set the situation.
Yeah, there's been a huge exchange there. All 4 surfers posting a wave, and now a bit of a paddle battle to regain priority. You can see them spread out there. There's no current in play today, Kaipo. It's a fairly easily paddle back out. No runarounds required. And there's the overhead. You can see some real solid paddling going on to get in position. This is a pretty critical turnaround. We've still got 18 minutes remaining, but it is an advantage in these inconsistent sets to have that priority.
And, you know, I got a question for you as a local, Bugs, is what dictates how much of that current's going to be in play?
Well, it's the swell direction and the swell size. You know, if we get a south swell, which, you know, we're expecting this swell to be more south in the coming days off a big low pressure system deep in the southern Tasman, sort of situated off Sydney. We know Sydney and the surrounds have had massive surf the last year. We'll get a glancing blow, what I call a glancing blow of a south swell. As we see Silvana there getting her back up. Not a bad backup either. Moana, this is her opener. Solid backhand surfing, and for one so young, a lot of experience.
Yeah. And then we had Bella in play here.
Yeah, Bella gets a couple of nice moves here, but this wave not allowing a down the line connection. You know, that will hinder her scoring potential, but Silvana Lima,
backup of a 6.33, 14.33, two-wave total already, has pretty much stamped her way into the next round in my book, and there's 16 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, like it's a scrap for second place now with an 8 and a 6.33. Two of the highest scores of the day so far.
Well, we'll wait for one more score for Bella Kenworthy. As we wait for that score, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with the conclusion. Round of 48, heat number 3 for the women. We'll be right back.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break, streaming live now on Apple Plus TV. All 8 episodes available for your consumption. Check it out as we go to live action here. And the young surfer out of San Clemente, California, Bella Kenworthy, getting down a series of forehand snaps there. As we went to break, we were waiting for Bella's first score. It was a 4.33, but now we're going to wait for her second score. A 5.84 will take Bella Kenworthy into second and advancing position. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew and Bugs. Like we said, going to break, it's going to be a battle for second place because Silvana Lima coming out swinging with an 8-point ride and a 6.33.
Yeah, that's a dominant start for the Brazilian veteran. And as we see Bella here, this wave here really connects down the line. Kaipo, not the biggest set wave, but she already got a 4.33 to start with. She'll challenge, and she gets into second place with that one. I mean, she'll challenge for second place. She'll go close.
Yeah, again, she's looking for a 5.84 on this ride, and we are awaiting the judges' decision on that second ride. Bella Kenworthy comes from a great surfing family. Dad Jason Kenworthy, a noted and celebrated surfer and surf photographer, made a lot of like groundbreaking images. Jason Kenworthy did as a photographer. I remember the flaming barrel ride with Bruce Irons. We're getting back to some of the history there as we got Moana Jones-Wong on a nice looking wall here. And Moana slides that backhand float to finish. Jones Wong needs a 4.4.
Well, Moana Jones Wong really then. Here we go.
Here's our heat leader, Silvana Lima. Again, just displaying beautiful surfing, controlled approach until that end where she pokes the nose. No harm, no foul. Lima will remain in the lead.
This heat is tightened up now. As we mentioned, it's probably a scrap for second place with Silvana Lima with the 8 and the 6.33. Second is wide open. Moana getting her third wave. She's got that 5.77 in her ledger already, so that might serve her pretty well. This is not a good-looking wave here, Kaipo. And she's got this solid backhand approach. She's ripping it off the top there, and she gets the finish. Nice float. Slow it down. Moana, she's got the good timing off the top, but she's always got to ride down the line. And that's the important thing about, particularly on the backhand out here at Snapper, just having that lie down the line for the next section, getting that finisher in. But Silvana Lima, she just looks to be in incredibly good form. She comes unstuck here, but as you said, Kaipo, will have no bearing. She's just pretty much wrapped up first place.
So still waiting for that score for Moana. Fourth wave here. I'm sorry, third wave here for Bella Kenworthy. Gets a little caught behind there. And Bella needing a 4.54 to go into second place. Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, holding priority and second place at the moment.
Yeah, well, Daniela is under extreme pressure now because Moana just posted a 5.27 to go with her 5.77. She slides into second place, but here we see Daniela up in action.
Yeah, Daniela on the tack here now. Daniela needs to serve for a 5.87. That's what the Peruvian needs. We'll see if she gets that number, but Moana Jones Wong did move into second and advancing position. Jones Wong, by the way, will always have a place in surfing history in that she was a wild card coming into Pipe in 2022, and that wild card went all the way to the win, in which she's now known as the Queen of Pipeline. She's had numerous victories at the Bonsai.
Famous win for Moana, and what an amazing debut into international surfing. And then we also, as we see here, we'll get back to the action with Daniela. She needs to really get a big score going here, but it's a pretty solid ride here. So look, how close is this second point? They're all in the fives. No one's broken into the 6-point range yet. Got a feeling someone's going to have to.
Yeah, I mean, that, you know, a little bit over a 10.2 wave total has been enough to get through most of the morning's heat. Silvana Lima, her last wave is not going to play into the math. We're still waiting for Daniela Rosas as well as Bella Kenworthy's waves to set the stage here. 9 minutes remaining.
And, you know, just getting back to Moana, also this past winter, she's pretty much the wave of the winter pipeline from a female point of view.
Yeah, she's and you know that accomplishment in 2022, being a wild card and winning the event. The last time that happened, before she did that, was all the way back in 2010 with Tyler Wright coming in at Sunset and taking out that that title. Moana Jones, she's also, you know, a studied surfer. She's got her bachelor's degree in applied science in Hawaiian and indigenous health and healing. So she's book smart as well. So a full package. Nice to see her here on the Challenger Series. I think she's going to be one to keep an eye on through the rest of the year as she eyes that qualification for the Championship Tour.
Yeah, and we know that the next event goes down to North Narrabeen, which is, a Goofy's Paradise. It's a great left-hander. Don't know what the banks are like this year. You do get some alley rights as well, but predominantly a world-class left.
Yeah, looking forward to stop number 2 on that Challenger Series, where the Sydney Surf Pro, represented by Bonsoy. That's going to be next up after we conclude here at Snapper. Bella Kenworthy comes in, 4.97. She will remain in third. Important score still owed to us by the judges. We're waiting for that score for Daniela Rosas.
Critical score. As we said, they're bunched. They're very bunched on that into the race for second here.
Yeah.
Moana just edging ahead, that courtesy of that 5.77. But Bella has got a 5.63. And Daniela, well, did she just post her best score?
Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap here. And Silvana Lima opened up with a bang. 8-point ride here, Bugs.
Firing out of the gates. The Brazilian veteran has turned up at Snapper with a lot of intentions. Her form is as good as I've ever seen it. She's going to be a major fixture in the draw as we move into the top seeded. Here's a backup wave. Of course, the top seeds come into play the next round, and she's going to be up against, it could be a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons once she gets into that round.
The backhand of Moana Jones-Wong. This approach is enough to keep Jones-Wong into second place right now.
Yep, that's where it stands. We are still waiting on, well, a couple of scores now. Well, Daniela, she gets her best score of 5.43. It doesn't get her out of fourth place, though. So a building performance. She needs to now post a 5.62.
This happened during our Harvey Norman recap. Look at this ride, Bugs.
Yeah, beautiful looking wall here. So Moana, she's got one here that's connecting the sections. And her backhand, very strong. Looking for the float finish. Should be happy with that one.
And Silvana Lima continues to glide down these long walls. That's all she's going to get, though.
Yeah, hasn't been able to advance her scores, but coming out of the gates in furious fashion.
So we'll see if Moana Jones-Wong is able to pull away from Bella Kenworthy and Daniela Rosa with her last effort. We're waiting for that number. Meanwhile, live action, Bella Kenworthy. Couple of nice snaps there. Finds a section and meets it with a lip glide for the finish.
Yeah, neat ride. Bella, probably the waves aren't connecting as well, but you can just tell she's got that lowers flow to her surfing. So she's fitting in well here on this Southern Queensland point break.
Yeah, Bella Kenworthy, just a bright future for such a youngster, just 16 years old. She did get a 9th in her one Challenger Series that she competed in last year at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, and took down some big names on her way to that 9th place finish.
Well, at 16 years of age, this is, you know, a lot of experience to be gathered from competing on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and she's part of that next generation that we're looking at. Surfers like Bella Kenworthy, surfers like Sierra Kerr, really going to be changing up the game. Here's her replay.
Yeah, this second turn here, that's sharp right there. Good finish. Doesn't get the big connection down, but the timing's excellent.
And our Gold Coast flight cam just flying above the beautiful emerald waters that we're seeing here. Just such clean water every single day greeting us. And a plethora of different surf breaks, all within arm's reach here.
Yeah, there's a lot of different breaks here, depending on the wind. You've had a bit of a westerly the last 2 days, and I'd have to say Snap and Coolangatta don't really like a westerly, but there's other breaks, even just you can see around the corner there. It faces a different direction.
Yeah. How's the sand look to you right now, Bugs?
Yeah, the sand's fine. There's just a bit of a hole at the head of the bank out there behind the rock. There's no sand behind the rock, and that's really because we just had a pretty major swell. It didn't get big enough to wash the bank out. So this bank right now is built for probably a 6-foot swell. That's what built the bank, and now it probably needs a 6-foot swell to lift up behind the rock. But you will still get some, you've got different takeoff points. We are approaching a high tide now, so there won't be so much action behind the rocks. But on the lower tide, right on that that surge rock on the outside there. You will see takeoffs there. You'll see takeoffs just a bit wider. And then if we get an increase in swell, probably the super wide bank will come a lot into play. But from the tide, that's where, with this incoming tide, they've had to move down a little bit.
Yeah. A little after 9 o'clock right now, local time. We have a high tide about in an hour or so. At about 10:20 today, we'll have our high tide mark. Time to pay off some scores. Last score for Moana Jones-Wong, 7.27. So great effort for the Hawaiian surfer. She's in a solid second place in advancing position right now. Bella Kenworthy, she had a 6-point ride for her last effort. She needs a 6.45. Daniela Rosas with priority under the GWM 2-minute warning right now. Daniela Rosas needs a 7.61, so she's been patient out in the back with that priority, but now she needs a big number.
She does. Well, both her and Bella need a big number. The thing about Bella is that she got a 6 on a kind of a short ride. She looks like she's got this dangerous potential if she gets on the right wave. Moana, her last wave, definitely the wave allowed her to go into her full repertoire, and she was rewarded with that 7.27.
Yeah, it seems to me, you know, with these lully conditions, if you're kind of in position and priority for one of those bigger waves, the wave's going to do the work for you. You just got to go along with the ride.
Yeah, that's right. The wave, you pick the right wave and it connects the banks. You don't have to really think about it. You certainly do if it's a walled section. You've got to have one eye down the line. It's a different way of surfing on point breaks.
Well, down to just 45 seconds, and Silvana Lima looking like going to be an early pick for a favorite here with her opening performance at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And Moana Jones-Wong showing her versatility on the backhand to prove that she's a proven performer. She's likely to move into the round of 24 along with Lima.
Well, it's turned into a relatively high-scoring heat. Bella Kenworthy definitely would have got through any of the other heats this morning with a 12.23. It was the first couple of heats was really it was like 4s and 5s.
So again, top two move into actually the round of 32. That'll be round number 2 where we see our top seeds come into play. Silvana Lima showing that she's going to be one to watch this year at Snapper. And Moana Jones-Wong advances as well. That was after the horn for Silvana Lima. And there's our final results. Lima and Jones-Wong moving into the round of 32. We'll be back with more action from the Superbank. It's opening day at Snapper Rocks here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
In 2001, a sand bypassing system was introduced by the New South Wales and Queensland governments.
There was a deficient supply of sand because it was being trapped out on the Tweed Bar. The bypass is that it gets pumped under the river to various outlets.
Through this supply of sand, the southern Gold Coast can enjoy hosting some of the world's best surfing competitions and beachside events.
The equation is surf plus sand equals success. We have some of the most famous point breaks on the planet Earth, but they need sand.
An enhanced point break here. Bugs, you're home.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been here forever. It's been here for millions of years. But we had a bit of a problem when they built those two walls off the Tweed River entrance. It did block the sand and it was inconsistent, and now with the pump at Froggies, it's kind of like snapper on steroids because it's so consistently fed sand, and then once it comes in that little corner there, you see on the edge of snapper, it just grooms itself. The swells groom the sand down the points.
Yeah, it is absolutely beautiful here. Australia's favorite playground, the Gold Coast. And then we got a new heat out in the water. Got a couple of surfers representing Japan. Minami Nonaka, Nanaho Suzuki, both from the land of the rising sun. Australia, Ellie Harrison is out in the white jersey, and San Clemente, California, represented in the way of Kira Pinkerton out in the green jersey. So new heat, a new clock in this opening round, the round of 48 for the women. Minami Nonaka on your screen here in the red jersey, number 2 on the QS from the Asia region, representing Japan. And interestingly enough, in this heat, Bugs, we have the number 2 seed from Japan and the number 1 seed from Japan paired up in this heat. There is the number 1 seed, Nanaho Suzuki, in the blue jersey.
Yeah, and of course, you know, people might go, well, how could the number 1 and 2 meet up? Because it's kind of like they're meshed together with all the other international surfers, and the seeding is an international seeding.
Right. So you qualify via your region, but then the seeding takes into account the entire field of surfers.
That's correct. So it's just a bit unfortunate, really, that the Japan's number 1 and number 2 have ended up in the same heat, and they're against pretty formidable opponents in Ellie Harrison and Kira Pinkerton. Another great matchup. There are no easy heats in this event.
Yeah, I think that's one of the allure of watching the Challenger Series, is that you get to see so many talented surfers both on the men's and the women's side, and there's consequence from the very first heat out in the water. If someone's eliminated in every single heat, there's no gimmies on the Challenger Series.
No, there's definitely every round's an elimination round.
Yeah.
So, you know, you come a long way and you've got to try to be on your A game. You don't get many chances in a 30-minute heat, even though, you know, it sounds like a lot of time. We've got an inconsistent, slowly building swell. The tide's affecting it now.
Yeah, well, we know you can go excellent here because Silvana Lima did just that. A 14.33 two-wave total for the Brazilian veteran. Let's hear from Silvana.
Thanks, Kybes. Fantastic heat, Silvana. Well done.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, I'm so happy to be back in the Snap Rocks. I know this is the dream, is surf over here with like 3 people, so I'm happy to make true.
I remember it wasn't that long ago. You got a 10 out here. You must be stoked to maybe have another crack at some big airs out here.
Yeah, I want to try to do that. For sure.
And you've been leading the pack from Brazil for so long now. We're yet to see that next generation of Brazilian women coming through. What do you think it's going to take?
I have the other ladies coming through, like Sophia and the other little one, Laura. So, but the contest is gonna be back, like too strong in Brazil. So I'm gonna be like, soon it's gonna be like more lady over here.
Absolutely, can't wait to see it. And would you like to say hello in Portuguese?
Yeah, thank you. Nossa, super feliz de estar aqui de volta. É sonho, né, de estar aqui surfando com mais 3 meninas. Tô super feliz de ter começado bem, surfando bem. Tô me sentindo como eu estivesse em casa, no Pará, no Ceará. E, gente, obrigada pela torcida. Beijão pela família, beijo namorada e bora que tem mais.
Parabéns.
Yeah. Silvana Lima talking about some of the next generation in the way of Sofia Medina is an up-and-coming Brazilian surfer that's coming up, and Laura Ropp, another impressive surfer from Brazil on the women's ranks. Here we go with Kira Pinkerton. And Kira snaps that finish.
Yeah, it was a smallish wave. And I think the girls in this heat are just trying to get something on the scorecard. So small waves, they'll be pretty low scores, I would imagine.
Yeah, we do have a couple of scores in for the two Japanese surfers. Just a 2-point ride for Minami Nonaka. Nanaho Suzuki opened up with a 1-point ride. Ellie Harrison just completed her wave. And here's a second look at Kira Pinkerton, Bugs.
Yep, Kira's, you know, had a big name for quite a while. We've been waiting to see her on the world stage. And Kira, she's got a lot of power. If she can get a decent wave, she'll really open up.
Here's Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, Ellie, a strong young Australian surfer. Ellie is on the rise for sure.
Yeah, Ellie just 17 years old out of Victoria, and has already had some impressive results. She got a runner-up finish here at the Gold Coast Pro on the QS level, so she's got it done. I think that was at Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, and yeah, it was at Burleigh Heads, and you know, Ellie has had some strong form throughout the Australasian leg of the regional qualifying, and now she's stepped up into an international arena, which is really full of 16 to 19-year-olds.
Yeah.
And then we've got the more established ones, and at the far end of it, we've got Silvana Lima, who was probably, we'll get back to her in a minute, because that was nicely done.
Yeah, Minami Nonaka was able to get that aggressive turn and get past that section in front of her. So quick surfing for the surfer representing Japan.
Yeah, it was an aggressive ride.
So far with 2-point ride, she just had a little warm up for her ride number 1. We'll be waiting for the score for Minami Nonaka. Also, Ellie Harrison is standing by for her opening number to set this heat. We're at 20 minutes and 30 seconds on this countdown. And again, our Gold Coast flight cam giving us beautiful images from above.
You know, and getting back to Silvana, I mean, Silvana's been around. Her first go at it, I mean, she was here when like Neko Padarat was, you know, ruling the waves from Brazil.
Yeah. Here we go. Another look at Minami Nonaka, Bugs.
Yeah, there's a really aggressive ride. And it's something that the Japanese women have just started to really get into. They've more of an attack mode on the waves, and I think that's a good pointer to their successful future.
Yeah, Minami, a light surfer, only 97 pounds, 43 kilograms. She's a tiny surfer, so she's able to kind of glide through some of these smaller waves and make it look impressive. Here she is on the paddle back out, still waiting for that number for Minami. Ellie Harrison, however, got her number. 7-point ride for the opener for the Australian. That was a strong start.
It was a strong start. Ellie is... she comes into this event with a lot of form. She likes it here on the Southern Gold Coast points, and she'll be happy with that opener. Anyone would be.
Yeah, I'm feeling the 7-point ride is ultra valuable. We've seen most of the surfers, you know, if you can just get north of an 11.2 wave total, you're looking pretty good. Other than the last heat was a pretty high-scoring heat, but in the previous heats, you know, 11 get you through.
That's right.
And interesting use of priority all the way through. Nanaho Suzuki finds the end there, uses her priority, and Kira Pinkerton, as well as Ellie Harrison, had to bail out of that wave. So,
oh wow, I mean, that is a rare convergence. 3 competitors in a reasonably compressed area taking off and somehow seemingly avoiding each other, and it didn't seem like there was any hindrance of scoring potential.
We'll take a look at it again. Here goes Kira.
She's deep, and she bails quickly.
Yeah, I mean, no hindrance, and
As they work their way up the pecking order, though, Kaibo, you know, you've got to make sure that surfer 1 has to bail quickly because surfer 2 might have priority over her. Surfer 3 has priority over both of them.
And Nanaho Suzuki with that priority gets a couple of snaps there, so we'll be waiting for the score for Nanaho. A 3.34 will take Nanaho Suzuki into second place and bounce Minami Nonaka out of that second place and advancing position. Ellie Harrison in a very strong position with that 7-point opener.
Well, you know, and first of all, we'll make sure we'll see if they all got through unscathed here from the interference situation. It didn't seem like there was a hindrance of ride, and surfer 2 came close to surfer 1, but then she also had to give way anyway, so very little scoring potential for her.
Wow, well,
look at that.
We're going to let the judges figure all this stuff out. We'll be back. We're taking a Bonsoy brew break. More action. Opening day of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM on the way after this. Not just epic surf, whether you're looking for adventure, relaxation, or a delicious dining experience, you'll find it in Australia's favorite playground, the Gold Coast. And it is a beautiful day here on the Gold Coast, opening day for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Heat number 4 of the round of 48 for the women out in the water, and Nanaho Suzuki with a smart use of priority on her last ride. Bugs, 7.33 was her reward.
It was a brilliant move. She utilised priority. That's what priority's all about. She would have been third in line for that wave without it. But she utilised it and forced the other two to bail quickly, and it seems like there was no interference call, so that was well done all round.
Ellie Harrison looking sharp here. Harrison with a nice effort. She's going to go into second place, perhaps first place with that last ride.
Yeah, well, she had dropped out. The two Japanese surfers had taken the number 1 and 2 spots. Ellie had dropped down to third, but she had only a .37. She doesn't need much to get into second place and very likely go to first.
You can see her on the paddle back out here. No jet ski assist today. No need for it. Here we go. One more look at it.
Yeah, Ellie, she's thinking down the line. She makes sure she gets around those sections. Now she can go to work. Great slashing move there. She only got the 2 in, but it'll be enough. I'd say she'll be in first place after that score comes in.
Yeah, I believe so. And you talked about it earlier, Bugs, in that surfing this point break is having one eye down the line to plan out, you know, where you're going to place that turn, where you have to speed pass or where you have to slow down.
Oh, well, that was a great illustration of that down-the-line thinking by Ellie Harrison, because she sacrificed getting a couple of early turns in to make sure she got to the open face.
And that's a decision that you have to make instinctively, right, Bugs? Just as soon as you stand up.
Yeah, you've got to just, that's what I mean about having one eye down the line. You've got to be thinking, okay, that section that's like 30, 40 meters down, that's my first section.
Nanaho Suzuki talking about section, needs to beat this section. Down the line, now can open up, lip glide there, gets up to the top one more time, slips off the bottom, and an unforced error for Nanaho Suzuki is going to cost her there.
And she had done all the hard work that it was the perfect illustration of down the line speed turning, just pumping and making sure she got around that section. It's hard to say what happened here. We'll have a bit of a closer examination of how she came unstuck. Was it a slippage? Look at the down the line, the pumping and the speed and using her arms to thrust herself down the line. Great turn there. She's opening up. And it looks like she just slides off.
And the support for the surfers from the land of the rising sun out here in force. And I feel that we have definitely a blossoming new generation of Japanese surfers hitting the scene right now, and Nanaho Suzuki being one of them.
And this is really part and parcel of a junior development program that is now bearing fruit. This starts from like 5, 6, 7 years ago when they were Groms, and now we're seeing world-class surfers coming out of Japan in the women's division.
Yeah, we sure do. And we have more. Anon Matsuoka also in the draw, as well as Amuro Suzuki, who spent some time on the championship tour.
Well, that's right.
Is in the draw as well.
Yeah, Amuro has got already got an international record.
Yeah, and on the men's side for Japan, we're looking forward to seeing Daiki Tanaka, as well as Hiroto Ohara is going to be here. And we know the surfing that Hiroto is able to present.
Well, Hiroto is a former US Open champion. And of course, you know, then we know, you know, representing Japan in the Olympic Games was the great Kanoa Igarashi. So he has been a beacon of light for Japanese surfers, and now they're coming from the homegrown Japanese surfers coming through.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi is doesn't have to show up here because he survived that mid-season cup after stop number 5 at Margaret River. But we're going to see some C-tiers in the draw coming in the next round, in the round of 32 for the women. Brisa Hennessy, Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conlogue, Isabella Nichols, Macy Callahan, and Sophia McCulloch all need to make a showing here if they want to claw back into that championship tour.
Well, you look at the caliber of surfing in this round here, and when we go into the seeded round, those heats are going to be so stacked.
Yeah, there's Sophie McCulloch preparing herself along with her coach, Jay Bottle Thompson.
Yeah, Bottle's a great young coach. I'm not, you know, not so young, but I mean, in the coaching area, he's been doing it for a while. I mean, Bottle himself was on the championship tour.
Yeah.
Great surfer from Burleigh. Still an amazing surfer.
Minami Nonaka in action here. And Minami looking for a 6.21 to bump fellow country surfer Nanaho Suzuki out of that second place and advancing position. We're just under the 9-minute mark. And Kira Pinkerton is turning our attention to Kira in the green jersey. Has been very quiet so far, holding priority. Is just sitting on a 3.17 as a scoring ride. Needs to get busy.
Yeah, well, she also is in a situation where she's got really no choice other than to sit there and wait for a bomb, because there's been 7s. Ellie Harrison is a 7. Nanami has a 7.33. And Kira, well, she just needs pretty much around about one of those scores.
Okay, so this is a 5-point ride right here that we're seeing on the replay, Bugs.
Yeah. It's not a long ride, but it's it's punctuated by two very powerful moves. The Japanese women are really having a strong bid out here to advance. Will we see both of them through? Well, Ellie Harrison sits up there. She's got that 6-5-3 backup.
Yeah. So Ellie Harrison, again, really controlled the heat from the get-go with that 7-point opening ride. Found a nice backup, so she's in a fairly secure position right now, but paying attention to the numbers that we see on the board here, Nanaho Suzuki is able to overtake that first place position with a 6.2 if she's able to score that on her second ride.
Yeah, we see Kira Pinkerton sitting out there with priority. And as I said, she's got no choice. She's willing a bomb set to come through. And then, of course, she's got to pick the right wave of that set to get up there. She'd be happy, probably needs a 7-5 to be safely into second place.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton has been an interesting story, and we're still waiting for her second ride. But let's take a look at this Harvey Norman recap. Ellie Harrison opened up with a 7-point ride.
Yeah, Ellie's just really putting together. Every move's solid. This was an interesting situation. 3 surfers taking off within a very compressed zone. This ends up being a 7-3-3 for Nanano. And down the line, the great down the line surfing.
Great awareness, and the backup, a 6.53 for Ellie Harrison, keeps her in the lead. Nanaho Suzuki with that 7.33 in a solid second place. Kira Pinkerton, we're talking about her with priority. She's still got 6 minutes on the clock and sitting furthest up the point at the moment. Kira Pinkerton has made an impact when we have an Olympic conversation. Kira Pinkerton taking out a win in the ISA event over in Huntington Beach, earned a third spot for USA's women's team. So Kira Pinkerton did some work, and we're going to see what happens with the USA. Now gets 3 women available for the Olympics.
That is great. So there's several pathways to Olympic qualification.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Kira. Great management down the line so far. Skips through this first section, then powers a nice snap there. Cuts it short because she wants to make it further down the line. Lip glide to finish. Smooth surfing, fit in a couple of turns, but mostly horizontal surfing at the same time.
Yeah, she had to, again, the wave didn't really open up. Good timing though, good solid surfing. Will she need more? She's got 5 minutes. She's paddling with a lot of intent. I think she knows she might need a bit more.
A great style and glide and form, but just nothing super impactful. Here's the look at the replay.
Look at that, just gliding down the line. She sees a section here, positions her feet, and the first turn, second turn, pretty critical. This first turn, this great finish, that's a great finishing move there. She gets out in front of that exploding section.
And the number of 5.5 for Kira Pinkerton. She remains in fourth. She did reduce her need, however. Now Pinkerton needs a 4.71.
Yeah, well,
challenge for her is she's last in line now, priority-wise.
Well, she is. I mean, she would have to then sit pretty wide, and it's not an ideal position to be in. Oh wow, Nanano, she's out of the top 2 as well. She needs to score there. That's not going to help her. But Kira Pinkerton, she only needs a 4.71, and you can see her paddling past out there now, so she's at least going to have third priority.
Yeah, 3 minutes 50 on the clock. We saw that quick ride by Minami Nonaka, which she had, she definitely emphasized that first turn. It was a big slash for her. Just couldn't get back up into any more open face to complete that ride. So she's going to come up short on that effort. Just a 3.3, not going to change the situation for Minami Nonaka. Nonaka needing that 5.21. Kira Pinkerton needs less, a 4.71.
Yeah, Kira's left her run pretty late, but she doesn't need a lot. If she can basically do what she did, repeat that kind of ride, and she's looking at this one And will it be taken off her? Kira, she got it.
So sneaking under priority here. Little wave, not able to get anything impactful in on that wave. Still going to be looking for that 4.71. Nanaho Suzuki. And goes down after trying to force that final maneuver.
Yeah, wasn't a bad attempt because she's only carrying that 2.87. If she can even get a 4, that will up the ante required for Nanano and Kira. Then they're suddenly looking at needing 6 5s and things like that. So it's probably a smart move to try to improve her position.
You're right, she did, Bugs.
Yeah.
3.7 for Nanaho Suzuki, so she did up the requirement for both Minami Nonaka and Kira Pinkerton. We're at the GWM 2-minute warning, so both Nonaka and Pinkerton need to make things happen right now, and the bar's just been lifted slightly higher for their requirements.
Which really eliminates like the small waves. You know, they need a set wave to challenge now. So that was a pretty clever move, courtesy of having the highest score of the heat so far. That individual 7.33 put Nanano in a very strong position.
Heat leader here, Ellie Harrison, looking sharp again. Paced approach down the line, big snap for finish, times it well, goes complete.
Not sure if she'll improve on her backup score of a 6.53, but whatever happened there, she did stop her opponents getting a wave, so something in her favour.
Look at this one swinging wide, Bugs.
And a couple of paddlers here. It looks like
Kira Pinkerton with a chance. Oh, and you can see in the body language there that now opportunity for Kira. Nanaho Suzuki currently in second place. Suzuki snaps for finish, rides out of it, and her body language is the opposite, where she's looking very confident as she looks to move into the round of 32.
Yeah, well, that is, again, looking to improve on her position. She may get herself up in the first, but I don't think so. But it certainly locks up second place.
Well, with just 5 seconds remaining, Ellie Harrison, Nanaho Suzuki looking to move into the round of 32 here. We're waiting for some scores to make it official. 4.93 for Suzuki. She increases her 2-wave total. All the scores are in, and we have both Ellie Harrison and Nanaho Suzuki advancing into the round of 32. Brilliant surfing by Ellie Harrison. Nice opening performance here. Here's our final numbers. 13.53 2-wave total for Ellie Harrison. Nanaho Suzuki with that 7.33 gets her into the round of 32. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with more action. Opening day of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Still hammering away on the back end. Jams it under the pocket.
Champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
Well, welcome back. The Challenger Series coming to life here on Tuesday, May 9th. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're into the opening round for the women. We've seen some big performances already and we're expecting more. Ronnie Blakey with Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. This has been a lot of fun so far. We've seen veterans tested. We've seen them prevail. We've seen them struggle. We've seen the next crop making their push in this opening round, Felicity.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I feel like the first couple of heats, they were a bit of the guinea pig heat. It was a little bit slow, but I think the girls are kind of picking up that there's a few waves more sort of down the line here at Snapper today, and yeah, we've seen some big scores drop, and it's been exciting.
Yeah, it has been, Rich. Obviously, this is the first round, so we're really seeing surfers who haven't established much of a seed as we move through the opening day of competition here. But the standard's been pretty solid.
Yeah, it really has, and you'd expect that. We're in the Challenger Series, and this is the stepping stone to the World Championship Tour, so the performances need to be of that upper echelon, that higher level. And really, if you want to do well in this event and all these Challenger Series events, you've got to bring it. You've got to step up and really be willing to put all your stuff on the line. Just go for it, and there's no time, there's no second chances. There's no repechage round. This is it. You don't perform, you're going home.
Not like the opening round of the Championship Tour where we give everyone a second chance after their first heat. What a joke. This is no second chances. You've got to make these right counts, and when there's 4 surfers in the lineup, it's especially important. This is a really solid start for the surfer from Peru, Sol Aguirre. She is a real talent, has had some strong results, kicks this one off with a 5.67. And we also saw the Floridian qualifying through those North America regional ranks. Zoe Benedetto up at the moment. Look at that turn.
Fantastic series of connected turns all the way through to the inside. Great pace and real reading the wave well. Great judgment all through the inside. Great transitions between her turns too.
Sarah Okita, she's out there as well. Finished 4th on the regional ranks over there in Asia. And we had the opportunity to see her compete in a couple of events in Australia too. Great talent.
Yeah, really good talent, and nice little opening wave there. She didn't quite get the finish, but she's looking strong, she's looking confident, and yeah, that first wave coming through for Sarah was a 4.6. So Sol getting the better of that exchange there with that 5.67.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Zoe who's going to open up with the best ride, potentially of the morning maybe. She absolutely tagged that through the inside.
The bar's been set pretty high, Rich. We had Silvana Lima posting
an
8-point ride on her first wave. Definitely feels like conditions are really starting to kind of settle down now. The face of the wave looks a lot smoother. It's allowing the competitors just the freedom to get on the full attack, but just that typical Gold Coast clarity out there. It's just transparent at the moment. Just looks beautiful.
Yeah, A1 conditions right now. Really south direction to the swell, and that's why we're seeing it a little bit inconsistent as it tries to creep around the corner, and as we see the system move up the coast, we're going to see these lines march in a little straighter into the point over the next few days, and that'll make those walls stand up a little higher and also create more wall down the line as well. And you can see in the opening heats, our women was right up behind the point. Now they're down the line where these better waves are.
Here you go, Zoe. Again, she started off so strong, 7.33. Nice hit on the end section there, but not a whole lot of room to move down the line. She'll head back out there. 23 minutes to go. Let's get a better read on what the conditions are doing out there from the winner of the last heat, who's with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Ellie Harrison, you surfed that heat like a vet.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a few waves out there. A little wait for the sets, but when they came through, it was fun.
You surfed in the Challenger at Manly last year as a wild card. What's it like being a full-time competitor now in the Challenger Series?
Yeah, it's pretty cool just to see my name on the draw, not as a wild card, actually being in it. So yeah, a little bit nervous for the first heat, but it's good to get it done.
Plenty of support down here for you on the beach. How do you make sense of it all?
Yeah, I got a few of my, probably I think 4 of my aunties here, an uncle, my grandma, some friends, my mum. So yeah, it's all happening here, and it's good to have the support. Yeah, it makes it mean so much more to me.
And all the support back home, no doubt.
Yeah, Billy, Tom, Joey, Dad, I'm sure they're watching, anyone from home. Yeah.
Well done, Ellie. We'll see you in the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Ellie Harrison beaming. Good performance, great surfer. And wouldn't be surprised to see her bank some big results in her first full crack at a Challenger Series schedule. Starting to see some numbers roll through from the opening exchange. Good scores for everyone, really. Sarah Wakita, 4.6, bit better for Tessa Thyssen, the surfer representing France. She got a 4.83, 5.67 for Sol, the Peruvian competitor, but yeah, the American, Zoe, dropping a 7.33 and just blowing the opposition out of the water on the first exchange. And she's backed it up already with a 5.2, well out in front.
Yeah, it's a great start to this heat. Commanding lead right now, and you know she can only build from here and really start to work on getting rid of that 5.2. But there was a difference in her surfing. You know, it was undeniable on that first ride. You know, really getting the rail of the board engaged into the face of the wave, really tilting it on rail. When I think of the other competitor in this heat, Sarah Wakita, when she was on her ride, I was watching her board and only really paying attention to where the board was, and it was staying quite flat through the entirety of the wave. Here's a replay of that wave. You can see he just tags that first turn, and again as it stands up in front of her, drives around this little section. Perfect timing so far. That was the money turn. Absolutely blasted the top of that one, and again big wrap down the line. So huge series of maneuvers there, lots of variety, and got to the finish.
I'll bring a tear to your eye. Just the quality of the conditions.
Yeah, it's so beautiful to watch. Just on this flight cam here, like you can see how beautiful the water looks as she's just tagging this wave through the inside section. And yeah, it looks like so many sparkles in the water right now too. It's like a disco ball out there.
Oh, she looks like she's absolutely beaming at the moment, so she should be. I mean, I think certain regions are starting to come on. We're seeing a big push coming out of a lot of different countries in Asia at the moment. There's so much talent rising through the ranks, but North America and Australia on the women's side, their regional ranks, in my opinion, are the most difficult to get through.
Yeah.
Zoe's a surfer who just is really starting to come on, but it's just so hard to crack the top end of the regional ranks and get yourself into the Challenger Series full time. So that was a fantastic way for her to kick things off on the Challenger Series there.
Yeah, she's definitely got to be happy with that. I mean, the highest wave of the heat so far, and opening on that wave too. She just looks so confident, and I really liked her strategy of just getting another score on the board straight away and backing it up with that 5.2 and just putting that pressure on her other competitors. She did that under priority as well, which was just a really smart maneuver so early on in the heat. You know, it's really made the requirement for all the surfers, you know, a bit more. And yeah, it's just smart surfing for someone who's, you know, was pretty much a rookie on the Challenger Series.
No, she's doing very well. And just think back to your comments earlier, you know, we saw Silvana Lima, who's a real veteran. You know, she's had a lot of time on the tour. We haven't seen many up-and-coming women from Brazil. It's all really dominated from America and Australia, you know, South Africa, but Brazil, they're so dominant on the world tour in the men's side of things, but we're not seeing, you know, many coming through on the women's.
Just from their regional ranks, that is. We have surfers representing Brazil, who we see a lot of. Tatiana, obviously, she's at the very top. Luana Silva is another one that represents her Brazilian heritage, who obviously has a fantastic shot of getting back onto the CT with just the quality of her surfing. But yeah, just as far as that South American regional ranks go, you know, there's surfers from other countries in that region who've made the grade. But what a powerful start here for Zoe. Just sitting in a really dominant position. Mad buzz in the air around town among the competitors who most of them did get here early enough to get a taste of the swell prior to the event window kind of kicking off. So like I said earlier, no one's really kind of got any excuses. Everyone's found their rhythm here at this wave. I think as a result, this is going to be you know, a high level of performance that we'll witness from this opening day right through to crowning our champions.
Yeah, I think the surfers, when they rock up to this event and they know it's at Snapper, I mean, it is a world-class wave, and seeing the forecast and for the few days ahead, they've got to be rubbing their hands together, being like, you know what, there's no excuses, because there is going to be ample opportunity out there. And just with this wave and how it breaks and how mechanical it is, you know, as long as wave selection's on point, the opportunities are there. And you know, it's not like you rock up to one of those destinations which can be a bit fickle sometimes and really challenging. And yeah, they've got to be excited about this forecast coming up.
I think one of the hardest things to do is contain your froth and your sort of excitement and adrenaline levels before you even paddle out. I know, you know, when I used to compete in this event, I used to look forward to it so much. It was one of my favourite ones on tour, just because it was such a magical wave, and it was you could really put your repertoire on show.
Well, let's see what Tessa can do. She kicked off with a 4.83, sitting back in third spot at the moment. Anytime you're outside that top two in any of these heats, you've got a goal to get yourself back up there with each ride that you opt to commit to. Tessa didn't need a whole lot out of that one, just a 4.92 to get up in front, but not sure she's going to be able to do it there as we go to the replay here.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of a smaller wave. She gets busy and you know, strings together a series of manoeuvres here, but I mean, 4.92 she needs. I think it's going to be right on the, it's going to be touch or go. I think maybe just under, that's my call.
Agree.
Well, she's heading back out there. We're waiting on scores to drop. We'll update you on the situation in just a moment. 15 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back. There's 13 minutes remaining here in Heat 5. Prior to the break, we saw Tessa Thyssen get herself a ride, and she was chasing a high range 4. She actually turned in a 6.27. She's got herself up in a second spot now. And Soligire, she's back in third, looking for a 5.44. Sarah Wakita after a 6.5 with 12.5 minutes to go. Love seeing the next generation of, major surfing talent moving through the ranks now. Sarah Wakita, her dad, a famous Japanese surfer, made a real name for the family with his big performances over there at Pipe, Rich.
Lunatic is what he is. One of the most accomplished at Pipeline for sure. Put a lot of time in, and yeah, great to see the talent going through the bloodline for sure.
Yeah, Takayuki used to just sit so deep at Pipe that they named a piece of the reef after him, the Wakita Bowl.
Yeah, man, really good.
Her older brother Taichi, really good surfer as well. But Sarah Wakita starting to really collect some big results on those regional ranks. But this is, the next step. This is the next step in all the rising stars' careers. This is where you want to make some inroads, get through some heats, build some confidence as you move closer towards qualifying for the championship tour.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity also for these sort of rookies to come up against some World Tour surfers as well. I mean, in the next round, we've got Stephanie Gilmore, 8-time world champion, and arguably one of the most experienced and winningest surfers out here at Snapper. So it's cool. I mean, we get this real variety and mixture of surfers here. And for the rookies, I mean, there's no doubt a lot of these girls on the Challenger Series are looking up to women like Steph. So to be able to surf against them in a heat is a really special thing. And whether or not, they take it to Steph or they sit back and they're, starstruck is a thing too. So, yeah, it's cool to see where people's heads are at.
I can tell you the trophy at the moment is on Steph's mantle for this year's Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. She's already got the trophy. Someone's going to have to basically rip it out of her grasp and maybe even just break into her unit and grab it if they want it. But she's going to be so hard to beat if Snapper Rocks is looking like this. This is just absolute prime time for the 8-time world champ.
Yeah, exactly. When you think of Steph, really, you just picture this, her riding these waves and that beautiful, fluent style. But, Ron, I just want to have a look at this right here because this was the one that the judges dropped a 6.27 on. I'm just trying to understand exactly where they saw all the points. It was obviously those first couple of manoeuvres where they got excited about the vertical nature of it. So right there, she does hit 12 o'clock, gets right back on that hillside rail on the backhand, tags it. So it was that that opening combination. But I start comparing this to Zoe's 7.3, and it's almost exactly a point higher. I reckon there's 2 points more in Zoe's ride.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rich, actually. I thought it was going to be coming a bit lower. I didn't personally see a 6.27, but I mean, those first two turns, they were nicely timed and it was a good combination of manoeuvres, but the finish on her wave wasn't as strong for me as Zoe's, and yeah, maybe there should, in my opinion, maybe a couple more points between the two.
I guess at this point too, you're starting to identify trends, right? And in the first couple of heats of the day, we watched surfers like Paige Harrop string together similar kind of turns, but not break into the 5-point range. So that's maybe where the little head scratcher moments coming for the two of you at the moment. But Tessa certainly, I think, has herself sitting comfortably in the top two, regardless of where that number falls.
Absolutely. When you think of just the overall performances and taking two waves, in isolation compared to the other two women there, or the other three women, of course, she should be sitting in second place. I still think Zoe's got the heat, for sure. And yeah, a little bit of work to do for third and fourth.
Leilani McGonigal, she's going to be coming up in the next heat. The surfer from Costa Rica, great talent. We've seen her surf at the highest end before, even competing in the Olympics. And she's looking super relaxed, and just everyone's just amped to get out there. This is, not challenging surfers, not challenging surf for our competitors as we take in the view from the Gold Coast flight cam. And have a look at this. Nice looking wall rolling through. And capitalising on it is, well, a couple of competitors.
Wow.
Priority coming into play. Sarah Wakita looked a little bit baffled then that Zoe took this ride.
Well, I think Sarah actually had priority. So I think that is just a full brain melt.
Wow.
From Zoe.
Wow.
That's crazy, if that is the case.
That's pretty disappointing for Zoe. Obviously, she thought she had priority there, but yes, Sarah sitting with priority and deeper on the wave, so...
Whether she thought that she wasn't going to get around that little section because it did have that little line in it. Let's check it out. So this is Sarah just streaking down the line. Well, I mean, Sarah was making that section not a problem.
To me, it looked like Zoe didn't even look.
She didn't even look.
It was kind of like, unless she looked in and got confused between green and blue. I mean, because she wasn't interested at seeing whether or not Sarah was going to make that section. She was going.
We call that a Joel Parkinson.
Why?
Just a blatant drop in. But
there's a few of them out here, I tell you.
That was heavy. That was you know, obviously confusion on Zoe's side there. And the heavy thing about it is, in this situation, you know, if priority's neutral at the start, and you know, you only lose half your second score, but in a priority interference, you lose your entire second score. So you're basically then trying to progress through the heat with one ride.
And if your competitors have scored over a 10,
yeah.
it's not looking good.
We haven't got the official word just yet on what's happened, but something's gone down. We know that. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, though. Despite what might play out with that potential interference, we have seen some great surfing from Zoe.
Oh, yeah, that turn in particular where she really tucked the back leg in, kicked the fins out the back, which is a hard thing to do when you're driving down the line on a wave like this. But Zoe, this was a real standout moment of the morning.
But Tessa Tyson getting to work on her backhand too. She's dropped a 6.27. And yeah, the judges obviously really liking the surfing they're seeing from her. But looking at another look here at Zoe's waves, and she's surfing so good. I mean, there's definitely something that's going to go down with this situation that's just occurred. And we had a look too. We saw a bit of footage of Zoe. I mean, she had her head down before, so still waiting to see the decision there.
She's been one of the best surfers of the morning. She's about to put another solid number up, but it's not going to count for anything by the sounds of things.
This is the worst feeling. As a competitor, you get an interference, it is the worst.
Sarah Wakita now. Now she's going to have an opportunity here to make a strike for one of those top two spots. Nice little sequence of turns, and we've now seen the interference.
Oh, no.
Serve to Zoe Benedetto, and she's going to lose half her second score. That already sees her fall out of the top two, even though she's got a 7.33. She also would have been counting on a mid-range 6. Of course, when an interference occurs, obviously you don't get scored for that ride, but you also do lose your second score in its entirety.
Well, she needs a 9.75 at the moment if she wants to advance. So looking like it's going to be a very, very costly mistake there. And I wonder whether it was just a momentary lapse of concentration or whether she thought she had priority in her mind. Don't know. But
there's a couple of factors too, isn't there? Maybe, you know, you're looking in at the beach. Maybe you don't see that colour on that priority order.
Zoe's in blue and Sarah's in green, and look, blue and green are kind of similar. They're similar colours, and to me, when I watch back that footage, it looks like she really thought she had priority. She didn't even look behind her shoulder. She just took off and went straight down the line. So I'm thinking she probably thought she might have had priority. Maybe a quick glance in, didn't quite register.
Well, the priority board has the individual colours of the surfers on them and then a big old number with your priority in the order. So unless she just looked up and went, I saw green, thinking it was blue, so she may be colourblind, I don't know. But the poor thing, she's just you know, to put in such a big performance, and look, you can see the emotions just getting to her now, but, you know, it's heartbreaking, man.
You know, all the rising talent through these opening heats of the day, Zoe's looked the best. She's looked like the one that could potentially go on and upset some of the established guard in that next round. But, you know, her chances are going to be dashed here in the opening round. The interference, it's going to make it so difficult. Like Rich said, she needs a near-perfect ride just to get to second spot.
Yeah. All that preparation, all the thought, all the equipment that you got to get ready, the travel to get here, all the, I mean, there's another event down at Narrabeen, but you're so focused on this one thing, and everything that's going on in your life as a competitor at this point in time is focused on this heat coming up, and she's just, she had a, you know, she had a pair of aces and just gave them away.
Oh, I feel for her, I really do. And just knowing what you said, Rich, the amount of effort and every fibre of your being dedicated to this, and the travel and getting here and performing so well in at the start of this heat, and then just to let it fall through your fingers on a mistake like that, it's just heartbreaking. So
yeah, she's third priority now. I really hope she gets a bomb set and the opportunity to surf with only one thing in mind, and that's going perfect. It would be great to see. A minute and a half remaining here. Sun beaming down on a crystal clear sandbar here at Snapper Rocks. We're well into the window of the event, but the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Opening rounds just getting underway today. Heat 5 in the water, 1 minute remaining here. Tessa Thyssen holding on to the lead and priority in a dominant position. Solagire, she's in second spot now. And Sarah Wakita's got an opportunity to make a run at that second spot. She does have priority over the surfer in white.
I tell you what, though, Zoe won't be making that same mistake again in a hurry.
Ever again, maybe.
Ever.
Just have to be paying such close attention to, you know, what's going on with that priority, looking at the board, not even really relying too much on the on-site announcers, I think, really looking up and going, hey, this is my place in the order. This is who's got priority over me in the lineup right now.
You would be aware anyway, just by the nature of who's riding waves and where you are in the order, and then that's almost just like okay, I'm just confirming I'm in number 2 or I'm in number 1, but yeah, here we go. Sarah Wakita, this is a big opportunity here for her to take second place.
She's got that nice low centre of gravity. Almost like a Coco Ho at times, just gets so compact, drops that back knee down. She's looking to extract a 5.15 out of this ride. It's tapering, but she's sticking with it, looking to add extras wherever she can. Building some speed now for a finish on the inside. Does well. Is it a 5.15?
I'm not willing to say anything after.
I know. I feel like
the
I'm
scores
very
we dropped earlier.
Well, the number that Tessa dropped in earlier, the 6.27, might work in Sarah's favour.
Yeah, well, we thought that was going to be a little bit lower, so obviously the judges have adjusted the scale. Nice wrap to start off, a little snap to follow up. Another rapid turn, but this is where the wave just goes really sleepy and basically not adding too many points at this point.
Good work, though. Those first 3 turns were solid, and it was a decent finish.
Yeah, look, I don't know. I think I'm off the money today. So, but like you said, Ronnie, that wave of Tessa Tyson's, I mean, that could actually help Sarah, because, you know, it went a lot higher than what I thought it was going to, so possibly Sarah's good as well.
5.15 is what she needs. The numbers coming through. One judge says yes. 2 judges say yes, but the other 3 said no. It was a 4.9, and Sarah's going to fall out of the mix here. Third place, Solagire. She's really the benefactor of the priority error there from Zoe Benedetto, who did some of the best surfing that we've seen all day. Sadly, suffered an interference and will have to rebound down at Narrabeen at the Sydney Surf Pro. Tessa Thyssen hanging on for the victory. A good performance there from the goofy footer.
Wow, that was an interesting heat. Lots of drama.
More big names getting set to hit the lineup in Heat 6. Stay with us. You're watching the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Taking in a view from the Gold Coast flight camp. We love our time here at Snapper Rocks, and so do the competitors, and the conditions steadily improving throughout the morning. Things cleaning up beautifully, and just in time for another great heat here. Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica will be out there in the red. Francisca Vaselko of Portugal will be out there in the blue. Anon Matsuoka will be out there in the white from Japan. And Carolina Mendez, another Portuguese surfer, will be out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. It's a good one, Flick. A lot of good talent in the lineup here.
Yeah, no, you know, Leilani, obviously, we've known her for a long time, but up and riding, we've got blue, Francisca Vaselko, and she's nice little opening wave there, stringing together a few turns, but who go out the back, it's red Leilani.
Strong, goofy foot up. She gets out of this one. Look at this set wave, though, for Carolina Mendez. Couple of nice hooks off the top. This wave starting to bowl out. She's building speed for the big finish down the line. Nice little tail drop floater there. And that feels good to her. She looks in at the beach. Gives a little nod of approval.
Advantage Carolina. Opening exchange. Great wave. Good finish. Strong. And almost a little mini body claim when she stood up after the wave was done. A paddle battle going on here. Crystal clear water.
You have certain venues, Rich, that you know, the ocean presents a significant challenge for the competitors. You know, thinking about where we've just come from on the championship tour, Margaret River, main break, just so challenging, so big, but Snapper Rocks so welcoming, and just such a comfortable location for these competitors to tackle the challenges.
Yeah, there really is nothing threatening about these waves. It's the type of stuff you just draw on your school pad when you're sitting there in class, just lines of perfect little cylinders down the bank here. But have a look at this. This is Carolina, just drives up through that first turn. Big whipping cutback, gets back into the power source and stands up again, and then gets that big drop floater to finish off. This is Francesca Flick.
Yeah, beautiful first turn out of the lip there. Brings it around for a second carve and looking for a finish, and she gets it. So nice little opening ride there for both blue and green, as we're looking at replay of white. Anon just going to town on her backhand there. A series of down-the-line manoeuvres. And she's finishing off there too. So all girls with an opening ride there. Got to say that Carolina, though, I'm liking the look of her first wave, and I think she did too.
Yeah. Good ride.
Matsuoka on screen there. She had a 4.33 to kick things off here for Selko, claiming the World Junior title along with Jarvis Earl earlier this year. That was the golden ticket to the Challenger Series. It meant that your regional rank didn't really matter. You already earned your place. That was just such a, I think, a fantastic exemption and bonus to getting a World Junior title. It was so heavily stacked, the field, on both the men's and women's side. It was such a, I think, a fitting prize for getting that crown.
Absolutely, and they're not out of place here in the Challenger Series by any means. You know, there are still a lot of juniors competing in these events. So, you know, I think we're going to see Jarvis, obviously, when the men's kick off. But, you know, great to see that the best juniors in the world are getting offered the chance to compete in.
Yeah, a lot of the field on the men's and women's side are going to be in this event. Such a hotly contested contest in pumping waves over there at Seaside Reef.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch. I've seen some of the footage from that during Margaret River. We were seeing a lot of the replays. Jarvis obviously surfing over there, and yeah, obviously just amazing win, and it's got to be good for your confidence going into an event like this with a win like that, and knowing that you secured your place on the Challenger Series for the year.
Just thinking about the schedule last year, Rich, and you know what victories in these events means. You know, a win is all but a guarantee that you're going to be there at the end of the year. On the women's side, with just fewer spots, it's not as much a guarantee, but on the men's side, it feels like you get a win somewhere along the lines throughout the schedule, then you're probably going to crack that top 10.
Yeah, on the women's side, it is a little bit more diluted. You need to win and then back it up with maybe a second one, or at least a string of quarters and semi-final finishes, because there's only 5 spots. That's tough, man. You really got to be consistent through the year. But on the men's, you know, we're 6 events. We take your best 4. So if you get a win, you can almost guarantee that you're going to be one of the 6 out of the 10 spots that you know, are going to be guaranteed. But yeah, you'd have to kind of screw it up pretty royally to get a win and not make it.
Yeah,
not put any pressure on anyone. But
the women's, it is a bit harder. I mean, I've seen women who have made quarters consistently and still, because they haven't got a win or a second, they're still not qualifying, you know, and it's with only 5 spots available, it's so hotly contested, and the quality and talent of women, it's so high. So, you know, you've got to be on point all year, and you've really got to be making finals.
Something standing up on the outside here, and it is going to be Leilani who taps into this one. Just straight up into the pocket a couple of times, wanting to make the most of those steeper sections. This wave holding pretty nicely. Good shape, just chipping away on the backhand. Multiple moves, but hasn't really had that one big standout moment just yet as she finishes this one off on the inside. Let's quickly check in with the winner of the last heat. Stace, it was an interesting one.
Thanks, Ron. Exactly. Tessa, congratulations. An interesting heat out there.
Yeah, interesting, yeah.
Well, you did well there to just ride 2 waves.
Yeah, I just thought, okay, I'm going to ride my first wave. Hopefully it's going to be a backup or something like that. And I was pretty happy with it. And with the score, I was just going to adjust what the judges wanted or not.
What's it like coming from the regional QSs on the beach breaks, riding a lot of waves, to a premier wave like this where wave selection is key?
It's my first time surfing this wave in the comp, so I was a bit nervous to be honest. I didn't know what was going to be the good ones or not, because I feel like all of them are good ones. So it's quite a good adventure for that.
Absolutely. And what's the plan for the rest of the day? Will you watch the men's round?
Yeah, of course, there's a few Frenchmen that are going to go, so I'm going to cheer them up and learn from them.
Well done. We'll see you in the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, looking sharp, Tessa. Strong, goofy-footed approach. Powering on through to that next round where the top seeds here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro await to see what challenges are coming their way. As we see Francisca making her way back out. Sorry, Carolina Mendez is the surfer making her way back out.
Is that the first run around we've seen this morning?
Yep, I believe so. I think we'll see a few more as this swell starts to kick up a little bit though.
Yeah, and you know, there's not too much sweep at the moment. By that we're talking about the current that runs down the point, and when the waves are big, it's almost impossible to paddle against that current. At the moment it's kind of mellow, and you can actually get a reverse current where it's helping you out. You just paddle out beyond the break a little bit, and it's like getting on an escalator straight back out the back. But you know, the run around, get a little time with your coach perhaps, check in, a few words of advice.
Yeah, Felicity, you picked up on it too earlier. The run around, it's necessary sometimes to get yourself to the top of the point, but we're seeing good opportunity kind of halfway down the line here toward Little Marley as well.
The first couple of heats, they were a bit slow, and maybe with the tide too. The women were all sitting out behind the rock and taking off from that point and really going all the way down the line. But right now, I mean, a couple of hours have passed and you can see the women are sitting further down the line. They're taking off down the line. These waves are standing up way further down there, and when the swell line comes through, when I was watching it on my couple of heats off, you could almost sort of see a little bit of like a, I guess like a horseshoe or like a little rivet down there, and it kind of doesn't even break in that first section behind the rocks. It just swings underneath, and yeah, really lining up so nice. And yeah, the women who have really taken advantage of that have, you know, a couple of excellent scores. Silvana Lima got one of them, and yeah, we've seen some good surfing from those waves down the line there.
17.5 minutes to go here. Carolina Mendez is out in front at the moment. Don't forget the Surf Ranch Pro. It's the next event on the CT schedule, and tickets are now available. Use that QR code on screen right now, and the code RANCH10 for 10% off your tickets. It's all going down on US Memorial Day weekend, May 27th to the 28th at the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. Kelly Slater, we know he's been gifted that wild card opportunity to surf the back end of the season. The GOAT's going to be right at home there at the Surf Ranch. And I'm looking forward to watching it all go down, Rich.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an amazing event, different event to what we have on the tour. It's one of those specialty ones where you're obviously not in the ocean, you're in a swimming pool. But it's a crazy mechanical wave, and it's almost like it's a snowboard run, and you've got to put all your tricks and everything on show, but timing's got to be on. There's so many little intricacies to that wave that you need to actually have, you know, dialed in to do well there. But you know, I mean, Snappers kind of looks like Surf Ranch as well when it's on, and we believe we're going to see Kelly Slater in this event as well.
Well, just over 16 minutes remaining here, and Carolina Mendez holding on to the lead at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsai brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Here we go. We're into heat number 6, the round of 48. This is the opening round for the women here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We've got the opening round for the men on standby as well today. We're looking forward to seeing what they can do with this lineup as well. Been some great performances already today. Some big scores dropped, and expecting we'll probably see a few more maybe right now, as we just see the competitors pass one up there. But Carolina Mendez establishing a pretty solid lead here at the moment, a 6.33 to her name, also a 5.57. Francisca Vaselko in second spot with priority, and I'm expecting her to put together something pretty special when she opts to capitalise on that priority. Needs a 6.73 to get up into first. Matsuoka, the surfer from Japan, is currently in third spot. She needs a 5.02. Leilani's after a 4.75. A lot of talent in the Asian ranks too, and a lot of great young Japanese competitors starting to make their move. As we see Mendez on the replay here.
Yeah, nice opening turn there. Kind of just like a little bit of a transitional move. Gets caught behind this section here, but manages to string together another couple of moves here towards the end of this wave. And hard to tell from this angle, but kind of looks like she went to town maybe down there. And run around number 2, is it?
I think this is her previous run around. This is her best wave, the 6.33. Just love the contrast there too, the beautiful right running down the point. The bright lights of Surfers Paradise off in the distance. Rich, you spent a lot of your tour days up there celebrating.
Yeah.
Plenty to see here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I've been down to Gotham City a few times over the years, mate. But, you know, certainly no shortage of things to do here on the Gold Coast.
Did you have to call Commissioner Gordon to get yourself out of trouble? Or
no, I was all right. I stayed fairly sensible.
Oh my gosh. Something tells me you've got some dark secrets from your time out on the town.
All I'll say is, if you want to get into trouble, you can get into trouble down there.
Yeah, the best kind of trouble though. It's good fun.
It is good fun.
And you know what? We did have a couple of days without a lot of surf felicity, and you know, some of the visitors to this area, the surfers who just surf themselves silly in the lead up to this event getting started, had the opportunity to explore some of the hinterland and check out some of the waterfalls in this region. Up behind Currumbin is one of sort of our favourite stops to visit when there's no surf.
Yeah, it's one thing I love the most. I mean, when I was living here for my 6 years, is that if the surf is small and, you know, you go for a swim in the morning, it's not a long drive to get out to Currumbin to check out the waterfalls, the rock pools, the hinterland. So many amazing walks that you can do out there. And yeah, it's just beautiful rainforest and bush. And yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, it's just stunning. Like, look how blue that water is. And I know on my days off, I definitely made the most of the ocean, had a few swims and walks. And yeah, I mean, we're coming in, it's autumn now, but we're coming into winter, and look at the weather we're having here.
Yeah, Bundjalung Nation is something to behold. It extends down into northern New South Wales as well. And yeah, just so many magic zones to check out. You know, I think as surfers, we're all kind of guilty of sort of just facing out to sea when we visit certain countries around the world. This is one that you have to do the full spin. You've got to take in the beauty of this place from all angles. Just over 9 minutes to go here, and Carolina Mendez sort of can afford herself the opportunity to maybe have a turn around and look toward the beach at the moment, because she's sitting in a strong position. I mean, she's sitting at the bottom end of the priority order, but it's her rivals that are really seeking out opportunities here at the moment, trying to catch her.
Absolutely. 9 minutes 20, so still a fair amount of time on the clock, but no one's really stamped their authority on this heat. Carolina just has that 1:06.33, which is a great wave in the scheme of things for what's on offer in this heat, but she's backed it up well. But certainly Anon and Leilani, they're really going to have to make this next ride count, thinking that at this point they've only got 2 more waves to ride in the heat.
I love reflecting on just the history of competitive surfing on the Gold Coast. There's so much of it. And here at Snapper Rocks in particular, obviously, it was a staple on the championship tour for a long time. Great that it's really the ultimate way to kick off the Challenger Series. For those that don't survive the cut, getting the opportunity to surf Snapper Rocks helps the medicine go down a little bit and just gives them something to get excited about. But on the women's side, just amazing performances over the years at this venue. I mean, Katie Simmers adding to that history last year with a victory, but, magic performances at Snapper Rocks from obviously Stephanie Gilmore, but who else for you? Felicity has kind of stood up here and delivered some magic stuff.
Well, for me, I can't go past Tyler. I love Tyler's surfing, and she's just matured so much over these years. So she's had incredible performances out here. We've had Carissa Moore, and then even if we go back, we've had Sofia Milanovic, from Peru, Melanie Redmond-Carr. Can't go past Lane Beachley. Multiple world champion, Serena Brooke, Rochelle Ballard, Jodie Cooper.
List goes on.
List goes on and on.
Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't mention any goofy footers there. But you'll get your opportunity later on. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here. Rich, Carolina Mendez finding the best wave, making it count.
Yeah, she did. Really just finding a great wave, stood up all the way through the inside, got to the finish. And then she found this one down the line. That little slash halfway up the face, but it set her up for these big power turns down the line. Went all the way through the little Marley section, past the skis, past the spectators. And it's just Francesca. And she found some good rides as well, sitting comfortably in second place, but not out of danger.
Francisca's another one of those competitors that, really looks sure-footed. She looks like it's confident surfing, even though she's currently in second spot. And I think just claiming that World Junior title, winning such a big event has sort of settled her into a great performance space with the jersey on.
Yeah, with her 5.17, the way she surfed that wave, she was really confident. I just think as soon as she gets the opportunity to open up on one of these bigger, more down-the-line waves, we're going to see really good surfing and a good score. But the heat is really wide open still for second, third and fourth. I mean, Leilani and Anon, they really need to make something happen on the next wave or the next exchange that sort of comes through, because with 6 minutes remaining, time's ticking down, and they're going to need to do it in one wave if time keeps going instead of 2. Right now they've got the opportunity still to do it in 2, but yeah, the ocean's looking a bit flat at the moment.
Yeah, I think we might be close to the top of the tide, which is perhaps just making things a little slow out there this morning. But geez, when they come, so fun.
Yeah, Veselko, though, not getting flustered by the fact that it has been slow, not rushing to the inside, not wanting to give that opportunity once the good sets do roll into her rivals. So composed at the moment. Anon, Matsuoka, Leilani McGonigal. I mean, to be honest, there hasn't been a lot of in-betweeners in this heat that you could chase down scores and maybe fight to get yourself up into that second spot. So everyone just remaining patient here and not wanting to upset the order of things with priority. And yeah, as a result, not a whole lot of waves being ridden at this stage. We know that we're kicking off the Challenger Series in fine form. Sydney That's going to be an interesting one too, making the move for the event from Manly up to North Narrabeen, another venue that's, you know, in the past hosted World Junior titles, Championship Tour events, and we'll make more history there this year.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Narrabeen. I heard that the sand's really good there at the moment, and it's just whether or not these big surfers mess that sand up. But then you've got Bolido, South Africa, moves on to the US Open of Surfing, and then we go to Portugal, Iracira, another right-hand point break, and finishing off in Brazil at Saquarema.
You know, each of these venues has the potential to really serve up some high-quality waves. I think here in Australia is a good opportunity for us to get the competitors in really solid world-class conditions. If that bank survives down there at Narrabeen through that big swell, we could have a fantastic event on our hands.
Yeah, it's been incredible down there. The last 2 months has been just non-stop fun. Beach breaks, Narrabeen's been lined up really well. As you said, Flick, the sand's just been in perfect condition down there. Really high scoring potential on both the lefts. Traditionally, it's kind of a left, but this time of year where we're getting more south, that alley right opens up as well. But yeah, we need to get eyes on what's happened after this gigantic swell just ripped through there the last few days. It's still big down there today. Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked we're going over to Narrabeen because it is a little bit more consistent than Manly. Just hang on, mate. Manly's been firing too the last couple of months. I know no one believes me when I talk about it, but anyway. It's great. I mean, the whole Northern Beaches, there's such a good surf energy down there. And I tell you, we're going to get some serious crowds down to Narrabeen.
I think so. Yeah, well, that was certainly the case when the Championship Tour event rolled through town there in 2021. Expecting there'll be probably a couple of pupil-free days, maybe at the local schools there. But just over a couple of excursions, we'll call them. Just over 2 minutes remaining here. And Mendez still hanging on to this lead. I mean, not a whole lot has gone down. This one's been a little quiet for waves. Each surfer's had the opportunity to ride a couple of rides. And, Mendez managed to outpoint her rivals, which has given her this lead. Veselko, she's got priority, so she's going to have that position of power over her rivals in third and fourth here at the moment. But let's hope we see a three-wave set roll through so these three competitors get a shot at another ride.
Yeah, if we do see a set roll through, Francisca's sitting there with priority, and you know, when the sets have been coming through this morning, they've been coming through in waves of 2 or 3, so she's going to have some decisions to make. And yes, she's in a position of power, but also it can be quite nerve-wracking sitting there with priority, knowing that you've got to take off on a wave, knowing that you're going to at least better your second score and then keep off either Anon or Leilani. So hopefully we get another set and we get to see how this all plays out. It looks like there might be a couple of lines coming through.
We'll have a look at this thing. It's pretty tough to get into. Leilani's missed it. She was actually in third priority, so she'll drop down to fourth now. Carolina Mendez, she'll get that third priority, but that's not going to matter too much when she's sitting out there shoulder to shoulder with the other two competitors.
There was points on that ride that just went by unridden for sure.
Now 45 seconds to go here. Leilani found a bit of space, but there wasn't a whole lot of energy in that set. It was really just a medium-sized two-wave set. Could be something rolling our way on the outside, but not sure it's going to reach the lineup in time here in this final 30 seconds. Carolina Mendez at this stage is looking pretty decent. Veselko with priority. I'm not sure we're going to see another wave ridden here. This one's sticking really close to the sandbar. Only a medium-sized ride. And this one's going to come to a close, unfortunately for Leilani and Anon Matsuoka. They're not going to get a shot here at cracking that top two. Francisca Veselko with her entourage there. They're looking relieved. She's going to survive this opening round and power on through. And it's going to be Carolina Mendez getting the victory with the top two scoring rides of heat number 6 as she makes her way in. Still so much action coming your way here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. There's the numbers on screen. Bad luck there for the Japanese competitor and the surfer representing Costa Rica. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Bugs to the call right after this.
The Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
The beautiful Gold Coast of Australia, site for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. If you're just joining us, it's opening day here on the Harvey Norman host set. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Robert Bartholomew and Bugs. We've seen an impressive display by the women in this opening round, the round of 48, but some heats, you know, were a little sleepy.
Well, that's the tide. I mean, we've just got through the high tide, so we're hoping that as the tide draws off the bank, it'll start lifting up on that outer sandbank, and that's what it's all about here. Snapper is a wave magnet. It's got to have it's got to feel the sand, the swell as they come around the corner. I just got a friend call from a mate down at Lennox, and he said the swell's hit down there, so it's on its way.
On its way, and we're on our way to another heat. This is heat number 7 in the round of 48. 8 total heats in this opening round. Out in the water, an international field. Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Yolanda, Yo-Yo, she's in the red jersey. In the blue jersey, Kobe Enright, hometown girl from here in Coolangatta. In the white jersey, Eve Leula Ikalani Iakea Wong, representing Hawaii. And from the U.S., Encinitas, California, Ella McCaffrey. Ella's out there in the green jersey, and a couple of numbers to start off here. McCaffrey with a 5-point ride, early lead to the San Diegan. Yeah, very much an international heat going on. Kobe Enright. Let's see how the local knowledge pays off here. Has to race that first section before opening up there and slides out. So an unforced error for the local girl. That was unfortunate because we saw that setup coming from a mile away. Yeah, and it'll be interesting in the replay. I'll be able to pick up a couple of points there because this is the local surfer. And
I guess when you come here and you're trying to learn how to ride point brace, you're really pumping down the line. You'll see that Kobe doesn't do that.
Here we go with Yolanda Hopkins representing Portugal, the powerhouse. Eve Wong with a big slash there, and she pushes a little too hard and goes down. So we'll be waiting for those scores. None really to note. Yolanda Hopkins likely getting the best of that exchange. Take a look at some of the replays here.
Yeah, well, going down the line, thinking here's a section coming up now. So this is Ella, and Ella finishes off that one pretty neat. Now we see Kobe Enright here. See how down the line she goes, Kaipo. Not a lot of pumping, but then comes unstuck on that. Very uncharacteristic for Kobe. Here's Evie. And again, look at this. She just pushes it a bit too hard there. So Kobe and Eve coming unstuck.
Yeah, two talented surfers in the way of Kobe Enright and Eve Leula Wong. Both been successful in their region. Kobe Enright winning the trials and getting into the main event this year at Bells, where she walked away with a 9th place finish.
Yeah, it was a good showing by Kobe down at Bells, and she, I believe she came out on top. She'd be the #1 seed from the Australasian region coming into this event. Obviously, that doesn't mean that she'll be the #1 seed in this event, and that's for sure, because the top seeds are coming in round 2.
Yeah. Yolanda Hopkins out in the red jersey, she's had some CT experience. She got a wild card into the event in Portugal, the male Rip Curl Pro. We'll get to that conversation, because here goes the Hawaiian surfer in the way of Eve Leula Wong. So back to Yolanda. Surfed that CT, that was stop #3 on the championship tour at Super Tubos. Beat Carissa Moore, Yolanda did, in the round of 16 on her way to a quarterfinal showing as a wild card. Impressive showing.
Well, 5-time world champion. That's a mighty big win.
Yeah, so we actually have, in this heat, when we talk about the 7 regions of our qualifying series coming out of Europe, Yolanda, she's the #1 in that region. For Australia, Kobe Enright, she's the #1 in the QS for the Australians. So a couple of top dogs coming in here to meet up in this opening round.
And isn't it amazing, because as it comes out in the wash, I mean, they're not even seeded into round 2, and they're the top of their regions. It just goes to show that the depth of field in this event.
Yeah.
A lot of CT surfers, former champions, and of course those that just missed the cut.
Yeah, well, hey, Carolina Mendez came out with a win. Let's hear from the last heat winner. She's with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Carolina, congratulations.
Yeah, I'm so happy. It was hard at the end of the heat. Was waiting a lot for a wave, but I was in first place, so I was kind of trying to deal with my patient, and it was good.
Yeah, the waves are slow today, but when they come, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, for sure. I think that first set that came was my lucky one, that I got one, and then I was pedaling back, and then another one just came. Was pretty good to get 2 scores in almost like 5 minutes, so it was good.
Take the pressure off.
Yeah, for sure.
Plenty of quality waves to warm up in Portugal. You feel pretty comfortable here in a right-hander?
Yeah, it's my first time here at the Gold Coast. I'm training with André. He's a really good coach, so he was like telling me like the strategy, and it's difficult actually to position in the lineup, because we have a lot of different wave came. So I was trying to, that was my strategy. If I'm going back, I was trying to get that another wave, so it was good, and I'm happy that I'm making through.
Would you like to say hello to anyone watching at home in Portugal?
For sure. Olá, todo mundo que está assistindo. Tô muito feliz de avançar. Primeira bateria, tirando um pouco a pressão, e feliz de ter conseguido mostrar ali bocado do meu surf. E agora é ir para a próxima, e é isso. Obrigada a todos que estavam a assistir.
Thanks, Carolina. Well done.
Well, there you go. One Portuguese surfer getting interviewed, the other Portuguese surfer up and riding during that interview. Yolanda Hopkins. We'll be waiting for that score for Yolanda. Also, during the interview, Eve Leula Wong turns in a 5.67. So Eve in the lead, Yolanda Hopkins, we're still waiting for the score. Let's take a look at Eve.
Yeah, this is it's a good ride here. She really cuts loose and gets that board above the lip line, and it's the finish here that seals the highest point of the heat so far, that 5.67 into first place.
And here's Yolanda.
Yeah, well, Yolanda is showing her experience. She's thinking down the line. Very aggressive, low, very compact, low compression sort of style. Fits in really good out here at Snapper.
Yeah, so Yolanda comes in with a 3.67. That's enough for second place. Eve Leula Wong with a 2.93 opener and that 5.67 to take the lead. Ella McCaffrey holding priority right now. Just needs a small score under a 3-point ride to move into second place and advancing position. And Kobe Enright, the local girl, sitting quietly, just has a 1-point ride so far to her credit, but still plenty of time on the clock, 18 minutes and some change.
Yeah, it's been a extremely slow start for Kobe Enright. She's got the number 2 priority. This is her home break. She's came through the grommets of the Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club.
And interesting in the positioning, even though she's in second priority, Rabbit, as we fly by on the Gold Coast flight cam, you can see Kobe Enright. She's actually positioned furthest up the point.
Yeah, well, it's a natural position for the locals to be, really. It's hard. It's always hard for the locals to sit wide.
Yeah.
It's just because the traditional behind the rock, you know, we've always, it's always been this great debate. You know, sometimes you can out-local yourself when the sand's a bit wider and you still go back to that behind the rock position. But generally, you know, we just had a long swell in April, and it was all happening behind the rock, Kaipo. I'm sure you saw a lot of the footage.
I saw the clips. A beautiful scene here from the Gold Coast flight cam. Hey, I think it's time for us to froth up a Bonsoy brew break and step away from the action just for a moment. We'll be back with the conclusion. Heat number 7, opening round for the women's here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Back at the opening day, Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Heat number 7 for the opening round for the women out in the water. And Eve Wong out in the lead. Ella McCaffrey on the paddle back out. And we'll be awaiting scores for Ella McCaffrey, Yolanda Hopkins, and Kobe Enright. This all happened during the break, Bugs.
Yeah, well, we've got a bit of action now as we see Ella up and riding. So this wave here, this is looking like a pretty good backup to that 5-point ride she had, Kaipo. And slow it down here. And Ella, great carve down the face, deep bottom turn, swings it round.
This is Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, Yolanda. And she has got herself a bit behind, but now she catches up, so it was good timing on this wave.
Yeah, that was a 5.77 for Yolanda Hopkins. She takes the lead. Ella McCaffrey drops a 3.9 combined with her 5-point opener. McCaffrey now in second and advancing position. Eve Wong in the white jersey with priority. Needs a little work to be done. Needs a 3.23 to get back into that second and advancing position. And the local girl, Kobe Enright, looking at a 5.5 is the requirement for Kobe to get into that top 2.
Yeah, so she's leaving a run to the second half of the heat, that's for sure, Kobe Enright. She's just only got that 3.13. The others have all got something in that 5-point range, and that's the telling mark at this point. Nothing major, nothing in the 6s or 7s.
Yeah, so it's still a pretty tight race when we look at the numbers between all of our surfers. 9.94 is the lead. A little under a 9.2 wave total is enough to hold second at the moment.
Yeah, so I mean, anyone getting a 5.5 right now is going to be looking pretty good. You know, we just passed that high tide mark about probably about an hour ago now, and there's not much movement in that first hour, Kaipo. You know, very little movement, but then, you know, you come into that second and third hour, it'll start drawing off the bank and spreading out a bit.
Yolanda Hopkins caught behind on this one and is not going to find any open face.
Well, Yolanda, she had 4th priority, so it was just a bit of a speculator.
Eve Leula Wong, little hung up on that first turn, makes up for it. Dynamic snap to finish 2 turns. She's going to lean on those 2 turns. 3.23 is going to change the situation out in the water. So we'll be awaiting that score for Eve Leula Ikalani Iakea Wong. That's her full Hawaiian name. And interesting thing about Eve Wong is that she's fluent in the Hawaiian language as well. Here's her replay.
Yeah, this is an interesting ride. Great. You know, then she gets caught up a bit, but this is an awesome recovery. I'm liking this. So, you know, that first turn was amazing, and she just got caught, but she recovered and went back into her stride. A finishing turn with a flurry. Timing was excellent on the second turn.
Yeah, and it's, what I noticed was commitment, right? High-risk maneuvers, so not holding back at all, well, Eve Wong.
Yeah, she went totally vertical on the first maneuver. Got caught up a little bit, but it's a risk and reward situation. She could have got caught up, and she recovered very quickly, and then, wow, she planted that last turn.
The judges like it, a 6.2, highest single wave score. Eve goes to the lead. Here we go. Ella McCaffrey is going to fight back now. Big slash for the San Diego surfer. Nice snap off the top. More up ahead, working down the line. Some opportunity for Ella. 4.95 will give her a second place position. 11 minutes on the clock.
Well, she's got a 5-point ride already, so she basically needs another 5-point ride to get back into second place. It's a bit of a battle here.
Yeah, Ella's an interesting story. She's actually, you know, we're going to watch this replay first of her, Bugs.
Yeah, Ella, she goes to work on this wave. First turn, this is nice cut back there, and then off the top, that's her third maneuver. So she got 3 in.
Yeah, so she's a number 3 qualifier out of North America. That's her region, but she has surfed outside of her region in the Australia, Asia Pacific region. She's got a runner-up finish at Krui. She had a runner-up finish in Nias, too. 2 epic waves in Indonesia, which Ella, you know, surfed outside her region and was been successful in.
That's amazing. Like, she made the final of both those events in excellent waves in Indonesia.
Talk about dream QS events.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
So we're waiting for the score for Ella, and it comes in under a 4.4. She still needs a 4.95, so just under on that last effort.
Yeah, I thought she was going to go pretty close on that one. And she got 3 turns in. The first turn was probably a little bit soft, but the second and third one were very sharp. But yeah, I thought she would have got closer to that 5-point mark.
And she's hearing the news right now from our on-site announcers, and now she knows that she's got 4th priority and still chasing a little under a 5-point ride.
Yeah, and Kobe Enright's still sitting out there now. She's getting, even further back. She's only got that 3-1-3. She sits there with priority, 9 minutes remaining.
She's seems confident to me. This is basically home court for Kobe Enright, and I'm sure she has a lot of support, a lot of good energy coming her way, but she seems unrattled, even though, the clock's ticking down and she needs a big number.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a few nails being bitten on the beach, though.
Yeah. And you can see all of our surfers spread out through the lineup and really in order of their priority when we look down the line. Kobe's the deepest with 1st priority, 2nd priority to Yolanda Hopkins, who's the 2nd deepest, and so forth. It's not unusual to see the surfers lined up in the order of their priority on a point break, right?
Well, it's not on a point break, because when you're down the line a bit, you're really waiting for either an opportunistic situation or someone to sort of half commit and then pull back and then you just go.
All right, well, let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap for this heat and see how we got here. Evie Wong looking sharp on her turns.
Yeah, she is, and she's built her performance through the heat. She starts here with this first wave, finishes it off beautifully, and that wasn't even her best.
Yolanda Hopkins is bringing some power.
Yeah, Yolanda, she has got a real power unit within her surfing. And but this is the wave that makes all the difference. That first turn got caught up a little bit, but look at that. Whoa. Yeah, that's a power move. First, the only wave into the 6-point range, Kipes.
Back to live action here with Ella McCaffrey. Ella trying to make up for just under a 5-point ride is what she needs, a 4.95. We'll see how she scores on that last effort. It was a smaller wave that she had to catch under everyone's priority.
That's right. She had a bit of a look at that one, but it really faded out quickly. She needed a good finish, I think. So he takes off on this one, a smaller wave. She's got to go down line. Anything major here to start with? God, that's a great turn. That was a major turn. So she got a couple of nice turns in before it peters out. We didn't see the start of this one, but I'm now thinking it was all the good work was done at the beginning.
I mean, smaller wave, but it was a couple of dynamic turns.
That first turn was really dynamic.
So this is really going to be a tail of the tape right now for our judges, and see how much the actual wave size matters in contrast to performance.
Yeah, this will show exactly where that's at.
Oh, and indicating that the judges, they're leaning towards performance, not just wave size. Ella's going to get the score she needs. Kobe Enright uses priority way up the point here. Nice solid carve to begin. Paced approach down the line. Wave with a lot of potential, a lot of open face, where Kobe's able to get a couple of big swoops in there. So we'll be waiting for the score for Kobe Enright. Meanwhile, Ella McCaffrey dropped her number, a 6.33 bugs, and that was enough to get Ella into 2nd.
Yeah, that was a well-deserved score, a 6.33. It was a dynamic ride on a smaller wave, so it is all about performance. As we see Kobe, she's got this beautiful swooping style. This will be her best wave, Kaipo. She needed to get this one to get into this heat, because her required score now is really ballooned out. She needs 2 waves. As we see now, Yolanda answering back. She's sitting in 3rd place. She needs to get going on this one. Great finish.
Wow. We're going to see a tightening up in this heat when we look at the numbers that we're anticipating for Yolanda Hopkins and Kobe Enright. So this one's going to go down to the wire. Here we go. Kobe Enright gets a wide one here. Punches off the top. Glides through a beautiful carve all the way back into the pocket. Enright, local knowledge paying off, and successive back-to-back waves for Kobe Enright could turn the heat for the local girl.
Well, she's going to get her best 2 scores, and how they shape up against the field will be the interesting mark, but definitely showing some local knowledge there and going wide. She needed to, and there's a good size wave too, Kaipo. That first turn was really well timed. Swooping cutty there, and puts herself behind the whitewater. She comes through behind that bowl and finishes it pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed anytime a surfer goes way back into the pocket and not just races down the line horizontally. That was impressive, those carves by Kobe Enright.
Yeah, it was a confident move. She's certainly showing her local knowledge there and knowing what these waves, the wide section does as it wraps onto the bank. But it was an opportunistic situation because, you know, you're down there, she hadn't even paddled into back to the point where she could get 4th priority. She was way out of the picture, but every now and again those wide ones just come into the frame, particularly with the tide now just starting to move out. It'll change. The whole thing will open up in a minute. You'll get the ones behind the rock.
Evie Wong, our current heat leader, wants to stay that way, stays on board for the finish. We'll see if that increases her 2-wave total. She needs to better a 5.67 in order to do so.
Yeah, I'm not sold on that one completely, whether she has improved their position. It was a pretty neat ride. You have to have a closer look at it. As we see this takeoff here, yeah, it's not a small wave. That was a nice cutty there. This turn here is where she that was wasn't like the slickest finish, but the second turn was dynamic.
So waiting for scores for Evie Wong as well as Yolanda Hopkins and Kobe Enright. We need 3 scores in at the moment to set the situation in this heat with 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock counting down. Hopkins again, powerful bottom turn and a big slash, catches the rail though, got caught on her toes and goes down.
Yeah, we've got some pretty interesting scores to come in now. Well, Kobe Enright, she's got a 5.2 on the first effort.
Yeah.
So that puts her in the frame.
It sure does. Now she needs a 6.14 for her second wave that she caught in that wide one coming through. And that wide one was a gift from the home break. What it appears from the first initial couple of numbers dropping for Kobe Enright. Home court advantage could be fulfilled for Enright, waiting for one more score to drop. Can she turn the heat? And yes, she does. A 7.57. Kobe Enright goes to second. Yolanda Hopkins up into first place. Evie Wong drops into third, and Ella McCaffrey in 4th. What a switch of events.
Jeez. You couldn't have seen that happen 5 minutes ago. Kobe Enright had nothing.
Kobe Enright basically sat out 3/4 of this heat with priority, and then now she's putting herself in a great position. Here we go, the fight back from Ella McCaffrey. Needs a 6.45 on this effort. Aggressive snaps down the line, looking for a strong finish. And really torquing into those turns, Ella McCaffrey. That was a lot of effort put into that wave, but was it the 6.45, Bugs?
Well, we're actually waiting scores for all 4 competitors, and that is going to be an interesting situation. Evie didn't improve her position with that ride, just came under.
Yeah, so last important score will be for Ella McCaffrey. She's on the paddle back out. She needs a 6.45 on the last effort. Judges are still deliberating on the number. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, she milks this wave for everything it's got. Just an aggressive attacking mode, and she knows what she's got to do. A couple of check turns there. And she's really milking this wave for everything it's worth, every decimal point. You couldn't do much more. And here's Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe comes off on that one. So the important score we're waiting for is for Ella McCaffrey. Can she unseat Kobe Enright? Kobe in the advancing position. Picklum is in the support squad for Kobe right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Eve's got another wave too. We might have seen that one. There's a score to come in for her as well.
Yolanda Hopkins in first place. And she looks like she's going to be safe in advancing into the round of 32. All the scores are in now, and Kobe Enright, she does it though. Hometown girl pulls it out, gets it done, moves on into the round of 32. Unfortunate for the young Hawaiian surfer, Eve Leula Wong will be eliminated from competition, along with Ella McCaffrey. Smiles from Kobe Enright.
Hey, I tell you, that was a get out of jail. That wide one was a gift. You said it. But she put herself in that position, and you know, as a speculator, and it paid off. You can see that board, that little bit of, looks like a wider board, tailor-made for these conditions. And Yolanda, she's got a lot of potential.
Yeah, congratulations to Yolanda Hopkins, Kobe Enright. We'll see those two surfers in the round of 32, successful in their opening round bid. We're taking a break right now. We'll be back with more action here from Snapper. It's opening day at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Make or Break streaming on Apple Plus TV. Check out all 8 episodes of Season 2, chronicling the scene and the behind-the-scenes situations on the 2022 Championship Tour. First 4 episodes pre-cut, and then the post-cut final 4 episodes, all the way to watching Steph Gilmore and Felipe Toledo win their World Championships in 2022. Well, we got a new heat out on the water. This is the final heat of the opening round for the women. Zali Kelly up and riding right here. And Zali making fast work of this wave. Some loose surfing from the Australian. Just 19 years of age, but already with a great competitions pedigree.
Yeah, Zali's been competing along this coast for quite a few years. She came through the qualifiers the regional QS.
Yeah. Also in this heat, we have a pair of South African surfers, Natasha van Gruden, as well as Jessie van Niekerk. Here's a replay of Zali Kelly. We're waiting for this number to drop.
Yep, it's a busy ride, you know, punctuated with some pretty slick turns, and she's now milking it down the line. And it looks like Natasha up and riding on her opening ride. She got a 3:16 for that.
And here's Jessie.
Yeah, Jessie down the line she goes. Just sort of kind of seems like she was in two minds there, whether to try to get a bit further down the line, and then just sticks a board up there. Kind of got bounced a little.
And also out in the water in the green jersey right here, 15-year-old phenom, Erin Brooks. A couple of quick snaps on the backhand, and just watch this young lady go to paces right here. That was some quick surfing, Rabbit, from the phenom, Erin Brooks.
Yeah, it is great to see Erin here. She just adds another, you know, bit of a grommet flavour to it, but she sure has got some quick fire moves.
Yeah, she's been all over the place. She joined us at, we'll get to that, because we got Natasha on the backhand too. And a little late to that finish, so is not able to complete that ride on her feet. So we'll be waiting for scores for Zali Kelly, Jessie, as well as Natasha and Erin Brooks to set the situation in this heat. So judges got their work cut out for them. I was going to say Erin Brooks, she's done some great work here on the replay.
Oh yeah, this wave here is just a lightning turns out of the top, and good timing. There's a massive turn there. And she manages to finish this wave off. She squeezes that last maneuver in, and you can't believe the body English here. The way she did that little 1-2 at the end was just so impressive.
Yeah, a very, very impressive. So while we're waiting for some of these scores to drop, let's hear from the last heat winner, Yo-Yo Hopkins, Potter Benz.
Thanks, Kaipo. Congratulations, Orlando.
Thank you, thank you. It was quite a slow heat. I mean, there's amazing waves, but it's pretty tricky out there. I just try to get my work rate up and trying to get the best of me out there. It's quite tricky. I managed to get a good one at the end and smash it good at the junction, and it gave me a good score, enough to pass.
Everyone had their opportunities in that heat. It must feel good to perform.
I mean, for sure. I know all the girls in the challenger surf really good, and every heat is difficult. So I just try to get that out of my head and just go out there and surf my surf.
Would you like to say very early good morning to everyone back home in Portugal?
Obrigada por terem acordado para ver o meu heat. Eu dei ataques de corações a bastantes pessoas, mas espero estar aqui outra vez na próxima ronda a surfar melhor ainda e a representar Portugal da melhor maneira. Obrigada.
Well done.
Up late are the Portuguese super fans. It's about a little after 2 a.m. there in Portugal, a great surfing nation, and I'm sure there's applause for Yolanda Hopkins as she moves into the round of 32. Had some rides happen. This is the second for Erin Brooks. She opened up with a 6.67. This is a 5.17 bugs.
Yeah, and you know, she went to town on this one as well. Now she pulled that last, you know, because as she went along there, I was going, this wave looks even stronger. But then she came unstuck at the end.
The interesting story for the 15-year-old. She met us over at Bell's, where she was competing in the international Grom search. She took a win there, and then she leaves Bell's and goes to Panama to the Pan American Games, where she was a runner-up there. Gets the news that she's got a spot in this Challenger Series. Gets on a plane again. Traverses across the world one more time. Finds herself in Snapper, where she's started off with a bang with a 6.67 and a 5.17.
Oh, that's amazing. So tell me, Kaipo, did she just get a start in this event, or has she got a slot in the Challenger Series?
That, I think she got the call up for this one. Okay. I don't know as of yet if she's going to be also at Narrabeen.
Okay.
But she would have some wild card opportunities there, especially if she puts in a strong performance here,
yeah,
which she's already on her way to.
And that's what happens with the WSL. I mean, you know, you put in a strong performance, and they they allowed the momentum to keep going a little bit, and I can imagine she would be pretty adept at North Narrabeen.
Yeah, and Erin also brings another kind of aspect to professional surfing. Erin Brooks represents Canada, so one day down the line, and she's got the talent to do so. She qualifies for the championship tour. She'll be the first Canadian to be on the championship tour.
No, I can see Olympic Games written all over that one.
This is true. So we're down to 20 minutes and 35 seconds, and Erin getting the news from the beach that she's already put in a couple of impressive scores. Zali Kelly opened up with a 4.83. Doesn't need much, just needs a 1-point ride to get into second in advancing position right now. That second in advancing position held by Natasha Van Gruen. Natasha, number 1 out of the African region, out of the blue jersey, and then also Jessie Van Niekerk, number 2 from the Africa region. So we have number 1 and number 2 again from a region in a heat against each other.
Yeah, that's happened a little bit. It's happened 3 times at least today, and it's just how the seedings fall. We're not trying to bunch them up. It's just how they fall when they come against the top-seeded surfers from around the world. The current CT surfers, those that have just missed the cut, they're obviously seeded higher.
Yeah, that's true. And so we have 80 men in this competition. We have 48 women. And how do they qualify? They qualify from either their region. They also qualify from last year's Challenger Series. 11 through 21 for the men qualified automatically for this Challenger Series. And 6 through 10 for the women qualified automatically for this Challenger Series. So the CT surfers combined with some of the top CS qualifiers, and then the representatives from each of the 7 regions make up our entire field.
Plus a couple of wild cards and trials winners. There's a few pathways in.
Yeah. There are a few pathways in. A couple of former CT surfers got their wild cards in here, so we're looking forward to seeing David Silva, Frederico Moraes, and Connor Coffin on the men's side. Also, for the women's side, former CT surfers Luana Silva and Indian Robinson will be in this event. And of course, World Junior Champs, you win the World Junior Championship, you get into the Challenger Series. Jarvis Earl and Francisca Fiselko did that. Natasha uses her priority, and again, misses the finish. She'll remain in second place for the moment, but both Zali and Jessie well within reach of taking that second and advancing position off of her at the moment. Replay, Bugs. Here's Natasha.
Yeah, here's Natasha on her backhand, trying to line up and better her position here. She's already sitting in second place, looking to better a 2.87. But she's sitting in second place with 2 reasonably low scores. It's not a safe position. Zali Kelly sits there with that 4.83. She's poised to probably get into that top 2 with another wave, and she has priority.
Yeah, Zali Kelly, just 19 years old, started off, you know, with a great showing on the Challenger Series last year. She got a 9th place here. She followed up with a 9th place at the Sydney Surf Open after this, stop number 2 in the Challenger Series in 2022. And then things went downhill for Zali. Unfortunately, a lot of early round losses in the following Challenger Series comps. Finished off the year in number 18 on the Challenger Series in 2022. Well, it's a perfect time now. We got a lull for a Bonsoy brew break, so we're gonna froth up some Bonsoy. Rio Waida, he's got his eyes on the action. Men will be coming up after the conclusion of this heat. Stick around for more. How good is the Gold Coast? The only destination where you can surf world-class waves, hike through ancient rainforests, sip cocktails by a luxurious pool, squeal on a high-speed roller coaster. I'm talking about the DC Rivals Hypercoaster over at Movie World. And, of course, enjoy the excellent cuisine here. Erin Brooks is having a good time here on the Gold Coast, and it shows. She's the heat leader right now. Zali Kelly up and riding. Just needs a 1-point ride to take second and advancing position. She's just done that. She's off for more. A couple more snaps. Looking down the line in the glare. Paced approach, nice finish. Zali's gonna go to second. So we'll be waiting for scores for both Erin Brooks as well as Zali Kelly. If you're just catching up with the action, Kaipo, along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew, talking you through this opening day here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. We've just had the tide is now swinging out, so it'll open up the whole break. Surfers may elect to come a bit deeper up by the point or sit in that middle bank or the wide bank. As you see, Erin, she's so good at squeezing that last, doing that 1-2 at the end.
I mean, I'm so impressed. We're slowing it down right now so you can study the technique of Erin Brooks, but I'm so impressed, Bugs, on the speed in which this teenager is surfing.
Yeah, and just the balance. And here's Zali. Zali's been very selective in her waves. Doesn't need a big score, as you said, but she'd like to, you know, put herself into a safer zone. And this wave here sort of just fizzles out. She didn't get a great finish in, but did some good work earlier. Here's a better looking wave. And, oh, a great move there by Jessie. Did she pull it off, though?
Will that count as a completion? We'll wait for the numbers from the judges, both for Jessie Van Niekerk as well as Zali Kelly, and see how that affects the situation. Zali very likely to go into the second place position after that wave, but Jessie Van Niekerk just needed 2.75 to go into second place. So it's going to be the differential between the two performances. That is going to lead to the situation once those scores drop.
Well, they dropped, and what happened there was Zali seems to still be in third place.
Yeah,
no, we've got a wave to come in.
Yeah, we have one more wave for Zali, and it looks like she's going to go into second.
Oh yeah, she's still got to eliminate that tiny little 0.5. That's right. She will definitely go into second.
What a beautiful day, Bugs. I mean, look, we can see right to the bottom right now on this beautiful sand bottom point.
Yeah, look, the water's always pristine up here, and it's just sparkling. It's a lovely time of year. You know, winter's only a couple of weeks away. You'd never know it. I mean, obviously this morning it gets down to like 5 degrees here at 4 o'clock in the morning, but then by 9 o'clock, it's, well, in the old scale, it's, you know, like what you'd call 75 degrees, and we'd call it, say, 22, 23 degrees.
Yeah, you know, so about almost 20 degrees Celsius movement in the temperatures. It's nice and crisp here at night, but then the days heat up and just are beautiful. Well, we can see what's going on right here. It's a beautiful day, but for more on our surf conditions, I'll need a Oakberry surf conditions update, and for that, I'm going down to the beach to Stace Galber. Stace?
Thanks, Kyle. That's right. Cracker of a day down here. The layers are certainly peeling off. Yeah, as Bug said, about 5 degrees this morning. It's up to about 20 now, and it is an amazing day. Conditions are still perfect. The wind's coming directly out of the south now, which is grooming it up beautifully. The tide's about high, but it wasn't a big tide today. So as we see the tide draining out for the rest of the afternoon, you'll see the competitors just move up the point slightly. At the moment, they're sitting in front of the Little Marley section.
Oh, love it. Thank you for the Oakberry surf conditions updates. You can see 3 to 4 foot faces and our temperature in both Fahrenheit and Celsius. Just another beautiful day. And we've been greeted, I mean, this has been a treat for me, Bugs, this trip to the Gold Coast, because every day has been picture perfect. I truly enjoy the town because there's just so many great, world-class restaurants here. And then the beaches are broad, white sand, expansive, and for how much of a population there is here, you still can find a beautiful empty beach. I found one yesterday that I was the only person for in all eyesight.
Yeah, no, like we've got some big beaches here, and it's actually on the beach. It's pretty quiet during the week.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
I mean, it's outside holiday time. It's pretty quiet. The locals, well, I guess they're not hanging down the beach at the moment.
Well, here we see our Gold Coast flight cam and zooming over our competitors. Well, we had a change in the situation. Zali Kelly, a 5.23 was enough for Kelly to go into second place. And the two South African surfers need some work to do. Here we go. Natasha on the backhand. Needs the number, a 6.89 right now. Nice paced approach so far. Good rhythm down the line. A couple of snaps and gets the finish, but needs a substantial number in the way of a 6.89.
Well, she's kind of in that situation that Kobe Enright was in the last match, where she's only got the 3, so she needs 2 waves.
Yeah.
And that was, to me, her best ride.
So we will be waiting for the last score for Van Grunen, as we see Jessie Van Niekerk in the white jersey, another South African surfer.
Yeah, well, both the South African ladies are looking to get a bit of a wriggle on here and get some points.
Nice effort there for Jessie, so we'll see what that score checks in on.
Yeah, but both Jessie and Natasha, they haven't cracked that 5-point range yet, and I think that's going to be the key. Zali Kelly sits out there. She's got that 5.33, the 4.83 backup. That's kind of crucial. This is a pretty decent ride by Natasha. Gets the backhand going. It's not a steep wave. It's kind of a bit of a flat section, but she got 4 nice moves in. And Jessie now, she had to go around that surfer, but didn't really bother her. I don't think it was going to offer too much more.
Still waiting for both scores for the two South African surfers.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to improve their points, but is it going to challenge for second place? No. Okay, Natasha gets a 4-1. A straight 4.
And Jessie continues her effort. So now judges owe us 2 scores for Jessie Van Niekerk. Both surfers surfing under the priority. Heat control right now, really, with Erin Brooks. She's got the lead. She's got first priority. Zali Kelly, in this format of 4 surfers in the water, top 2 advancing, is in a really good position herself. She's second, advancing position, and she holds second priority. So top 2 are controlling the situation in this final 6 minutes.
Well, Erin, the first half of this heat, she just owned it. Look at this. This is how she came out of the gates with just this scorching backhand attack at Snapper Rocks. And look at this, it finishes it off. She always gets that 1-2 move in at the end. Such good balance. And here's her backup wave. It's basically 2 identical scores, 6.67 and a 6.7. Puts her well out in front. Zali Kelly being very selective in this heat. She's only had a couple of rides. This was her 5.23, I believe. Yep. And she's got a 4.83 backup.
Yeah, thanks to Harvey Norman for that recap of this heat. We're down to just 5 minutes remaining. And enjoying a beautiful opening day for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Again, this is where the path to qualification for the 2024 Championship Tour all begins.
Look, it all begins here, Clipo, but look, it's not the end of the world if you don't progress today, because there's 6 events, best 4 count. Sure, it's not great to have a throwaway from day 1, but it is a complete throwaway, and you clean the slate and you go into the next event at Narrabeen.
Yeah, still a lot of shots for all of our surfers as we see warming up right now. Kian Martin
eyes on the line
is going to be in the opening heat as we change gears after these 4 minutes elapse into the men's opening round. Zali Kelly currently in second in this heat. Ooh,
goes down awkwardly.
That was an awkward one.
Okay, leaves the door open now for Natasha, the South African. Oh no, it's Aaron.
Aaron Brooks again, rapid fire on the backhand. Oh my.
Yeah.
Just taking apart Snapper on that Mayhem surfboard. She's looking really in form. I mean, the speed in which this teenager surfs has been incredible. Actually, both teenagers, Zali Kelly and Aaron Brooks, number 1 and 2 respectively in this heat.
Oh look, this is the thing, like, there's so many teenagers in this event. We are seeing a snapshot of the future. We've got an established order. They've really been on top of the world for an entire generation, Kaipo. And now we've got this the leading edge of this new generation of rippers, and it's really led by this young girl who is just a dynamo.
Absolute dynamo. The quickness, I mean, that was like super Rob Machado sped up back in the day with Aaron Brooks and her approach. That was, we'll see what she does. She's already got a 6.67 and a 6.7. Let's see if she tops those numbers.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the first time I've seen Aaron Brooks live. I mean, I actually, there is a fair bit of hype. I've heard a lot about her. This young girl from California, and yeah, I'm seeing what everyone's talking about.
And Jessie has to give up positioning to Natasha. Both South African surfers still searching for numbers. Natasha needs a 6.06, and Jessie needs a 6.89. Doubting that those numbers are going to get fulfilled by those last 2 waves for the South Africans, so they're going to continue to search here. We're at the GWM 2-minute warning right now.
Yeah, so, well, Aaron Brooks comes in with, looks like about a 5.97 there, like a 6-point ride, and that is still, you know, it doesn't even go into a top 2, but it certainly would help out any of the others.
Yeah, that 5.97 would have been invaluable to either Natasha or Jessie at the moment. Here we go. It's going to be Zali Kelly. Eases through that first turn, goes for the float, and gets bucked off for the finish.
Yeah, well, that's 2 waves in a row that she has come unstuck on the final move, and this time it does leave the door just slightly ajar here.
Just 2 turns for Natasha. She needs a 6.06. A nice flow there. I don't know if the impact on those turns are going to be enough for the number that the South African needs. We'll be waiting for the judges' decision on that wave as we're into just 1 minute counting down.
It looks very wrapped up between Aaron Brooks and Zali Kelly at this point. Both Natasha and Jessie have kind of, courtesy of their 3rd and 4th priority, they haven't quite been able to get back into that dominant priority positioning and in the rotation, and that has really kept them on the poorer quality waves. There's been no kind of miracle wide finish or something like that happening like we saw for Kobe Enright. It's good clean surfing though.
Yeah, great effort. And like you said, Bugs, this is just the beginning of the Challenger Series. So for the South Africans, this can be a throwaway, no problem. You're still going to have 5 more chances when we look at the entirety of the tour.
10 seconds.
Well, Aaron Brooks, the surfer representing Canada, came out swinging and easily advances into the round of 32, along with Zali Kelly, the 2 teenagers taking it to Snapper in this opening round.
Yeah, a dominant performance. Aaron Brook, she is something to behold.
There's the numbers. The results are in, and we're going to take a break, step away for just a sec, take a breather. When we get back, the men's opening round will be in the water at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
For me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
We love our time here on the Gold Coast, especially at Snapper Rocks. We've got the opening day of competition unfolding. We've just seen the completion of the women's opening round with some great performances, and we'll now move into the men's event. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and joined now by a former CT surfer, a former two-time world junior champion, Jack Freestone, a local in these parts. Mate, thanks for having us.
No, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's awesome.
This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got another world junior champ out there in the water in this first heat of the opening round for the men. Jarvis Earl, he'll be out there in the red. Jabe Swikoki will be out there in the blue. Kian Martin will be out there in the white, and Hiroto Ohara will be in the green. So a heavily stacked opening heat for the men's event. What's your prediction on what's going to unfold here, Jack?
This is a very interesting first round heat. Yeah, you've got the current world junior champion. You've got Hiroto Ohara, who's kind of like a seasoned veteran on the QS. And Kian, who's relatively new, especially to the Challenger Series. And also, is it Jabe? Don't want to mispronounce his... Yeah, Jabe. You know, he's also relatively new. So you've got some pretty cool matchups. I know Kian, he's an incredible surfer. Jarvis, Hiroto, I mean, I think they're all going to rip.
What we see in the opening rounds here of, you know, basically any event, but here on the Challenger Series is people like Jabe, like Kian, really having their first run at it. Jarvis Earl as well, Rich. But Jarvis, he's on fire. He plays really well on the regional ranks for the Australia-Oceania region, but earned his place on the Challenger with the big World Junior title.
Yeah, he's sort of doing everything right in terms of that
that apprenticeship onto the world tour. Really, he's ticking all the boxes, cliche as it might sound, but world junior champ, and he's doing well in the regional series. But he's got to step it up here. He's just come off that wild card over at Margaret River, so coming off the biggest stage of all, so he would have taken a lot of confidence from that. And I like his chances in this heat, actually. I think he'll really dig in. He's got Luke Egan in his corner helping him out, so a world of experience there, a ton of experience. Luke obviously lived on the coast for many, many years, so yeah, this is going to be a great matchup for Jarvis. And he's already thinking, this is not just a trial run, this Challenger Series for me. I'm trying to make it this year.
Well, let's see how he fares. Jack, what's it like for you, mate, to be back here on the Gold Coast? I know you split your time between here and Hawaii, but what's it like to be back here to see an event back on at Snapper Rocks too?
It's awesome. Oh, man. I wish I had a Challenger Series event when I was on the Challengers at Snapper. That's pretty cool. But it's awesome to be back. Spending 6 months, basically just a professional summer dodger right now. So, yeah, no, it feels good to be back. I mean, the best time of year, in my opinion. The waves have been non-stop, so I'm stoked.
Awesome. This is, unlike the CT where you have that seeding round at the beginning and the opportunity to really sort of build momentum, but recover if you don't progress through that opening round. It's different to the Challenger Series. No second chances.
That's it.
So you need to step up straight away. What kind of energy have you been picking up from the competitors? Are they in attack mode?
Yeah, I think they are. It seems like the free surfs have probably been somewhat frustrating because of the lack of waves. So there is a frustrating energy around. I think everyone's just really ready to get the ball rolling, especially with this being the first event. So I think everyone's just chomping at the bits. They're ready to surf Snapper.
What's it going to take? I mean, what kind of performance do you need at a location like Snapper Rocks to break through into the finals and get yourself a keeper result here?
You're going to need a good one. That's for sure. I mean, you look at the heat draw, it is stacked, especially with Championship Tour surfers and then former Championship Tour surfers. The list goes on and on. So this is probably going to be one of the harder Challenger Series events, I would say. So if you get a really good, strong finish here to start off, I mean, you're just kicking goals for the rest of the year.
I'm going to be talking more about what it's going to take after we catch up with the winner of that last heat of the opening round for the women. Stace, a lot of pressure, a lot of eyeballs on Erin Brooks in that last heat. She stood up and delivered.
Yeah, absolutely. But firstly, good morning, Jack. And Erin, a lot of pressure on you coming into this event. Well, from our perspective, but how is it for you?
I'm just trying to learn how to surf heats, and it's amazing being able to surf out here at Snapper. This is my first contest out here, and I had a great time. Talk
to us about your last sort of 4 weeks. You've been everywhere.
Yeah, I was here at Snapper. I went to Bells Beach for the Rip Curl International Grand Search Final, and then I went to Panama for the Pan Am Games, and now back to Snapper.
Not bad. And how's your time been on the Gold Coast so far?
It's been super fun, but the last few days the waves have been a little small, but I'm glad we have some swell now and some swell coming on the way.
Certainly. Well, thanks for your time, and we're looking forward to watching you in the next couple of days. Thanks, Erin.
Yeah, solid stuff. And Jack, you can speak to this, being a former child prodigy yourself. When you surf under the bright lights of the Challenger Series or you're moving through the grades, everyone's kind of hyping you up, and sometimes that can be overwhelming, but didn't look like that was the case for Erin.
It doesn't. No. I've seen her surfing, and her surfing is incredible. So, yeah, it's more so the pressure of everyone's expectations. I had a hard time with that too, because everyone was expecting me to do so well, and it took some time to get there. So that was a bit of an adjustment, thinking that I'd just walk straight onto the world tour, but I was humbled. Yeah, if you can deal with that pressure well, just replace, expectations with appreciation, yeah, I'm sure you'll do well.
Well, she's survived her first hurdle, or jumped over it beautifully with a great performance in the opening round, moving through. Erin Brooks, along with Zali Kelly, another teenager who obviously is going to have a fantastic chance at breaking through for big results. But Rich, could see you kind of wanting to get in on the conversation in the kind of performance that it's going to take to get the victory here, or at least get yourself a big result. We'll come back to you in a moment. We're going to see Jarvis getting things started on the back end here. Got a little hung up for a moment on that opening float, and as a result, he doesn't bother with the finishing turn. But, you know, Jack said it's going to take a special performance, but a certain approach out here too.
Yeah, these waves, it's not 1 and 2 hit wonder waves. You know, you really got to tell the story as you perform down the line, and you can't just bank that one big turn. Well, I mean, unless you do the craziest air in the world, but really it's about painting a picture on the wave. Big start, big finish, maybe a couple of really strong turns, but there's a flow and there's a rhythm that you get on these waves. You can't rush it. You've got to really tap into the pace of it. So I think, you know, obviously the winner's going to be whoever really connects with the swell that's coming.
Yeah, I think a really well-rounded performance too. I mean, you look at the competitors that you know, prospered here last year and got the big numbers. It was a combination of power and progression. Sheldon Sinkus, he was throwing those big, explosive grab rail reverses out of the pocket. Callum Robson just relied on his power, but there was a lot of variety. There was an attack and assault on the pocket of the wave, but then when they got away from, you know, those tighter turns, that they were deep rail carves and smooth flow. And on the women's side, it was much the same. Molly Picklum, Katie Simmons, the surfers who cracked the final here, you know, had a little bit of everything. So you've got to flex a repertoire at this venue to continue to get the scores, because, you know, you're not just painting a picture in each heat. You've got to kind of evolve your performance as you move through the rounds too, because if you keep turning up in heats with the same kind of surfing, then the judges do kind of get used to it.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it looks like a set's approaching right now.
So Jarvis finding some space down the line here without priority. He's going to try and get a score on his rivals here. Always really has a lot of torque in these backhand snaps, puts that head down, and really gets on the attack, just thrashing away at that one.
That was really interesting. I spent the last half an hour, I just went and watched the conditions, and there's these two distinct spots in the lineup behind, like right next to the rock here, and then there's this outside bank that the women have been surfing for the last couple of hours. So it's a really difficult judgment at the start of the heat whether you actually sit by the rock or whether you take your chances and wait for one of those outside sets to come down. But here's Hiroto.
Really smooth bottom turn into that first move and drew it right back into the bowl. This is a very refined surfer, a really complete surfer, and we've seen him go on to win one of the biggest events that's still on the Challenger Series schedule, the US Open. That was back in 2015. Probably one of the most famous post-win speeches we've ever heard too.
Definitely the most viral.
Probably needs a new car now. Might need a victory here. Maybe a GWM.
His surfing is just so polished. It feels like it suits this wave so much.
Especially at this size too. He just looks so comfortable with those tight transitions. The replay of Jarvis's ride, Rich.
Yeah, he squares up on this one twice, in fact, and then a third to finish off. Important finishing move, and he got it done. But Hiroto outside. Beautiful opening carve to start things off. Big wrapping cutback. Just staying with the pace of it. Little lip slide, and then forces it up and over for that final closeout maneuver.
Did Jarvis get another one? Oh, this is the same wave.
Just a different angle there. Really does put everything into each of those turns. Pretty fun watching the opening heats of the first round for the women too. I felt like the judges were really paying close attention to the detail in each individual move. So when you were going down the line, you could get multiple maneuvers done, but they were like, is the board vertical? Is this turn executed with power? Or is it more of a put there? So, you know, this will be interesting to see, because Jarvis did a lot of work, but, you know, I think when we were talking earlier about squaring up, you know, even though he's getting that head down, the board's not actually in a vertical position through those turns. So, you know, I'm intrigued to see where they go with it. And then you make the comparison to Hiroto's opening move. Took a bit more time off the bottom, which really felt to me to accentuate that opening manoeuvre.
Yeah, well, there's a different, I mean, there's obviously the comparison of goofy versus natural, but Hiroto was powering through the turn, driving through it, accelerating as he came out of the turn, whereas Jarvis was sort of placing his manoeuvres and just pivoting off the lip rather than driving through it and destroying it, cutting it in half. So there is those comparisons there. The judges have got a pretty eagle eye on this stuff.
Yeah, we're watching it too, and sometimes, Jack, you can speak to this, you're restrained somewhat by what the wall is offering you or what kind of power's in the face of that wave.
Exactly. That's just kind of what I noticed as we got Hiroto about to take off right now.
Hiroto, just really clean, sort of just trademark Japanese style here. Impeccable technique.
Oh, nice finish.
Finds some release in that tail.
That felt good.
Had a lot going on in his personal life. He's a dad these days, and it feels like he's kind of settling back into a competitive mindset in dealing with all of that. 14 minutes to go here. We do have some numbers on the way. We're going to update you on the situation right after the break. Stay with us.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. The opening heat of the opening round for the men now underway here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and also lucky enough to be joined by Jack Freestone here in the booth on the Harvey Norman host set. Hiroto Ohara out there at the moment. What a strong start. Couple of 6-point rides for him to get started. He's looking for more at the moment. Beautiful carve. Just hammering through that turn.
Yes.
So much speed. A great combination. Felt like excellent surfing.
Yep, I think so.
And here we go. Jabe is going to try and get himself into the mix here. The American battling hard on that really tough North American regional QS to earn his place in this draw. Had a semi-final finish in Barbados on the regional QS and also a quarter-final finish at Pismo Beach. But this is his first crack at the Challenger Series, and he's going to be up against it because it's been a dominant start from Hiroto Ohara, and Jarvis has a couple of okay numbers too. Looking forward to seeing the replay of Hiroto's ride. I mean, with his other scores, Jack, going into the sixes, it just feels like that one might get him into the eights or thereabouts.
That had excellent surfing written all over it. You can just see, especially from the takeoff, bigger wave, so much speed. and just seamless flow. These few turns put together. There's no downtime. Bust the tail and finish so strong. Yeah, that's excellent surfing in my eyes.
Jarvis down the line, just putting everything into these turns. And we were touching on it earlier. You know, he's generating a bit more of his own speed, sitting a little further down the line. So as a result, there's a little bit of a difference in his top rides and what Hiroto's been able to do on the outside.
So replay of Jabe just going through the motion there. Series of good turns. Didn't really have that big standout moment on that wave, but some good surfing nonetheless. So I guess a settler wave for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just wanted to get the ball rolling with something, especially with just under 10 minutes to go. He's probably feeling the pressure of just like, okay, I need to get a score on the board.
With the 4 surfers in the lineup too, through the opening round of the women's, we were picking up that, you know, the 2 surfers who won the opening exchange, more often than not, went on to progress through that heat.
Yeah,
it just became a big uphill battle for the those sitting in 3rd and 4th to claw themselves out of those bottom positions.
Yeah, it generally is, because you can almost stranglehold. You can dictate the heat if you start off, you know, in a really dominant position. You can dictate the rest of the heat
and put yourself on the right side of that priority order.
Yeah, and try and control.
So just under 9 minutes to go. Remember, it's been a magic lead up to this event, Jack, and obviously you've seen a lot of these Challenger Series competitors warming up for this contest. We were saying it this morning, no one's got any excuses, because, you know, if you haven't figured out this lineup just yet, you've probably left it too late.
Yeah. And that was Hiroto, 7.83. So, yeah, right there at excellent surfing. I deem that worthy of that score. That was amazing surfing.
3 judges threw 8s at it. It was the only, you know, the average that brought it down under the 8-point ride. But just such a solid combination. It's been really interesting these past 2 years to see Hiroto on the regional qualifying series, you know, not come out on top and you know, only get limited opportunities in the Challenger Series events. 2021, he surfed in them. He counted 9ths as his best result. But he only did 3 events last year on the Challenger Series and didn't even crack the top 100, which is a surprise to everyone.
Oh, that first turn, so beautiful to watch. How's the way he didn't lose 1 ounce of speed between those 3 turns? So great carving turn to start off, quick snap the second, and he gets up there for the 3rd.
Yeah, and what I love too about it, the Hiroto surfing right now, he's just building strength to strength. Every score that's coming in is higher and higher.
Yeah, I mean, this is only the first heat of this opening round, but just compared to just some of the other surfers that we've seen today, Hiroto finding some space between his bottom turns and that wall of the wave, so he's really like able to open up on the pocket of these rides. It's less sort of mid-face work to get to the top of the ride and sort of just chip away at the lip. Really nice, clean, complete surfing for solid numbers, and Jarvis has done a good job of finding opportunities down the line here, and he's built nicely, and even sitting in that 4th position of priority, he's managed to establish a pretty solid hold on 2nd place here, Rich.
Yeah, he's really working the lineup, isn't he? Look, he's right up the top of the point, and he's actually in 4th priority, so it's a little bit of a dangerous spot to be, because if he does take off on a wave, the boys down the line can basically just steal it off him, but put a little pressure on.
Is it a tactical move at this point, though, really trying to look to sell the ride to his competitors now and give himself a good shot at a set?
Yeah, I think in a way that's exactly what he's trying to do, but he needs to be a little bit careful here. But all the guys have moved down the line here, so settling for this lower bank.
Here goes Jabe now. So he had a 3.67 earlier on, and we already know that those above him in the order, Jarvis and Hiroto, have posted much better scores. So he really wants to chip away at his requirement here. He's needed a 7.53 prior to that one. I like the attempt at the end of that ride. It was the only way he was going to convert it into a decent score.
Yeah, he had to do that. He's sitting off the end. He's got a little bit of space from the competitors, which could work into his favour, especially going into 4th priority now. So he'd just be trying to create some space and try and get another good ride.
Just over 5 minutes to go here as we have a look at the Harvey Norman heat recap. And Hiroto's just been on a tear, 3 rides. He's built on each and every score so far.
Yeah, surfing so good, just such a stylish surfer. And had a quick surf with him yesterday at D-Bar. He just said he's got magic JSs under his feet right now. So this was that big score, streaking down the line, just puts all that power into the first turn. Gets a 2-2 combo to finish up. But just looking so sure-footed and confident.
Magic to watch as we see now the current World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl, trying to get rid of a 5.33 to consolidate this second spot.
Oh, he's got to not make the mistake of trying to surf out of his skin right now, because he could be controlling this with that last score that come in.
Yeah.
Now he's just giving the competitors, you know, another shot at a good wave. Scary position to be in. It's not fun when it's very stressful.
Yeah, these heats too, you know, this is the first stop. It's always been just such a highly anticipated venue to kick off a championship to a year or a Challenger Series campaign. You just dream of getting reps. You want to surf more out here with the jersey on. You want to build a performance, a campaign through the contest. And the heat time just goes so quickly.
Yeah, that happens a lot, man. You can't sit there and wait for nothing. You know, you can't sit and wait for something that doesn't come. And that's what you've kind of seen out of Kian and Jabe. Yeah, they've left it. I mean, Kian's left it to the last 3 minutes.
They put too much faith in Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, they have. And you can kind of tell today's a slower day. So, you know, leaving it until that last 5-10 minutes is probably not the best strategy.
Yeah, we were tripping on it earlier on, just how smart those veteran competitors were. Like Paulina Doe in the first heat knows she's got this next crop of rising stars just chasing her down, but really put her experience in this lineup to good use. Got busy, established us a couple of decent scores. They weren't mind-blowing, but she knew what she had to do. And Jarvis has kind of played it like an old head here in this heat too.
Yeah, but you kind of don't want to be in his position, just kind of taking opportunity, especially when you're not bettering your score. That can put you in a really dangerous, stressful situation as well.
So a mistake maybe on that last one for the 3.73, but his rivals are still looking for pretty decent scores. Oh, Jarvis Earl has gone left. It's usually my tactic to get a ride out here.
That's a sight you don't really see every day at Snapper too.
And at this point, he's just looking to put some doubt and have his rivals sort of turn around and put their attention on him. But they've got kind of bigger fish to fry at the moment. They're after solid waves, and they've actually got to surf them really well. Jabe's after a 7.53. You've got to remember that we've seen Hiroto bank a 7.83 for what was a really strong ride. And Kyan Martin, he's after a 9.87. The surfer who grew up in Bali, his mother's Swedish, his dad's Brazilian.
Yeah, I've been watching him for years, man, and I know he is one talented individual. I think he's just left this heat too late. I'm not sure what happened here. Was this? Oh, there's the left.
Oh, look at the right.
That literally just looked like a right. I cannot be. He went left and tried to hug it in.
There was no left.
There was no left. He made a left out of that.
Just over a minute remaining here, and Hiroto's looking good at the moment.
He's been surfing his own heat.
Having an absolute ball out there at the moment.
Yeah, this is a good start for him, man. And he's got one of those styles that just suits this wave, and I feel like it's a CT style. So when you accommodate that with like a CT style wave, I mean, yeah, the surfing's doing the talking.
Here we go. Kyan Martin looking to get things, turn things around. He's got to get upside down at some point through this ride. He's got to throw some risk at it because he needs a 7.53. And he's had a massive growth physically. You can tell just since last year. And unfortunately in this heat, he just didn't find any big sections to throw that extra muscle into. So, yeah, he's going to be left wanting here. 20 seconds remaining. Jarvis hanging on to that second spot still.
Yeah, I think you see Jarvis just coming on down now. I think is he in third priority? No. Oh, yeah, he's in third priority. He's just coming down to try and control.
So like we said earlier on, you know, the quick start is crucial, but also not wasting the opportunities when you elect to take a wave. And both Jarvis and Hiroto certainly made the most of the waves that they took off on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Hiroto was in perfect rhythm in that heat. He was on most of the best waves. Jarvis got a couple, but really Hiroto really got the good ones and just some really mature surfing on them, you know. He just didn't waste it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He was in a rhythm, but he like paired that with some really good surfing too.
Great choice of manoeuvres, I thought, and you know, got to the important finish.
A strong performance for the Japanese surfer, powering through to the next round, along with the current World Junior Champion, Jarvis Earl. We're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. Richie Lovett, Jack Freestone in the booth. They'll keep talking as the event rolls on. Welcome back. We've got the opening day of competition unfolding here at dreamy Snapper Rocks. Not huge conditions, but we're still seeing some quality surfing on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey with Jack Freestone, Richie Lovett. Jack, this has been a lot of fun having a chat with you, mate. Looking forward to keeping the conversation rolling through the event, but expecting we're going to see some great surfing as we move through this opening round, because each of the regions just had mind-blowing performances through those QS events in order for surfers to make the grade and crack this Challenger Series. And I just can't wait to see how they stack up against one another, because, you know, after watching some of the events here in Oz, I was thinking, wow, this region's really strong. But then you saw some of the free surfing from our foreign friends, and it was mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah, it really was, man, especially... you know, we got Josh Burke here in this heat. This is actually another really tough heat.
Josh Burke, easy ones.
There is no easy ones. No, when you look down the list, that's a crazy thing now. Is like you're getting all the best guys from all the regions all over the world. So there are no easy heats. And here we go. We got first ride for Aiden. This looks like.
Yeah, Aiden Mason Camp, a South African, big, powerful, heavy-footed surfer, Rich.
Yeah, he's got shades of, I guess, Geordie's heritage in pedigree in here as well. Just the way he attacks the wave, really uses that rail exceptionally well. Great timing on this wave. I love that wrap. That was so good. Throwing an absolute ton of spray. Gets a little tail release on that third turn. Onto the inside. Finishes strong again, kicking the tail out a little bit harder.
Yeah, even though there was a bobble in this wave, he still put together like 3 or 4 really strong turns. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this one, because that was probably the biggest wave I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw some clean, smooth, refined surfing from Hiroto on that last heat, but this was
finished too.
Full manpower.
Yeah, that was manpower. You can tell this guy surfs points.
Surfing strong. And you know what? We had the tough job of putting out some predictions of who we thought was going to qualify. And yes, obviously everyone's really patriotic when they're looking at who they think from their region is going to make the grade. But not a lot of people had the South African surfers on the men's side in their list of 10 people to break through. Aiden's been at the Challenger Series for a couple of years now. Maybe this is his year, Rich.
Could be. It can be a little frustrating when you go around the paddock a bunch of times and nothing's really happening, nothing's really gelling. It's got to have a good hard look at yourself in the mirror and go, what am I doing wrong? And he's obviously done that, because he's come out of the gates absolutely firing and dropping an 8-point ride to start things off.
Yeah, that's powerful. Start your first event with an 8. That is yeah, that's a message right there. Really, a little pulse right now.
Really stacked heat, this one. Josh Burke taking off now. A lot of speed. Whoa. Oh, rips through a nice carve there. Gets back out in front of this one. So great opening exchange between obviously Josh and Aiden. Aiden probably going to still hold an edge with the score. Let's see if the phenom, Eli Hanneman, can get himself a number on the board. And this is a guy that, you know, we've got big raps on, performed really well in the World Junior Championships, but last year on the Challenger Series didn't make a whole lot of heats. But he's still young and still evolving his performance. Let's quickly check in with the winner of the last heat with Felicity Parmentier.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Looking so connected, surfing so fast out there. Dreamy conditions. Talk me through it.
Yeah, definitely. It's way bigger than yesterday, and then we're waiting for this, and I was waiting for this whole time. I was in the first seat, and I woke up 4 in the a.m. every day and see the waves every day, and it's been pretty small, but today was fun, and stuck together 2 scores.
Talk me through that 7.83. You surfed so fast, so in control. That must have felt really good.
Yeah, it's just the people getting the wave on the shoulder, and then I was thinking, I've been surfing here a few days, and I was comfortable surf on more near the locks, so that was my plan to, if I don't have priority, sit across the lock and maybe trying to fit it 3 times, and then that's what I did, and then stuck to get a score.
Yeah, awesome. So you probably have a lot of support back home. Do you want to say a few words?
はい、早朝から応援ありがとうございます。まだ1回戦なんで、とりあえず次今日あるかわかんないですけど、次と一つ一つ、丁寧にこなして、決勝まで行けたらいいなと思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you, Felicity. Hiroto Ohara, strong performance in the opening round, and I know we're going to get some bigger swell through this event window, but just his style, that compressed style, his ability to pivot off the bottom while still holding that rail, could put him in a great position to wrestle a good result out of this first Challenger Series stop.
Yeah, definitely. The only one question that I could think in my head when he was doing that post-heat interview was, does anyone know if he actually got a new car?
From the US Open win?
Yeah.
It's an old car now.
It's an old car now, so he's looking to get a new car.
So
Josh Burke.
This is Josh on that replay. He had a 5.17 to kick things off. Eli managed the 4.17 on this one, Rich.
Yeah, gets a little lipper to start things off. Gets a little caught there as he went for the second turn. That was more of a projection hit down the line and then just got caught behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, I always think Eli, with just all the moves, sometimes you can see him start thinking about opening that stance up and attempting an air on a section, and it can be kind of dangerous on a point break.
Yes, exactly. You know, and you can't fall into that trap just because you've got it in the repertoire. You can't lean on it every single time. You see the top guys, they'll iron out their rail surfing, and I'm sure that's what he's going to be doing in the near future too.
Also, Billy Stammen out there, one of New Zealand's finest. Always a strong campaigner on the qualifying series and the Challenger series.
Yeah, he's always a threat. Always been a threat. Always will be a threat. He's just got he's just so fast, and he's just got such a good variety of surfing. So he's always a threat.
He's one of those guys that he's Mr. Dependable, isn't he? Really, you know, he's going to drop, you know, a couple of good scores. He's always going to have a healthy heat total.
Yeah.
You know, is there a question mark around his airs? Well, he does them. You know, he's got the tricks. He's certainly got the power for such a little lad, but. You know, he's always there. He won't go away. He's one of those guys that just keeps, you know, come bouncing back all the time.
Yeah, there's a few surfers in the draw that, you know, they've got a real edge when the surf's at this size, and Billy's kind of one of them. It's not like he can't surf 4 foot and above and surf it really well and get big scores too, but just with his size and, you know, again, like Hiroto, he's quite refined and fast. He can fit turns, vertical turns into that pocket, throw the fins, and you know, whip through nice carves a little easier than some of the bigger blokes. As we see Aiden up again, just looking to back up that excellent start that he had, just covering some great distance. Nice mix up in his turns here as he just continues to move plenty of water. And the South African's just on a heater at the moment.
That's a good start. 2 back-to-back waves. And I like that he didn't surf that too laterally. He was ripping in at every turn. Still going. Wow.
Big flare up on this second ride.
Legs are sore. Take a bow.
Oh, man.
There we go. He liked that one. Why not?
I mean, with just under 19 minutes to go, he's probably going to put together a couple of numbers here that, you know, maybe doesn't even need to paddle back out.
He's got a healthy 2-wave total, that's for sure. Especially, you know, looking at that last heat, going off that last heat, how, you know, Hiroto came out and was a stranglehold. Like, this is a very healthy total.
Just stood up way down the line, started things off with that little drifting snap, a little check turn down the line because he didn't want to miss these sections here. I love how he's actually doing these with speed. Gets a little flare, kicks the tail out, but keeps that momentum running down the line. Really good pace to this wave, but let him open up all the way through. He's way past little Marley. And just a series of snaps here. And right now, the lactic acid is just screaming through the legs.
Yeah, there was that last carve. You saw his legs kind of straighten up a little bit. But he had to hit it a couple more times. But he's going to turn in another great score here, Aiden. And this is... you know, like a boxing match, he can kind of go in the defensive mode now. He's done the attacking. He's easily won the opening exchanges here. As we see Eli. And you can tell he's loading up for something big down the line here. There's the reverse. Easy control, pumps the fist. Not a whole lot of work on that ride, but the work he did is probably going to help him turn in a reasonable number and potentially get himself up in the second spot here.
Yeah, it's an okay wave, and I think in his own standards, it's probably not one of the bigger airs that we've seen him do, but it was a good finish. It was a high-risk manoeuvre, and he completed it, most importantly. So you can see, streaking down the line here, and gets a good, clean snap. And right now, you just go, okay, he's going to take to the air, widens the stance, picks the moment, and wasn't the full rotation, Jack, but good enough.
No, definitely. I mean, yeah, exactly. Like you said, to his standards, it's probably not the, you know, he's not expecting a big score, but he's definitely expecting to be in this heat. He's got Josh with a 5, so he might come in around that mid-4. But yeah, I definitely think he's got some surfing to do still out there.
Aiden dropped a 7.17 on that backup score. So just miles ahead at the moment. It's the battle for second spot. And there's still just over 16 minutes to go in this battle. So we have a score coming through for Eli. Again, impressive surfing, but we'll see how he goes. Billy there, just whip sharp through that first turn. And now looking to build down the line here. This wave has a bit of foam on the face, and he's really just tapping away at it at this point, hoping that it runs again through the little marley section. Just trying to keep some speed. He's out of there.
Yeah, I think he served that wave just a little bit too laterally. He squared up on the first turn, and if he did that a few more times, it probably would have benefited him a little bit better, but he still served that wave really well, especially for what it did off the end.
You could kind of see what I was touching on earlier on at the start of the wave, though, just his ability to fit into this pocket.
Oh, that first turn.
Yeah, really nice sort of pivoting action, doesn't he, off the top? Throws a ton of spray, and then down the line here, just going through the motions. But it was a difficult position for Bill to be in that second wave of the set. You know, it's 5 minutes to go in the heat. Do I pull the trigger? Because at some point you're trying to get into rhythm, aren't you, to get the good waves, and it's like you've got to start your campaign at some point. You know, could he have waited and maybe just
make that wave count?
Yeah, you've got to make that first wave count. So.
Just under 15 minutes to go, waiting on numbers to come through. We'll update you on the situation in just a moment. But Kaipo, he's on the move. He's out there in the competitors' area somewhere. What's going on, Kipes?
Hey guys, checking out the Bailey Ladders leaderboard on top of my sturdy Bailey ladder that gives me elevation and feels some inspiration and motivation. Let's check out some of the surfing nations as we go into the men's opening round. Heat number 5. Miguel Tudela representing the surfing nation of Peru. Heat number 6, Ian Gouveia representing the Brazilian Storm. Leading off in heat number 6, Jackson Bunch, Josh Moniz from Hawaii representing that nation, and Oni Anwar representing Indonesia. We're going to finish up that day with Oni Anwar, Alistair Reginato, Rafael Teixeira, and Leo Casal. What a way to finish off the day, opening day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Thank you, Baileys.
Oh, he's safe. He's good. He's sturdy on that thing. That's for sure. But yeah, some big clashes coming your way. Some exciting names as well. And we're seeing scores roll through from those exchanges that unfolded just earlier on. And Eli, he's up at the moment. Beautiful opening turn, really laying into it. And whipping through that cutback, bouncing off the foam. Just hoping this wave just serves him up a little ramp to launch down the line. You can see what he's thinking. Just so strong when he whips that board. Doesn't get the rotation, but
and he's also so
good.
Consistent. With
so
that.
consistent.
Yeah, like you know, he almost telegraphs it in a way, but you know he's going to make it, and that's really important to have in your repertoire.
Look at this guy. He's on fire. Big turn there, Rich.
Aiden Mason-Camp he's finding the perfect rhythm in this heat. Just finish things off with a big layback hammer.
This first turn by Eli was awesome.
Yeah, nice and crisp. A bit more variety, something different.
Those turns are hard. To do a layback and blow the tail, that's a hard, especially first turn. And he was just waiting for it to stand up. And he found a little opportunity right at the end and blew the tail. Nice finish. Probably not the air reverse. He wanted the air reverse, but you'd still be happy with this, even though it didn't give him that much.
Yeah, still a good finish. Jizzy had to work hard through that final section too, pumping the legs.
Everyone's legs might be sore in this heat.
Oh, for sure.
Workout.
Well, just on 12 minutes to go, waiting on the numbers to come through for Hanneman. We'll update you on the situation right after the break. We're going to take a Bonsai Brew break. Back with more right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Welcome back. Aiden Mason-Camp, the South African, in Heat 2 is on fire. Big numbers dropping. We've seen surfers knifing through the lineup here at Snapper Rocks in these first couple of heats of the opening round for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. But Aiden Mason-Camp, he's just got a club out. He's just bashing sections at the moment. And he had this one during the break.
Yeah, just he's finding all these little gems streaking down the line here. Got a ton of speed. And again, the big layback carve. A little stuck on that second one. That's not even going to go into his top 2 scores. And then this was Eli Hanneman just
nice start.
Gets the little rotator, the high-risk move to start things off. And another little drifting turn. So two really kind of progressive manoeuvres on that wave.
Exactly. Also just putting it all on the line in that first move.
Yeah.
You know, Aiden's powering his way to big numbers. You know, he's leaning into his power to fetch those big scores. And it's standing out against the rest of the field out here at the moment. But Eli put everything into that first move, and I hope he gets rewarded for it.
I agree. And Aiden's also finding the ways that are allowing him to have those, to get those maneuvers off. I feel like Eli and the rest of the field is kind of just finding those waves that are only allowing like 2 or 3 maybe little hits. But Eli's definitely making the best of this situation.
Yeah, he's sort of turning 4s into bigger scores, isn't he? Just by nature of the turns he's doing. But it's interesting to note that, you know, Hiroto was on a total rhythm in that last heat and got all the best waves. And this one, it's Aiden Mason-Camp who's found that rhythm and who's really in tune with the set. So it seems like one surfer really is just gelling, and then the others are sort of scrapping to try and find that second position.
So numbers rolling through now for Eli. They're looking pretty good. He's had a 6.1, 5.87. So he's hanging on the second spot at the moment. Billy Stearman after a 7.64, 6.8. You know, Jack, you can talk about what it's like coming out of an off-season with a big goal. I mean, it's a short off-season as far as the Challenger Series is concerned for competitors, especially in this round, but you just have such high hopes of turning in a magic performance, and then you find yourself in the first heat in Billy or Josh's situation at the moment.
Yeah, it's a daunting feeling. This is not like how you picture your first heat going at Snapper. Yeah, you kind of do like subconsciously put a lot of pressure on yourself. I'm hoping these guys aren't. They're only one wave away from breaking into second. But yeah, there is, especially now that it's been highlighted with a wave at Snapper. So they're probably feeling a little bit more pressure.
What do you picture, Rich, in the lead up to a big event like this? Do you just picture like 4-foot bombs rolling down the point and picturing yourself just absolutely ripping it apart, or
you want to picture that and you can't help but picture that, but it's kind of the worst thing you can do, actually, in my mind. You really have to just you know, surf the conditions that are presented to you in your heat, in your half an hour that you have to perform. And if you try and preempt what's going to happen and think, oh, I'm going to be out there and it's going to be 5 to 6 foot barrels behind the rock, and it turns out to be what we have today, like a softer little 2 to 3 foot down the line running wave, you know, you're in a totally different headspace than what you need to be in, and you're probably thinking the wrong equipment. So it's about just being ready in terms of your sort of mental aptitude. Your boards have got to be on point. Everything else has just got to be ticked off so that you can just focus on what is in front of you right there.
I still have dreams where I'm winning the contest here at Snapper Rocks, and I'm not even in the draw. So it must be so hard for these competitors to just quieten those expectations and get focused on the job at hand. It's something that Aiden Mason-Camp's done beautifully in this heat. Big power hooks, great flow, and a lot of different turns being thrown at the long walls here.
Yeah, I agree. It's just exactly like this last heat. It's like Hiroto. Like they just run away with the heat, and it just seems like they're just surfing their own heat with no one out. And he is just teed off on these things. A lot of lactic acid in his legs, like Rich said earlier.
Just some big old man turns, huh?
Yeah,
Look at this.
Yeah, like I said, you can just see that he's surfed a lot of point breaks in his life because he knows how to utilize every section.
I'm seeing shades of Beag in there too, you know, just the approach and how he's sort of getting that little pivoting action off the top there. Throwing the arms up, getting the spray going.
One of the real strong performers on the South African regional qualifying series, and ready to give it a good shove on the Challenger Series this season. But he did the work on his first 2 rides. He's just been obviously staying in this lineup to maintain his place in that priority order and just see if anyone's going to make a run at it. But even his backup scores would have him in 2nd spot at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just doing that purposely. I think he's, he's just come up here and just been like, okay, I've got a very strong start to this heat. I might just sit here and just take what everyone does it.
So Eli had that wave during the heat recap, didn't stick it. Josh Burks just really struggled to find a good 2nd score, but this one could help his chances. That was a finish.
We didn't see that one. That was awesome. See, I've seen this guy surf a million times, and he's so consistent with that maneuver as well. So that was cool that he finally got a wave to showcase it.
Clean grab, rode out with ease. He had a 5.17, so he needed a 6.8 to get himself up in the 2nd spot. Been loving just the clarity of the water on the Gold Coast flight cam. Just a magic day.
Yeah, best time of year. And I think he got I think Josh got a 5.17 for that. So he's still looking for a score. Oh no, he's got
a number on the wave.
He's got a number on the wave.
Yep. So yeah, if I was going to be really picky, I'd ask for a few more set waves, if you don't mind. But just the clarity out there at the moment is incredible. The sandbar is beautiful. I was chatting to Josh Kerr yesterday afternoon, and he said, you know, typically you want a bit more east in the swell. The forecast is looking like we're going to have quite a bit of south in it. But the way the sandbar's set up at the moment, it's quite straight. It's not that usual hard angle down toward Lil Marley. That south swell might still hit the bank beautifully here.
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, from all the videos, all the waves last week, I think it's groomed the bank so perfectly. It is so ruler edge right now. You know, even with these conditions, you're still seeing the waves roll through. So I definitely think there could be some good waves. Josh is still looking for another wave after that 5.6.
Yeah, time's ticking by here. So 6.37. He's chipped away at the requirement, so job done there, but still needs more. And Billy needs more again. He's after a 7.64.
Looks like a few sets coming too.
On the inside, Hanneman up once again, and he wants to get rid of this 5.87, push this requirement up again, loading up. Ooh. Just always so swift in his rotations. Can't stick that one though, as Josh makes his move, has a section, goes to that big grab rail and makes it stick. He had 2 turns on his previous wave for a 5.6. He was really banking on that one big individual move, as we see Billy Stammen there just slip off his tail pad.
You could see him trying to force his back foot back on just so that he could clearly show the judges that he rode out. But I don't think they're not going to be fooled by that. But that wave stood up for him. He got a couple of great turns off, so that could have been a last-minute heroics as Billy tried to get back into this heat. Geez, he got a lot of pop out of this air, Josh.
Oh, he's so consistent with these. Look, it's going to be right there. That was one big air. I haven't really seen many scores, so I can't compare him with one air. Billy had the most beautiful looking one. Oh, nice start to it as well.
Needed a 7.64 though.
Oh, he was on his way.
Needed the finish.
He needed the finish. Oh, that is unfortunate because oh man, that last turn could have been it.
35 seconds remaining here. Stammen with a number on the way. And he did have some quality turns there, but You know, the fall at the end's really going to hurt him, you'd think.
Yeah, just a big layback hack or fully committed turn there could have just sealed the deal. You know, a big old air probably would have just sealed the deal and some, but, you know, just that little slip, and that's going to cause Billy a couple of sleepless nights, I think.
Yeah, that's it.
Jack, what's it like for you sitting, calling heats now after obviously a big competitive career yourself? Is it enjoyable? Is it painful?
It's really enjoyable. I like it because I understand the pressure and the feelings that they're all going through. And I love doing this way more. I love talking about surfing rather than, you know, the anxiety that the pressure creates.
We're stoked that we're going to have you in the booth throughout the event to call some of these heats with us, and we'll lean into your local knowledge as well.
I'm here for you guys. I'm here for you.
Thank you, mate. What a great performance, though, from Aiden Mason, Camp Rich.
Yeah, that was an incredible, dominant. Really took control of that heat, got the best waves, and just some really good fundamental power surfing. And he just blew his competitors out of the water.
And I think we're still waiting for a score from Josh with that one air.
And Billy.
And Billy. Oh, yeah? Okay,
yeah,
so we're still waiting for scores. What did he need?
Dropped. And he didn't get enough, but we're waiting on a score for Josh.
This
and
is
we're
the one.
seeing again. He had that big extended mid-face bottom turn to set it up.
Whoa. He got some high.
For how much speed he had, he actually projected really high into the air.
That was tail high. You never know. One turn, though.
Oh, got the grab.
Well, it's going to be close. It's right on the line. We've got scores rolling through now. 6.37 is the requirement. One judge saying yes, another saying no. He needs a couple to go higher. It's right there.
No,
it feels like it might fall short, though, for Josh Burke.
And adjust.
Oh, no, he got it. Oh, yeah.
No, it did. It came through. The last judge's score came through.
Wow.
And on the average, he has gotten the job done. He needed a 6.4 to overtake Eli Hanneman. And he got that number.
On the buzzer. Oh,
wow.
Man.
So Eli Hanneman, Billy Stammen out of the event. Josh Burke gets that second spot. Aiden Mason Camp blowing them out of the water with a monster heat score total.
Looks like he's got Cooper Chapman in his corner too.
Wow, what a heat.
Yeah, what a heat. That came down to the wire. Wow.
All right, well, Rich, Jack, we'll see you guys later on. We are going to take a quick break here and we'll bring in Kaipo and Bugs for the call right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. by Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia, and by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
It is a beautiful opening day here at Snapper Rocks on the Gold Coast. Pristine water, white sand beaches. What more could you ask for? And that is exactly what we have today. Opening day. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Robert Bartholomew. Bugs, I'm liking what I'm seeing for opening day. And we got more swell on the way as well.
Yeah, the swell has hit down the coast and it's on its way up and its tide's going out. Snapper is starting to do its thing.
And it sure is. We got a new challenge out on the water with Sheldon Simkis, Daiki Tanaka, Luke Thompson, and George Pittar. Sheldon Simkis, runner-up last year at this event, and Shelly knows how to take it to the Superbank. He knows how to take it to Snapper, and it seems like Simkis has already put a good number. You know what? Not a good number. An excellent number on the board for Sheldon Simkis. Here we go, live action. Sheldon's second wave. Throws a little reverse there, the finish. But you can see on the score bug there, Sheldon Simkis opens up with a monster number, an 8.5, Bugs.
Well, that's a good one for the locals in the men's division. Anyway, it's here he is on his opening wave. Sheldon Simkis from Snapper Rocks. And going to town, and this is an 8.5 effort. The judges love his surfing out here, and when you slow it down, you can see just how much pizzazz he has in his surfing. So much, you know, so many different moves. He's versatile, the variety's there, the speed, the power, the flow, and that is how you surf Snapper Rocks. Sheldon's got, well, he's got the whole town riding with him because he's the only surfer from Snapper Rocks and Coolangatta in this event. So this is a big one for him. Big one for everyone in town. He was the only surfer from Snapper in last year's event and he got second.
Yeah, second place, runner-up to Callum Robson last year at this very event. Sheldon Simkis doing it for the hometown, much like Kobe Enright we saw in the women's side. Had some monster scores, came from behind to earn her way through this opening round. Looks like Shelly's off to a great start here, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a 8.5. You've got to be happy with that, and he's just had 3.67 backup, but he's already got himself a 12-point total. It's not a bad opener for the first 5 minutes of a heat.
And impressive also, that first wave that Sheldon caught was in open priority. So priority rotation had not started as of yet. So the local, showing some local knowledge to put himself in the, in the best takeoff spot and great wave selection.
Yeah, and Sheldon would know exactly, he knows his wave, every grain of sand. He knows where to take off. He knows how to position himself at the start of the heat. As we see George Pittar here. And George, another Aussie that came through the regional qualifying, Copes.
Yeah, George Pittar, quick surfing, number 5 in the region for the qualifying series. And you can see some electric surfing from Pittar. Finishing off there, Sheldon Simkis, keeping his foot on the gas pedal. This is wave 3 for Simkis. And he's going to better his backup with that effort.
Most definitely. You can see by his timing, it was like basically a 2-foot wave with a 12-foot rooster tail.
And so the two Australians on the paddle back out, both in dominant positions. We have a South African out in the water in the way of Luke Thompson from Durban, South Africa, and a Japanese representative, Daiki Tanaka. But let's take another look here, George Pittar.
Yeah, George down you can see he's thinking down the line, he just squeezes there, so wraps that one back and keeps busy, just adjusts his footing there for a bit. And George, beautiful surfing. He's certainly one of the cream of the crop from this country.
Yeah, and right here we have Luke Thompson on an early one, but can't get out in front. So that's going to be an offer for him, and that's exactly how Sheldon Simkis was able to find this corner.
Oh, that explains that. So Sheldon, like these two moves here, bang, watch this rooster tail, 2-foot wave, massive rooster tail. So it's going to be definitely a keeper for him. It's going to eliminate that 3-6-7. And he was, well, the beneficiary of Luke Thompson being too deep.
Yeah, so we're waiting for that score for both Pitar as well as Sheldon Simkus. Excellent heat put together excellent wave score put together by Aiden Masonkamp for winning the last heat. Let's hear from Aiden. He is with Flick at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. An absolute dominant performance in that heat. Talk me through it.
It was pretty awesome to get that first wave. Had to work pretty hard for that. A couple of the guys were hustling up the point, and it was pretty slow out there, so I knew I needed to get a quick start, and I did that, you know, so followed the game plan and, yeah, just quickly backed it up with a decent wave.
Yeah, and you had a massive heat total, 15.17. Talk to me, when the waves are so good, how do you formulate a heat strategy? How do you not take off on lots of waves?
I know, it was so tricky not to go, and like after I got those 2 scores, then I just sort of took off on a couple waves with no one in my way, like in the free surfs. But yeah, it was amazing to be out there and just have this platform to surf on. And this is the best wave, one of the best right-hand points in the world. So it's pretty awesome. I mean, I surf J-Bay all the time, but this is pretty special, you know, to be out there, no one out, blue water, waves reeling off. You can't ask for anything better, really. It's quite tricky though in a heat because you need to sort of knuckle down and get your 2 good waves and play the game. But yeah, pretty happy with my performance.
Awesome. Well, you did so well looking at home on those right-hand point breaks. Good luck in the next round.
I just want to say hey to all my family and friends back home and everyone that supports me. Really appreciate it, and it's good to be back. You know, I've been working hard for this year and what I want, and I'm gonna get what I want. You know, and I'm gonna push it and just make sure that I give myself the best opportunities possible. You know, so thank you to everyone that supports me, and yeah, just really appreciate everything. Cool.
Awesome. Good luck.
Yeah, Masonkamp giving thanks to everyone back home in South Africa. Had a long way to travel. Takes a lot of effort to come from that great surfing country to compete around the world, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. Well, as he said, he surfs J-Bay all the time, and, well, that's pretty much the, the benchmark of point breaks. But this is a different one. It's sand bottom all the way. Sometimes you do get those bit of sand at J-Bay as you head down through supers, and that makes it that really hollow section.
Here we go. Sheldon Simkus, he's been the busiest. He's the heat leader. He's been putting down some big numbers. Got an 8.5, 5.17 as a backup. Shelly finds another long wall and perfectly timed. Adds a little flair there towards the end. Why not? So looking in form, and it may just be a race for second place in this heat at this point.
Yeah, at this point, that 8.5 sits well in the column. And Sheldon, you know, effortlessly making the sections. And there's George. So George Pitar now coming in with his next ride.
And Pitar working down the line. Electric surfing by the Australian. Finishes with a bang there. So the 2 Aussies taking it to this heat early on, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem like you nearly think they're in a man-on-man heat. They're going wave for wave. What's happened to Luke and
yeah, Daiki Tanaka as well has been pretty quiet, the Japanese surfer. But as we watch George paddle back out, I need to note, I mean, he's number 5 on the QS in this region, but this region for QS is so competitive. George surfed in 11 different competitions this season to earn that ranking. I mean, it's a busy region, Doug's.
Well, there is a lot of depth. Australia's a big country. And we incorporate New Zealand as well. And we've got a couple of surfers here. We see Sheldon Simkus. Sheldon, he effortlessly gets down the line and then goes to work as soon as he sees the open face. And yeah, a little bit of riding and yeah, this region. I mean, when you get in those Australian events, when you get to the round of 64, it's there's incredible depth. I mean, even just where George lives in the state of New South Wales itself is there's so many good surfers.
Yeah, I think when it comes to competitive surfing, we're going to see a renaissance of Australia at the top ranks. I feel that there's so many good surfers at the moment coming out of this region. One of them right here, Sheldon Simkis. He continues his assault. That time catches a rail, has to throw it away. We're still waiting for another score for Simkis. Here we go. Daiki Tanaka caught behind in this section. Gets up into the open face now. And a little slippery there. Does not get the finish.
Yeah, so Daiki and Luke, they're falling well behind the race here. George Pitar, a 6.83 and a 5.17. They're still waiting, and we're waiting for that last wave of George.
Yeah. One more wave for George, one more wave for Sheldon as well. Sheldon's still even another wave. So those guys have been in quick order. Let's get caught up on some of these replays. Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, well, as you can see, Daiki, he's battling the whitewater. There's no scoring potential yet. He just got his first move off there. He knew he had to push it hard, Kaipo, because he just was behind the pocket the whole way. George in and out. The judges got a little bit to catch up on there. A couple of good rides in amongst that lot. Luke Thompson, let's see what Luke can do here. There's a better looking wave.
South African on his feet and swinging it down the line. Generating some speed off the bottom, hooks it off the top all the way back. Nice carve for Luke Thompson. Comes in through this section, one more big carve for the South African. Needs a finish, does not get the finish. That was a crucial point in that wave.
Yeah, he won't be happy with that finish because it was a good ride. It was a solid ride, really.
Daiki Tanaka, just a quick carve there before maybe even just repositioning himself on the bank. So judges have a lot of work to do right now to get caught up with all the scores. And they're still coming through. Sheldon Simkis in a strong lead with 13.672 wave total. Let's get caught up on some replays, starting with Luke Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good-looking wave for Luke, and he's surfing it well down the line. You can tell he knows how to surf a point break, and he's really opening up now. Great wrap there, and he just needs a good finish to get right up there in the, maybe the high sixes on this wave. This is a solid ride. I think he banked a fair bit of points before they'll probably dock him a bit at the end with a penalty, but I reckon he banked some points there.
All right, well, 14:25 on the clock. Glassy conditions prevail through the day. We're going to froth it up and take a Bonsoy brew break right now, but we'll be back with the conclusion of heat number 3, opening round for the men here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
In 2001, a sand bypassing system was introduced by the New South Wales and Queensland governments.
There was a deficient supply of sand because it was being trapped out on the Tweed Bar. The bypass is that it gets pumped under the river to various outlets.
Through this supply of sand, the southern Gold Coast can enjoy hosting some of the world's best surfing competitions and beachside events.
The equation is surf plus sand equals success. We have some of the most famous point breaks on the planet Earth, but they need sand.
The Superbank, just one of the reasons why the Gold Coast is Australia's favorite playground. Opening day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. On the water, we got local boy Sheldon Simkis putting on a show. An 8.5 opener and backing it up solidly with a 5.7. He's got a strong lead over the rest of the pack. Let's take a look at some replays as we were in break. This is Daiki Tanaka. Simkis. Sheldon, he got another one.
Yeah, look at that streaking down the line. He just knows his wave so well. It's effortless. Nice little layback there. And Sheldon just on fire out here at Snapper. This is a good-looking wave, Kaipo.
And a beautiful turn as we break it down in slow motion here. And George Pitar, looking electric still, so fast and snappy in his surfing.
Yeah, George is an excellent surfer. He's got it all.
I really enjoy the light-footedness of George Pitar. Haven't seen a ton of him on the international scale, but he's starting to already, you know, flex out here in his opener at the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah, he's come into the Challenger Series in good form. Certainly finished the Australian leg very solidly.
Daiki Tanaka-san out of Japan, much better on this one and gets the finish.
Well, he's finally got a good wave under his belt, and now we see Luke
Thompson goes for the rotation, catches that outside rail, goes down.
Yeah, he's not sticking his last moves, and it's costing him. That previous ride, it wasn't a bad one. It was a 5.47. Probably was looking at at least a 6 if he'd stuck the last turn. That would have got him. That would have got him into the heat.
Taking a look at this effort by Luke Thompson, but just, you know, you can see a little bit of desperation there, Bugs.
Yeah, with time running out. And the thing is, he's not that far behind. I mean, George, for as much good surfing he's had, he still hasn't cracked a 6. He's got a 5.93 and a 5.83, two solid scores, but they're not beyond the reach of the other two competitors, because Daiki just got a 5. That's his best score. Luke Thompson sitting there at the 5.47. They only need scores in the 6-point range.
Yeah, great catch there, Bugs, because it is still really tight for second place. Sheldon Simkis, he's off to the races, though. 8.5 and a 6.33 dominant performance by the local boy. I think he's already waltzing into the round of 32 for the men.
Yeah, so we've got a scrap on for second place, and George Pitar holds pole position. Of course, Sheldon sitting out the end first, and he's got priority, but George, importantly, has got second priority ahead of his two chasers.
Yeah, we can see all the surfers there. And again, a reminder of top 2 of these 4-man heats move out of this round of 80 into the round of 64, where we'll have another series of 4-man heats. Then the round of 32, we cut the field back again, and that will be another series of 4-man heats. And then once we get to that round of 16, we go man-on-man on this format.
Which is awesome. You know, 16 surfers go man-on-man, and it makes it a lot more comfortable out here at Snapper Rocks with just 2 in the water, that's for sure. Still got to read the wave, though, and still, you know, read the lineup.
Yeah, and, you know, and some of these surfers, they need to be very versatile, too. You know, switching from a 4-man heat strategy to that man-on-man strategy. I think particularly that's going to be a challenge for some of our CT surfers that are coming in here looking for requalification, because some of those guys haven't surfed a lot of 4-man heats in a long time.
Oh, well, that is a real challenge, and it's a major adjustment. I'm thinking, I wonder how long it has been since someone like, say, Kalohe Andino has surfed a 4-man heat. I remember when he was young coming through, he spent 1 year back in the WQS when it was called the WQS, and he dominated. He won a bunch of 4-man heats all the way through to... Back in the days when it was like QS 6000s and things like that, he completely was in the comfort zone. And now he's taking on kind of a mentor role with that, his 2% crew from...
San Clemente's 2% crew here, 2% surf. You know, speaking of that mid-season cut, the first event after that mid-season cut, the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer is coming up in the U.S. during Memorial Day weekend. That's May 27th and 28th, live from the Surf Ranch in Lemoore, California. Visit surfranchpro.com to explore ticket options and use this QR code, scan that QR code, and use the code RANCH10 for 10% off. There's a general admittance passes, but also there is VIP packages offering incredible opportunity and stay overnight at the Surf Ranch in an Airstream. Check it all out. Here we go. Luke Thompson. Now he puts it down, has to make sure to ride out in front of Whitewater to make sure that complete. Now he's got his name in the game, Bugs. Needs a 6.29 to go into second.
Will he get a 6.29? It was a pretty good ride. A small wave, a very small finish as far as the wave height. But and it's not one of the bigger waves, but he surfs it well, the Kaipo. He's happy with this ride too. A couple of good snaps, bit of a check turn there. Now he's looking to... He has yet to complete a ride, and this time he rides out of it. So, you know, got a bit of height on that too.
A little bit of... Got inverted, got some height, got those fins up above his head. So we'll see what the number comes through for Luke Thompson. Live action here, Sheldon Simkus, heat leader. And just some comfortable surfing by the Coolangatta loco.
Yeah, like effortlessly making all the sections. Look how quickly he transitions. And when he does transition, then he gets that extra boost. And it's not a pump, it's just a very slight, subtle weight distribution. And here we see George Pittar trying to get himself into a safer spot in second place. Another crisp ride there by George.
George and Sheldon, ultra busy. Both surfers have ridden 7 waves so far in this matchup, and there's still 5 minutes remaining. So I guess staying busy has been kind of key to their success. But Luke Thompson with that air reverse, we're still waiting for that score. As we wait for that score, let's check out our Harvey Norman recap. And Sheldon Simkus, Bugs, 8.5 to start.
Comes out of the gates firing the local surfer. The weight of the whole Coolangatta town is on him. Incredible last year, came all the way to the final. And again, this year opening up with both barrels.
Yeah, great surfing by Sheldon Simkus. Luke Thompson's numbers in a 5.13 was not enough to go into second place. The South African with second priority needs to get some work done. He needs a 6.29. Daiki Tanaka in blue needs a 6.76. Our Japanese competitor. Replay here. A nice aerial view of Sheldon Simkus.
Yeah, and you can see how effortlessly he makes the sections while he's doing major maneuvers. That's the difference, Kaipo.
Oh, the Gold Coast flight cam just giving us some great perspectives. And here's a replay of George Pittar.
Yeah, well, George, is this his strongest ride? That's the question. It's a crisp effort. Wow. There's some major maneuvers going on this one as well. I think it's his best ride. And he just finishes it up. Well, he's not finished yet. Doesn't surf out of that last turn, but gee, he banked some big points there, I reckon.
Yeah, and it's going to be his best effort for George Pittar, and he will distance himself further from Luke Thompson and Daiki Tanaka in their efforts to advance out of this heat.
Yeah, well, Luke only got a 5.13. It's really just the wave size let him down. It wasn't a set wave. He was under priority, all that sort of small wave desperado moves. Whereas George now backing it up on a small one. I don't see that going anywhere, but George's last wave was a set wave, and he absolutely tore it to pieces.
The judges probably shaking their pens right now at both George Patar and Sheldon Simkus. They're making the judge work. They've both ridden 8 waves so far in this heat. And once George's number drops for the previous wave, he is going to increase the need for Luke Thompson and Daiki Tanaka. Just waiting for one more judge to put his number in so we can report on that.
Well, one thing for sure, Luke and Daiki, they're praying for a big set because they won't be able to do it on these small waves they've been taking. They've been out of sorts with the sets. The rhythm of the heat has really gone with Sheldon and George.
Yeah, George's previous wave of a 6.53. Now the requirement for Luke Thompson. Luke needs a 6.99. Daiki Tanaka with priority and 90 seconds left. Tanaka needs a 7.46. Needs a big number, Bugs. But he is in the driver's seat in a way that he has first priority.
Yeah, well, that's something because him and Luke, they got number 1 and 2 priority and they need a bombing set. With a minute 15 remaining, a bit of action approaching the lineup. Is it going to lift up? What's behind it?
And looking at the positioning right here, I think Daiki's sitting fairly wide.
Yeah, he's just sort of hedged his bets on one that's, you know, he can either paddle a bit deeper or paddle a bit wider from where he is. But there is also, to me, a bit of a no man's land out there between the two, you know, between the wedge off the rocks and then that wide bank.
On the power here we go. This is going to be the last ditch effort. Tanaka needs something big. Flying down the line. Kicks out. George goes down. 20 seconds left. Standings are going to remain the same in this heat with Sheldon Simkus in first and George Patar in second place. Simkus flashes a smile to the beach, knows that he's got his job done today.
Yeah, he sure has. I mean, you know, you start with an 8.5, you're instantly in the comfort zone.
George Patar on his 10th wave. And he worked hard on that effort. So it's official. Sheldon Simkus with a convincing win. 14.83 two-wave total. George Patar, 12.46 was enough to get him into the next round. Let's get the numbers up. There we go. Luke Thompson and Daiki Tanaka eliminated from competition. Taking a break, we'll be back with more action. Jordy Lawler, John Mark Tagong, Ryan Kainalo, and Cooper Davies in the water when we return.
another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Siblick still hammering away on the back end. Jams it under the pocket.
Champion, and now you're number 2 in the world.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew talking you through the action. We're in heat number 4 of the opening round for the men. This is the round of 80. Out in the water, we got a cast of characters. Jordan Lawler representing North Narrabeen. Out in the red jersey, John Mark Togong representing the Philippines in the blue jersey. And here is Jordan Lawler working his way down the line on the backhand. And struggles for that finish and gets the finish. Also in the water, Ryan Kainalo from Brazil, and the trials winner, Cooper Davies, is out there in the green jersey.
Yeah, it's another very interesting heat. International, lots of flavor.
Yeah, Jordan Lawler, we're waiting for that score for Jordy, but interesting story with him. We'll get to the story after we break down this replay opening ride, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Jordy's got a brilliant backhand, North Narrabeen special, and yeah, probably not his greatest ride. I don't know if they'll score that a complete, actually.
Yeah. So Jordan Lawler, in 2021, competed through the Challenger Series and was the guy just under the cut, finishing number 16 that year. That year, because of double qualifiers and so forth, we took 15 surfers, and Jordy just missed the cut in 2021. So you know he's going to want to come back. And his road to that championship tour starts right here at Snapper, and then he goes to his home break for stop number 2.
Well, yeah, and that's a home ground advantage for him. If we're not sure if he's in that event. I mean, he was a replacement in this, so he's again that next in line. He just missed out on the regional qualifying.
Yeah, so I mean, that's been the story of Jordan Lawler's career, really. You know, just being right there, but sometimes not getting the invite to the party. It's kind of a tough one for Jordan. He's going to have to stay mentally strong, and you're right, because Jordan earned his way into this heat because Ketut Agus is moving on, and we're going to see Ketut in the next round because of some replacements for some surfers that aren't coming through.
Yeah, no, and that's how it works. So Jordy got the late call up, and obviously just jumped on a plane, got up here. I would say that there'd be a way for sure that he'll be in that Narrabeen event. Absolutely.
At least as a wild card, there's some slots available out there. Surfer in blue, John Mark Togong, Maramar is his nickname, and he's the sensational surfer making a name for himself and his country, representing the Philippines.
Yeah, that's what, we've got this fantastic situation, Rio Wada making it into the championship tour from Indonesia, unbelievable, and now representing the Philippines. That's awesome. It's an emerging surfing nation.
Yeah, he has been number 1 over there in the Surigao Surfing Cup, held at Cloud 9. He's kind of the man out there, taking out multiple competitions at that break.
So, you could say he knows how to ride the barrel.
Yeah. And Cooper Davies out here had a hard-fought battle in the trials, Bugs, to earn his way into this event.
No, Cooper is an excellent competitor. I mean, the guy is so good at going out, and I watched that trials final. He's just so good at hunting down waves. And it really showed in that trials final. And again, he had some flashes of brilliance through the regional qualifying. Got himself into the trials by being one of the next in line Queenslanders. He hails from the Sunshine Coast, and he won the trials. It was a hard-fought battle with Joe Kalupo. Who else was in it? Yeah, it was just awesome.
And then we have in the white jersey, Ryan Kainalo, a teenager, just 17 years old, out of Ubatuba, Brazil. Ryan Kainalo is one of those surfers. He's quoted that he'd rather surf heats than even free surf. He's a surfer that thrives on competition and loves his time in the jersey.
Oh, wow. Another classic Brazilian that loves competition.
I mean, every weekend you'll find Ryan Cainalo right there, 17 years old, and he's had, you know, some success at a QS level.
And just go back to that trials hole. It was Chris Zaffis, you know, from the North End Club, originally from Ngari, and Thomas Cavallo from the Snapper Club, as well as you know, Joe Calupo and the winner Cooper Davies. And yeah, it was a great hard-fought event, and now Cooper finds himself in the main event of a Challenger Series.
As we can see, a priority established between Jordy Lawler and Jean-Marc Togong with fourth and third priority. There's a open priority right now between the two surfers who have not gotten a wave yet, Cooper Davies and Ryan Cainalo. You can see Cainalo kind of playing alpha a bit, deepest up there, but a no-go there. So the other two surfers under priority, surfing further down the point. Why is he staying out of the way? Here we go, Jordan Lawler, his second wave. And it's a small runner, but a couple of nice turns on the backhand for Jordy, and so he's going to kick out with a nice backup. Marmar. Wow, quick footwork right there. Quick spin, a full rotation on a pretty small wave. Got the boost though. Got a little elevation and that full rotation.
He sure did. It was a small wave. Well, you knew he was going to go to the air, but it was just so slick. Full rotation.
A couple of replays. First, Jordy Lawler.
Yeah, Jordy, small wave, great backhand surfing, and he's got a real flow to his surfing. When he gets going, he can just reel off those backhand moves. And this from John, that first move, just a check move, but look at that, full row. Clean finish.
That was a quick spin for Marmar. Jean-Marc Togong. Anticipating those numbers, second backup waves for both the surfers, and they'll clearly stay in first and second position. A patient Ryan Cainalo and Cooper Davies further up the point.
Well, that's right, and for those two guys, there is no priority. It's still on a point break situation. It is clearly man on the inside that gets right of way. And once they go, the other two in the bottom part of the rotation. They'll be third and fourth priority. There they go. John Mark is third. Jordan Lawler fourth priority.
Interesting numbers coming through. That quick rotation, maybe it was hampered by the size of that wave. Just a 3.9 for Jean-Marc Togong, a 4.5 for Jordy Lawler. So Jordy in the lead, Jean-Marc in second.
Well, we were mighty impressed, but the judges weren't. just the size of the wave and how clean it was. But it was a small wave. And look, the judging is reflecting that the two-footers, you can only get so many points on.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at a series and a venue like Snapper and the Superbank, it really is multiple maneuvers stringed together with speed, power, and flow that's really going to maximize your points.
Well, I mean, look, Sheldon Simkus really showed how to best capitalise on a good down the line wave. You got an 8.5. All the other competitors would have seen that, and there's been many illustrations of that throughout the day.
Beautiful white sand beaches here, squeaking underneath your feet as you walk down the fine sand on the Snapper.
It's very ancient sand. I mean, just goes to show, we've got a Mount Warning in the background here. It was active 20 to 40 million years ago. So it's been 20 million years since it last erupted. It gives it time for the banks to get good.
Yeah, well, and what I noticed, around the world, Bugs, is like when you have beaches like this with this really fine-grained sand, the sand compacts and it tends to stay in its place a little bit longer than, say, Hawaii at Ehukai, where we have very big grained sand and it just moves very easily.
Yeah, and it's like, it just goes to show. I mean, at Ehukai, it's really just ground up coral, isn't it? I mean, it's just, it hasn't got to that point. It doesn't get a chance to. You get a 20-foot swell and it moves on.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas this is, it's very fine ancient sand. And, and these these point breaks were made millions and millions of years ago, courtesy of that volcano that now lies in, and so you've got these very sort of valleys that are, hills, everything's sort of smooth, not sort of, Hawaii seems to like just come out of the ocean and it's just raw, it's just so raw. And it's like the waves. Like in Hawaii, the waves are mountains.
Yeah.
And here they're long, and they're just long and refined.
Well, Sheldon Simkus was able to take advantage of his home court with some long, refined surfing down the line. Sheldon won his heat, and Sheldon is with Felicity.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Sheldon. Impeccable surfing out there, effortlessly flowing through those sections. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I just felt like it was another day down at my home break, and yeah, what a day we got here. It's we had really good swell the last couple of weeks, and it died down for a little bit, but yeah, it's some really fun waves. I think the next couple of days is going to be really fun, so I was like, I just want to keep making heats and keep getting the surf snapper.
You opened with an 8.5. That must feel pretty good straight out of the gates.
Yeah, I feel like pressure was off after that. I was like, a little bit nervous, and as you expect, first challenge of the year, just wanted to kind of surf well, and I actually haven't done a turn in like a while. I went on a trip just like chasing barrels, and so it was nice to do turns again, and it's always fun surfing snapper.
I saw that you had a lot of Grommies all wanting, supporting you when you got in from the heat, and behind us now. It must feel good to surf at home again, and what's it going to take to go all the way to finals day again?
Yeah, home is it's such a good community we have here. It's so based around the ocean, especially snapper, and you can feel that with all the Groms. They're so excited, and it's so good to have an event like this for them to watch. And for me, it's an event I get to compete in, and I felt like last year it was a really pivotal event for me. I had a lot of fun surfing in it, and comps are, you can go good and go bad, and I had a lot of fun last year. So hoping to replicate something similar this week, and yeah, try and go all the way.
Well, thanks so much for having a chat. It's looking good, and we'll see you in the next round.
Look at the cheering squad behind the glass right there. That's the Bonsoy board caddies. And they're on site, and they're frothing for the locals. Good on you, Groms.
Yeah, well, I think they're frothing for everyone. Anyone who turns up.
Thank you to Bonsoy and the Bonsoy board caddies. We'll see them all week. Cooper Davies with a quick off the top for his opening account. So Ryan Kainalo, Cooper Davies, both getting some waves to start their account, and now we have the full priority rotation in play.
Well, I'd say the feature of this heat so far is that we actually haven't had a bobbing set.
Right.
And that's the first half of the heat done. This wave here, Cooper deep inside. He has to race down the line. He's got this down wide. He floats over that section and keeps thinking down the line. Will he get around this next part? Yes, he does. He certainly knows how to surf a point break. And now he starts opening up. And that's the form that won him the trials.
Here's Ryan Kainalo.
Yeah, this is again Ryan's best wave. Well, it's his only wave, but he opens up. So these two guys are going to challenge here for the two highest scores of the heat so far.
Yeah, so far the benchmark is a 4.5 for Jordy Lawler. Oh, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break right now. We can see some preparation happening there with Guillermo Sat. He's going to be in the next heat, but we'll come back with the conclusion of heat number 4, round the 80, right after this brew break.
Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Back at Snapper Rocks for stop number 1 of the 2023 Challenger Series. It all kicks off here. And John-Marc Togong, our Filipino surfer, going to town here and forces that final maneuver and goes complete. Maramar.
Really interesting approach to a wave on a point break. It's like when he transitions, he doesn't like thrust and turn on his edge. He seems to just spring. He springs to the next section.
So John-Marc, he needs a 3.44 on this effort, Bugs.
Oh, he's definitely got that. Look at that big slashing cutty, thinking down the line, floats over this section. Now he comes around this section again, and right here, look, bang.
Just sure-footed for this effort. Nice tight radius in his surfing, but like you said, the spring that he's getting.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. There, right, he sort of bounces to that next section, doesn't even like bury his rail, and now he's just so sure-footed, as you mentioned.
Yeah, pretty unique approach that I'm enjoying from the surfer representing the Philippines. We'll be waiting for that number and seeing where that places him. I think for sure he's going to get that 3.44 he requires to go into second place. He may even go into first with that effort.
Well, I think it was the highest scoring heat of the heat so far.
Gold Coast flight cam high up above, giving us a bird's eye view of the competition and this glorious opening day here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Stop number 1 of the Challenger Series, and the 6.33 drops for John-Marc Togong, and he goes into a strong lead at the moment. Here he is. Got the news, and he's back up and riding.
Yeah, now he's on the wide bank. Just caught a rail there. Will he stick with it? Yes, he does, but you know, he came unstuck, but, you know, I don't think he was going to get much more out of that. Might have done him a favour.
Yeah, lessens the paddle for him back out to the top of the point there. So he does have a strong position with that 6.33 on the previous ride, however. Ryan Kainalo, the Brazilian competitor, opened up with a 4, then backed it up with a 5.07, and he's in second. The goofy foot from Narrabeen, Jordan Lawler, needs a 4.58 to move into that second place. Jordan has priority. And Cooper Davies, our trials winner, needs a 4.08. So still a very tight account between all of our competitors for those advancing spots.
Yeah, and not many waves ridden. Here we see Geordie. He's been quiet for a while. He needs to get going here. He comes around this section. Now he gets into his back end turns. Gets caught up there a little bit though, Kaipo.
Yeah, Jordan needs to make up for it on the end here. And now just swinging through a couple of turns. And gets the finish.
Yeah. Well, look, he only needed a 4.58. So it wasn't a big ask. You know, it wasn't his strongest wave. I mean, we know he's capable of a lot more, but he's just not chasing a lot. You look at the required score by all competitors, it's not much in this. He has to get around this section. Now there's a not quite a vertical turn. That's a money turn, but then he lost a little bit of footing. So nothing major yet. And he's had to work hard for this one. And that's a great finishing turn. So his best turn was his last. And we'll see how that sits with the judges.
Yeah, it looks like he was kind of battling the wave the whole time down the line, but like you said, just needs a mid-range score. So I feel like he may have done enough. that he probably did do enough on that account to get that mid-range score, but there would have been more points available on that wave.
Yeah, most definitely. It's not going to put him into a, let's say, it's not going to put him into a safe zone. Now, Cooper Davies is sitting out there. Very unusual for Cooper Davies to only have one wave. I cannot remember a heat where he hasn't had 3 or 4 waves by now. And looks like he's let his hair loose.
Maramar, Jean-Marc Togong, who is our heat leader.
He celebrated that 6.33 by taking the bun out.
Okay, Jordan Lawler. Well, I thought he got the number. The judges said no. He came under. Needed a 4.58. They gave him a 4.17. Lawler continues in the 3rd place position.
Yeah, I mean, look, they get really stingy when you kind of miss your marks. And, you know, Geordie, yeah, I mean, it was a pretty ordinary looking wave. It didn't offer any vertical pockets. That last section was the only real money turn. And, yeah, that kind of reflects what I was thinking. It wasn't going to be near enough to put him in any sort of safe zone. This wave here, as we see, the Filipino surfer just winding up. He's already in 1st place, and he's only looking to improve on a 3.9, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's quick. I mean, a unique approach in his surfing, but I'm enjoying it for this size of wave. Just the impact that he has on some of those maneuvers, maybe because they're unorthodox to his approach to them, it seemed to be standing out to me.
Yeah, they are standing out. He might have made a bit of distance between him and the field here, but if you look at the other guys, look how close it is. Now, their second scores, Ryan's only carrying a 4, Jordan a 4.17. Cooper doesn't even have one, but he's got a 5-pointer as his lead wave. Now, the surfer in 4th place needs just over a 4-point ride to come into 2nd. I guess that's the story of this heat.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm feeling that Cooper Davies right now is putting his thinking cap on, using his priority and being very selective right now in the final 5 minutes to get his score.
And it's an unusual strategy for Cooper because he's usually so dangerous under, when he doesn't have priority. He's having a good look at this one, though. And this one's got a nice sort of, there's a couple of loops in it, though. He's going to have to go down the line. Yeah, it's a check turn. He's not quite there yet.
Oh, no.
I thought I saw a few bumps that it wasn't a straight line as he took off on that wave, and it sure worked out that way. Here's Ryan, though. Big section ahead of him. No, that's not going to do it. It might get better than the 4, but Geordie Lawler sort of cleans up from the wide bank.
Oh, and Geordie can't hang on to the finish. That would have been valuable for him to ride out of that one. Again, he needed a 4.58. Don't think he's going to get it on that effort.
So all 3 chases
not able to improve.
I think so. I don't see much improvement there. Well, interesting to see what they give Ryan, but not really seeing making too much ground.
Time for a Harvey Norman recap right here. Ryan Canalo started off decently, and he's currently in 2nd place with his efforts. But it's been Jean-Marc Togong. This is the number here, 6.33 on this one, Bugs.
Yeah, and look, he's just dialed in. These last 2 moves was really in sync. And he hangs on there to the 1st place, and
lets his hair down here for 3.93 backup.
Yeah, that's right. He lets his hair down. He's feeling free at Snapper Rocks.
And there you go. Jean-Marc Togong out in the lead. Ryan Kainalo in 2nd place. Jordan Lawler needs a 4.58. And Cooper Davies, our trials winner, needs a 4.08 at this moment.
Well, you were spot on. Like, no movement in the camp whatsoever. 3 minutes remaining. Let's look at priority. Well, who's got priority? Jean-Marc. 2nd priority goes to Cooper Davies, and he's sort of hunting away. Geordie Lawler in 4th priority, of course. It's a smart move for him to sit wide with 4th priority. Now, Cooper Davies is got the next best priority, and they're all chasing Ryan Kainala. There's only 2 minutes 40 remaining. Will there be another set? It's been a low-scoring heat.
Yeah, low scoring affair. A 10.26 two-wave total for Jean-Marc Togong to have that lead.
And you know, in this situation as a competitor, second is good enough.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you can get second for the next 3 rounds when we go into 4-man heats. You don't have to really win a heat until we go into man-on-man matchup. So second will get you there. It's a paced approach, isn't it? Because it's a long, long comp.
That's right. I mean, the only disadvantage in seconds is that you're going to come against 2 firsts in the next round.
Right.
I mean, but in this round here, they're going into the seeded round. It's going to be hard no matter what. So here goes Jean-Marc. This isn't going to do anything for him. But Geordie Lawler, all the work to do, that it's all open for him. Can he do something special? Working hard for... I'm not sure about that. He needs...
Ryan Kainalo right there just wants to ensure his advancement and looking pretty good at the moment, down to 90 seconds on the countdown.
It's really up to Cooper Davies. Can he make an inroad here? Did Ryan Kainalo go further ahead? He needed to improve on a 4.47. Here we see the replay. He did get an outside turn here, so it wasn't just the air rev. I mean, it was pretty good. It was a pretty good effort. He was clean finish. He's feeling that he's improved on his score. Pretty sure he has.
Well, a series of waves scores owed to us by the judges and some tense time for Cooper Davies with that priority, just needing under a 5-point ride at the moment. A 4.55 for Davies in the green jersey at the top of the point. Here he is.
Yeah, he's paddling hard. He's looking at this one, and he is going to let it go. It's not enough. It's a really weak-looking wave. With 30 seconds remaining, it's either the next one or it's curtains.
Needs to get busy. Here's the clock. The effort. Kainalo comes up with it. Puts it down again. The Brazilian looking strong at the moment. Down to 5 seconds. Cooper Davies, will he get a chance? And he will not. So Jordan Lawler and Cooper Davies eliminated from competition. Judges owe us a score for Ryan Kainalo. It's inconsequential, however, because Ryan will advance along with Maromar, Jean-Marc Togong. Chalk up a win for the Philippines right here with Jean-Marc. Great surfing. We'll see him in the next round, the round of 64. There's the numbers. Now it's official. Ryan Kainalo, Jean-Marc Togong. Take a break. We'll be back with more action here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Season 2 of Make or Break, streaming now on Apple TV+. Check it out. Great behind-the-scenes stories unfolding from last year's race for title glory. We've got a new race on our hands here. It's the Challenger Series getting underway here at Snapper Rocks. And the first rounds of competition have been exciting. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Richie Lovett. And Rich, I mean, the performance levels I'm sure will lift throughout the contest, but it's been pretty impressive so far.
It's been really impressive. You know, measured, is that the word for it? I don't know, because we've seen some of our surfers really open up. You know, Sheldon had a fantastic heat. I feel like the waves are starting to creep around the corner. The wind's starting to come around the corner as well. So really promising signs for the rest of the afternoon. And, well, so far so good. It's been an amazing day of competition to kick things off.
Measured. What a terrible word to use. We don't want people surfing measured out here. We want them to absolutely kick the cap off this thing and really drop some big scores. Great heat this one. Heat 5, the opening round. Peru's Miguel Tadela, who's been around a long time. Great surfer. We've seen him in CT events before as a wild card. He's out there in the red. Connor Slipen, the South African young talent, having his first crack at the Challenger Series, is out there in the blue. Sheon Crawford, such a solid surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. He is going to be out there in the white. And Guillermo Sat, this is a guy that loves chasing slabs and big, heavy water. Now here on the Challenger Series for the first time. And he'll flex that back end here on these long walls. But conditions throughout the day, Rich. We started with, you know, kind of like waist-high surf, expecting it to build. A lot of fun, but there was some slower heats that proved detrimental to some of the competitors.
Yeah, wave choice was obviously a key factor in the morning, and who advanced. Had to be, you couldn't be over-selective. You sort of had to take your opportunity and really sometimes turn a wave that was maybe only offering a 4 or 5, and you had to surf it up to a 6 to ensure that you got through the heat. So again, we've seen some incredible performances so far, and it's a different looking lineup right now. You can see the wind that we were talking about. It's really gone round to the south and even a little bit of east in the direction in it now, but that is exactly what we want, because this means that the swell is really starting to follow up the coast. We've had reports of it really filling in down towards Byron and everything. Sydney obviously got pounded by gigantic surf yesterday. It's coming up, man, and it's going to start wrapping around the corner here.
Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of the competitors are hoping to get pounded over the next few days with swell.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, you picture in your mind, I'm coming to Snapper Rocks. What sort of conditions am I going to get? What sort of waves am I going to be able to ride? And it's shaping up to be one of those pretty special events where there's just a really fair playing field. It's not a wave of consequence. It's just a very high performance, really rippable wave.
Yeah, you mean not a wave of consequence as far as, you know, the lineup itself, but so much consequence for these competitors wanting to get off to that really quick start and bag big results. Everyone dreams of getting off to the dream start. Really stacked field, though. I mean, in the opening round, you've got someone of Miguel's caliber who surfed in CT events, you know, not even in that next seeded round this year. Miguel's a name that popped up a lot when in the comments board, more so when we were making predictions. I saw a lot of people sort of saying, what about Miguel? And, you know, we don't forget these individuals. And we even made the point, you know, that you could put together a couple of teams of people that could make the grade. There's so much talent there, so much worthy talent that would win heats on the championship tour.
Yep.
But you've got to survive this tough schedule. I think what happens a lot of the time when people are thinking about who's got a great chance of making the grade onto the CT is they're just actually heavily focused on the first stop of the schedule. And you've got to take the whole schedule into account when you're considering someone's chances at making the grade.
It's consistency with any tour that you're really doing. You know, it's the same on the championship tour and the qualifying series. You have to bank a number of good results if you're going to be up the top of the ratings. And case in point, and possibly where you were going with it, was Sheldon last year had a second. He had a dream start, you know, only one spot off winning the event last year, got a second at Snapper, and I don't think he progressed through a heat for the entire rest of the Challenger Series and didn't make the cut. So that just goes to show you have to back up the results.
Here is the schedule. Of course, we're heading down to North Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro after this one, and then it's over to South Africa. The US Open of surfing. I mean, that one, it's such a sought-after title. You know, you win that event, as far as the Challenger Series schedule is concerned, it kind of, you're an immortal.
Well, absolutely. You know, you look at the list of people who have won that event over the years, and just the high energy of the crowd involvement. It's a pretty special event. You know, you wouldn't say it's one of the premier events in terms of surf conditions. You kind of know what you're going to get when you go to Huntington Beach.
You get big crowds.
Huge crowds. And, you know, you take your groveler and perhaps you just, you know, your number one shorty, and that's kind of all you're going to need. But you can't help but get sort of swept up in the energy and the atmosphere. The whole of the surfing industry, you know, is kind of situated around there as well. A lot of eyeballs.
Iracira and then Saquarema over there in Brazil is we're going to wrap up the Challenger Series in 2023. Right now, though, we're going to throw it down to Stace. I believe he's caught up with the winner of the last heat.
That's right, Ron. John Marimar Tokong, congratulations, brother.
Thank you. Thank you, man.
You got a lot of support down here, mate.
I know. I feel like I'm home too. Like a lot of Filipino right here, and like my boss is here too, supporting me. Yeah, Vesla, Chan Mosop, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a good man. Talk to us about home. You're one of the best barrel riders in the world. I want you to tell me what's the difference between Cloud9 and behind the Rocket Snapper.
Oh, like look, Cloud9, I've been surfing like since when I was like a kid, but like comparing in here, here it's hardest part to like the takeoff because there's a backwash. But like Cloud9 for me, I think it's the easiest drop. But just don't surf with low tide. Yeah, but like this wave is like one of the best surf, one of the best waves here like I ever surf. Yeah, Cloud9 is also like my favorite, but this one is like get barrel and then do a few turns, barrel again, and go all the way to Grand Mount. So I feel like my legs is like burning.
And what's it like to surf out there with only 3 other competitors?
Oh man, like surfing with against with the world, the best surfing, the best surfer, like here in Snapper, it's just the best because every time I go free surf, it's like hundreds of people. But like I'm always trying to enjoy it, you know, just say hello to the people like surfing with me. And yeah, sometimes I'll say, if someone drop in on me, I'll say go, go, go. I don't say oi, oi, oi.
Absolutely. Did you want to sing out back home in the Philippines?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my family, to my friends, and to all the fellow. And thank you guys so much for your support, and especially to my sponsors. Yeah, so happy and grateful to be here, really. Yeah.
You can say something in your native language if you like.
Salamat karado sa inyo suporta ba tanan taga Siargao sa tagmingaw karado sa inyo. So hopefully inday karado kun kuno pa ko makauli, pero yeah. Salamat Karajaw, pero I miss you guys so much.
Grateful to have you here. Well done.
Jean-Marc, what a classic. Absolutely buzzing and loving his time here at Snapper Rocks. And for good reason. A heat win in the opening round. Big confidence builder. Huge way to kick off a campaign here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Out there in the lineup at the moment. Just under 19 minutes to go. Only one wave ridden. Guillermo Sata, the Chilean, he had a 4.33, and now we're seeing Miguel just getting swamped behind the section there. He's going to go down.
Yeah, I think as we see the low tide, Ron, our competitors are creeping up the point a little bit, starting to break on that outside bank, but this was Guillermo on his first ride. Starts to wind up on the back end. Streaking down the line, trying to get to that final section, but got a few nice turns off. Not going to be a huge score, but just drops in that 4.33.
Been around a while. Guillermo, 30 years of age now, but really just setting his sights on a big run on the Challenger Series for the first time.
Yeah, I don't feel like age, just a number these days when it comes to surfing. Kelly obviously...
Keep telling yourself that, Rich.
Yeah, Kelly obviously showing what's possible.
Here we go. Nice looking wall here for Sheon Crawford. And a couple of nice hits there. He's enjoyed his time here. He's been absolutely lapping up everything that the Snapper Rocks has been dishing up to him in the lead up to this first Challenger Series stop. All the competitors have really. There's only a few that weren't here for that good run as well. I feel like it's going to hurt him too.
You got to be careful, because then you start thinking that that's exactly what it's going to be like every single day. It was a buffet of 4 to 6 foot pits all the way down the line here, from the top of the point all the way down into Cooley. So it's they were really spoiled. It's even some of the local crew, Parko and those guys, were saying it was 9.5 out of 10. So that's a pretty big ticket to put on the conditions leading into this. So it's not that right now.
It's not that,
an adjustment needs to be made.
An adjustment has to be made, but just find it. If you're not from a point break, just to be out there on a point break wave and find that flow, I think is important, as we see Miguel now here on the backhand. Looking to get into this heat. Great release. We've seen some solid backhand surfing, but that was sort of pushing it to the point of drifting that tail across the roof of the wave there. I think there'll be a pretty reasonable reward for that, as Connor Slopen now loads up. Nice little floating re-entry, just in chase mode at the moment. And never really got the opportunity to get back out in front of that section. Guillermo, who started with a 4.33, has a nice looking wall here that gives him some space to find that nice rhythm off the bottom and into the pocket a couple of times. The body language suggesting that he's pretty happy with himself there.
Yeah, that's good solid surfing on the backhand. And I think you summed it up perfectly when you said rhythm. He just found a really good flow with those turns, connecting them all together, maintained the speed, never really came down, had to pump too much for speed. He was always holding that acceleration through his turns. But this was a good ride for Sheon here. I like this turn, this big wrapping, almost a two-stage kind of wrap, real quick. Sort of reminds me of Barramamir a little bit in the style. Miguel Tadela up and riding on the backhand as well. You can see a little bit more down the line compared to Guillermo's wave. But that one ran off. But really composed, Ron, on this one. Just finding those little pockety sections right there, throwing a ton of spray. Again, just going from that heel to toe side rail, always getting that upper body twisting motion, letting the lower body follow.
Oh, I feel like that was one of the best waves that we've seen today, as far as the pace of it, just how much steep wall and pocket it provided him. Don't know if he really kind of surfed it to its full potential, but he did surf it, as you would say, in a measured way, and he'll probably get a decent number.
Yeah, you can see when the competitors fall into that, not that trap, but that, that it's that part of the heat, 14 minutes to go, the wave lined up perfectly for him, and they've got to make a decision. Do I just surf this wave fairly conservatively and bank a decent score, or do I go for that high-risk stuff and try and put an 8 or a 9 on the board? So, I think Guillermo's maybe going, you know what, I'm just going to try and bank a good number. I feel like today, maybe 13 points is a good number to get through the heat. So it didn't overcook it, and especially at the earlier stages of the heat, I think it's probably a good move.
Yeah, surfed well. 6.23 was the reward. He's out in front at the moment. Sheon Crawford in second spot. He's got the highest number of the heat so far, and we'll see if he can make a run for the #1 position in just a moment. Right now, though, it's time for a Bonsai brew break. I hope you're enjoying the show as much as we are. We're seeing the opening rounds of competition here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Great performances from the women, some of whom were strong and lucky enough to make it through to that next round. Moving through this opening stage of the men's event now and seeing some people really stand up and deliver. Sheon Crawford leading this one during the break. He had a strong backup ride to get himself in front of Guillermo Sart, Miguel Tadela and Connor Slopen. And Miguel's in that position of priority, chasing a 5.57 at the moment. Just such a classy surfer. I really feel like as far as, you know, the maturity of his performance, he's a cut above the field out there at the moment, but you still got to go out there and deliver that performance and compete wisely in a tricky four-man heat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we've seen it, well, all morning. There are surfers that just totally click and they get in rhythm, and then they actually lay down some really good surfing on the waves, and it all looks too easy sometimes. But it's actually far from easy. As we see Guillermo on his backhand, it's a replay of that wave that he just tagged down the line, that really rhythmic approach, mixing things up a little bit, just pushing
nice
harder.
Finish.
Yeah, very nice finish. You could see a real over-rotation there. It worked out well for him.
Yeah, and that connecting with those high-quality waves is a big part of, you know, a competitor's sort of quest out there, really. I mean, performance, you know, if you went through and picked the best surfers, you know, in the draw, each contest would look very different, but, you know, it takes something special to go out there and put that magic together and pick the right waves and keep an eye on your rivals and adapt to situations. Sheon Crawford answering beautifully here. He's in full attack mode. His third ride and another solid one, probably better than that 4.
Yeah, I think so. It was sort of similar in concept to his 6.83, where he just tagged those 3 maneuvers one after the other. A little stuck on the first one, but tidied it right up towards the end.
And having a look at an insider here is Connor, the youngest surfer out there in the water at the moment, 18 years of age. But yeah, I guess the point I was trying to make before, Rich, is with 4 surfers in the lineup, you know, performance is one component, the most important component, but it's also about, you know, adapting to the situation. Sometimes you just have to settle for second spot and progress through these heats. So I think if, you know, you start thinking about head-to-head matchups, you know, that's when probably the better surfer can really find an edge over the person that they're up against.
Yeah, you know, for sure. It's you know, it's a really different format to man-on-man surfing, where you really are just up against your opponent. Whereas these 4-man heats, as we just watched some replay, slow-mo, great surfing here. That second turn was ferocious, but you know, it's 4 men enter, 2 men leave, 2 are going home, and sometimes your best performance is not needed. It's just enough to get through the heat, and sometimes you actually have to show some restraint, which is sometimes a really hard thing to do.
Yeah, because you know, you're trading waves with 3 other surfers in that lineup. You're not just making a mistake and then capitalising on an insider if you did, and trying to turn things around. So yeah, these are the hard heats that, you know, you've got to survive to have a shot at event wins on the Challenger Series. These are probably the most challenging moments in the competition for a lot of the competitors.
Yeah, a little bit more hustle involved. There's the start of the heat as well. I was actually talking to George Pitter, who's from my hometown, and we were talking about the start of the heat, and he was actually pretty confused about what to do at the start in terms of, you know, do I push the point? Do I try and get the inside? Do I just go down the end where there's been some wide ones? And that's all this stuff is, you need to process it as a competitor. And you kind of got to be looking at what the other 3 guys are doing as well, and almost make your game plan based on what they're doing. So there's a fair amount that goes into it. It's not just you know, grab your board, wax it up, and get your jersey and head out there. You've got to know what you're doing. You've got to have a plan.
Just over 6 minutes remaining here Sheon Crawford's got a plan, and that is to improve his heat score total, 5.5 on that last ride. Guillermo Sart now in second spot, looking for a 6.11. Miguel's patiently waiting out there for his opportunity. He's only had 2 rides. One of them's a throwaway. He needs a 5.57 to jump up in a second. And the young South African from Cape Town, Connor Slipen, he's back in 4th spot. He needs a big number, 8.29. At this point, he wants to quickly get a wave and chip away at this requirement.
Yeah.
It's got to happen soon.
It's going to take 2 waves, and unfortunately, he's down there in 4th priority, which makes things even harder. Here's Sheon.
Driving up into this section. Nice drawn-out carve to get started. This wave's going to shut down. He just throws that last turn away. Doubt it was going to improve on the 5.5 anyway.
Such a good setup. Snapper rocks here.
Here's Connor making the charge from back in 4th position. Miguel making his move, using his priority on this one after a 5.57. You can see just that extra strength in that backhand flare off the top. Does he turn it, Rich? Does he get himself into second position?
5.57. I normally, when you ask me this question, I normally go by my emotional reaction and what I felt when I was watching that wave, and there was nothing really that happened. It was great surfing, very sort of textbook, if you like, but nothing that really stood out in my mind where I went, oh wow, that's undeniably a 6 or a 7 point ride. So let's have another look at the recap here. This is Sheon. I love that second turn, so much power as he carved through it. This is Guillermo. He's been finding some of these really longer, drawn-out waves where he can get this backhand surfing on display, winding up and looking really good. And again, Sheon just staying busy, putting a lot of energy into these big wrapping turns. And yeah, really exciting finish as well. So this is that last wave. Miguel. First turn was pretty good, Ron. Got the fins, clicked them right out, got some release, and the second. Well, on second view of that wave, I'm actually going to go and eat my own words and say, yeah, he's got the score.
Yeah, I think it was better than his 5-point ride, a lot better than it. So he's after a 5.57. We're still waiting on that number to come through as we see Connor again trying to get himself into the mix here, but he's just had a very tough run at it. The World Surf League is immensely proud of instituting equal prize money across its owned and operated events since 2019, becoming the first US-based global sports league to do so. And 2022 was the inaugural season for WSL's fully redesigned 3-tier competition framework. It's established the key venues and dates for the world's best surfers moving forward, and featured a combined men's and women's schedule for the first time, which is, I think, one of my favourite changes to the sport in recent years. Watching the finals day to CT is just awesome. And it's the same, of course, at the Challenger Series level as well. We've had the introduction of that mid-season cut, which we just saw unfold over there at Margaret River in Western Australia. Devastating but exciting at the same time. And this is a pretty decent consolation prize, getting to turn up at the first stop on the Challenger Series schedule and compete here at Snapper Rocks. The WSL continues to make history and pave the way for sports equality. 2023 marks the 5th year of equal prize money for WSL owned and operated events. And yeah, equal prize money up for grabs for men and women. Great to see. Just under 2 minutes remaining here. Miguel Tadela drops the big one, 7.33, and powers not just in the second, but into first place. Sheon Crawford is in that second position. Guillermo Sat now needs a 6.11 to get into second place. Connor Slipen, tough heat for him. He's after a big number, 9.13. But, yeah, I saw signs of it in Miguel's performance early, even though he hadn't sort of connected with a quality wave. There was just a bit more power. And, I don't know, it just looked like he was, you know, letting go of those individual turns that were just a cut above, a bit more elite, a bit more on edge.
Yeah.
And he was well rewarded for that last one.
Well, when you think of what Guillermo did on that inside wave where he started to wind up and get the backhand going, and looking back on Miguel's wave, there was just so much more spray, so much more power in his approach. And those committed turns on the outside is what the judges loved.
So this is the thing, you know, we were touching on it earlier on. Guillermo tactically played a really smart heat.
Yep.
And he had a measured approach on what was the best wave of this heat and got himself a 6.23. Great number. But if someone takes off and surfs with their foot flat to the floor and puts together a couple of combos and unloads some power,
yeah,
they're going to get you. And that's sort of been the case with Shion and Miguel, just pushing a little bit harder. You know, maybe their experience at this level shining through. But Guillermo's going to get an opportunity, and now he knows he has to push it. The clock's going to sound while he's on his feet here. Transitioning nicely to find some open wall. One of the bigger waves now needs to make it count. Again, just sort of flowing at this point. Needs to let go of something big here. Really clean, but he is after a 6.11, and comparisons will be made to the surfing that he did earlier for a 6.23. Just felt like he was chasing the sections on that ride.
It was very lateral, all horizontal turns. I just I'm reluctant to go out on a limb, but I'm going to say that he didn't get it just by nature of, again, it lacked that big explosive pockety turn that...
Put your neck out, Rich. Don't worry. It's only me that's going to chop it off.
You do it so well too, mate.
Guillermo found a bigger wave, but you've got to hit these sections if you want to get yourself a decent score. I mean, it sort of forces him to chase it down the line, but even still, like, you can put a lot of power into those transition moves if you want.
Yeah, I was going to say, the wave didn't really... You know, that final turn was fantastic. Got up on the lip, really critical up and under, really dynamic maneuver there, and it felt good. That wave would have felt good to him when he was actually surfing it, because he was so far down the line. It was a bigger wave, but yeah, just the pace of it was a bit off.
How much credit he gets for that final move, the number completely rides on that final move. Yep. And what the judges seen it. But for me, Shion Crawford was on another level. I can't reflect on the heat in its entirety and see Guillermo Sat as being the second best surfer in this heat.
No, I feel like the way that the surfers are situated at the moment with Miguel and Shion up the top there, I think that's probably the way it should fall.
Yeah.
In terms of their performances, for sure.
Yeah, just even in just sort of reflecting on it, it probably feels to me, just personally, that Shion Crawford probably should have taken that heat out.
Yeah, okay.
And the numbers coming through, and it has fallen short, but he gave it a good nudge, Guillermo Sat. But as Shion Crawford hanging on to that second spot, it was actually a tie between first and second, but Miguel Tadela, with the highest scoring number of the heat, takes the victory and moves on through to that next round. Stay with us. More to come from the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, right after this.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Ronnie Blakey here with Richie Lovett on the Harvey Norman host set, calling these two heats for you. And oh man, that was such a close one, that last one. It was actually a tie between first and second. And we're looking forward to more close ones as we move through this opening round of competition. Out there, we've got a former CT surfer looking to get back to the elite level. Ian Gouveia is out there in the red, the Brazilian. He's going to be hard to beat. Thiago Carrique, the Frenchman, is already on the board. He got a 4.33. Marc Lacombe, another French surfer, is in the white. And Dimitri Poulos, the American, is going to be in the green. But look at this backhand flow from Thiago.
Yeah, some great backhand whips there. In the tall, sort of lanky style, doesn't he? And quite a boxy sort of stance on the backhand, but geez, he was making it work then. Rifled up some incredible backhand turns, and he's going to drop a fairly decent number here to open up.
Yeah, 4.33. Just looking at the lineup here, you know, we saw it in that last heat. There's sort of some veteran experience out there in the water at the moment. Two surfers that we've seen compete in championship tour events and get themselves huge results. Ian Gouveia has semi-finaled in the Pipe Masters before. Had a 2-year stint on the CT, 2017, 2018. And Marc Lacombe has, you know, been a dangerous wild card in the event, the CT event in France for years. Big turns, huge, strong unit. And even though the conditions aren't big today, these guys just have the ability to move so much water. And as a rising star, if you're coming through the ranks, having your first go at the Challenger Series, you really have to find another level against surfers like this.
Yeah, these guys will just outpower you. And, you know, you're in danger of them kind of making you look like a kid in a man's world. The way they lay down their turns and just how much water is displaced when they perform one of their turns. They basically just destroy the lip, and you know, you really have to match them for it.
Yeah, the judges too made it really clear. The panel's been well onto those big quality turns, as opposed to just, you know, the repetitious bashes down the line. You can take off on a wave here at Snapper, surf it through to North Kira, and if you never truly lay into a big turn, you still might only get a 5-point ride.
True.
Here we go. In the green, Dimitri. Well, that was a nice flowing combo.
It was. Great two-turn combination. And, well, he's going to get his campaign underway in this heat, but I love the variety between those two turns. Looking really steady and fast. Board's looking good under his feet. Great little settling ride to start off this heat.
I haven't seen too much of Thiago and Dimitri, and I love that about the opening rounds of these Challenger Series events, when people have come through those regional QS ranks. But have a look at this guy. Great flow.
Oh, love that final turn. Watch this. Throws the layback, drifts the tail of the board all the way across that foamy section. Brings it back down in perfect control.
You know, I think sometimes here at Snapper Rocks, if you're on a wave that isn't going to reel off down the line, sometimes it really works in your favour if you haven't had a lot of experience here, because you know that you only have room for a couple of turns. And Dimitri dug in big time there, 5.33. And why it might not be a score he's hanging on to, it's going to give the judges sort of a little bit of a comparison move to go off. That was a really strong finish.
Yeah, really good. And that can sort of bode well for your confidence too in the heat, where you're, you know, just getting things underway. If you did have any nerves, you kind of shake them off once you stand up on your board and you ride your first wave. And, well, Dimitri was showing No signs of any nerves, and he's up again.
Yeah, really just has that speed on tap as he just hammers down the line, does so well to squeak a combo in on the end of this one. So he's going to back up that 5.33 pretty quickly without priority and make a positive start on the field here. 22.5 minutes remaining. Great international field, great international commentary panel as well, with one of the best surfers ever out of Greece, Stace Galbraith, down there with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you, Ronald. And yes, one of the best surfers ever from the Latin American continent down there, from the land of the lefts. What's it like to go right?
It feels really good. I mean, it's been a dream to surf this wave since I was a kid, and just to have it for myself and 3 other guys, it feels amazing.
And you've been here a few times now. What's your process when you're warming up at home? Do you come here early, or do you stay at home for as long as possible?
I mean, I've been injured, so I did the best to recover and come here the closest to 100%, and it felt really good. I mean, been working really hard on it, and I mean, I'm not 100%, but I think I surfed all right, made my job and made a heat, so I don't know, I'll just stick around and try to come early, but at the same time, it's just really crowded over here, so you don't really want to get all that brain burn at the beginning, so I came here, surfed Diva a couple times, and straight into it.
A few lefts?
Yeah, a few left. With Rui, you want to go left all the time.
We know how phenomenal you are at Pipeline, Miguel. What's it like having this Challenger Series and then potentially the first event of the CT being Pipeline? How excited does that make you?
I mean, I surfed it twice already, and just thank people on that, and it's just a dream, you know, and I mean, it's such a good wave. I've been going to Hawaii for a long time, and I got like this nice connection with the wave. I've been getting good waves, probably the best waves of my life, and I mean, I think it's the second time I'm doing the Challengers, and stoked I did qualify last year in South America region, and I mean, it's just the start, first heat, and I will just go heat by heat, and of course dreaming big on trying to surf the first event of the CT next year in the pipe.
We'd love to see you there. Well done, Miguel. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Darthius. Yeah, 20.5 minutes remaining here. Yeah, Miguel Tadele, you know, he's one of those surfers campaigning on the Challenger Series that at a couple of venues, maybe all the venues, he's going to challenge the established order at the top end of the CT ranks with his performances, especially in those heavy water locations. He's ready to go. He's just got to make that grade.
Yeah, it can be the biggest mountain to climb as the first one, getting onto the big stage. It's a hard task, and it kind of seems easy in theory. You know, 6 events, surely I can, you know, smash a couple of these things, get some good results, but it is really difficult. You know, you're traveling the world, you're surfing different waves, you've got to deal with all these different cultures and whatever, and I'm not sort of crying that it's a bad way. It's what all these surfers sign up for, but
doesn't look too bad out there, Rich.
Nah, but mate, it's 30 minutes. You got to go out there and you got to make it all happen.
Yeah, obviously it's you know, for these competitors that have already battled through their very tough and competitive regional ranks, you know, you want to make this count. So there's a lot riding on it, and you've got to make some big sacrifices. You made the ultimate sacrifice in the year that you qualified for the championship tour with a victory, shaving your head. That was a mistake in retrospect.
I knew you were going to go there. It got you in the zone. Got me in the zone, and that was the idea of it. And that you know, eliminate all the distractions and just
one less thing to worry about.
One less thing to worry about was the hairstyle. So
love it. Well, just under 19 minutes to go here. Dimitri, what an awesome little two-wave punch that he put together there. I mean, no space down the line, and just managed to juice a couple of mid-range scores out of both those rides, and not numbers that he probably wants to hang on to at the end of this heat, but it's put him in a good spot.
Well, I mean, when you look at the first exchanges amongst the 3 surfers that have ridden a wave, he's got the highest one, and then he's got a backup wave that's also higher than the other 2 competitors. So we're going to see wide up and riding's Mark Lackamere.
Yeah, Mark really patient in the opening stages, got that priority, now looking to make it count, driving up into the pocket a couple of times here. Almost slipped on that turn. So cleaning it up at the end there. But by his standards, just an average ride.
And I think the score might kind of reflect it.
Yeah, there was some more points on that wave for sure, and the little slip up through the middle didn't help. Water temps probably around 22 degrees, and it can get a little slippery at times. Quite a hard wax, but as we see the bird's eye view here, so a series of good turns there. That was the one there that was a little bit late, and I guess put him off time for that next turn, and then his front foot slipped off. Tightened it up well at the end, but
you could see what was going on.
Yeah.
He was in set-up mode through his first couple of turns, and when he really wanted to put the foot down and impose his will on the section, he didn't quite tee off the way he wanted to, and it sort of threw him for the rest of the ride. Still going to probably turn in a reasonable score and get himself in this heat, but he wanted more out of it.
yeah, he would have. He'd be paddling out going, oh, if I get a 5, it was potentially a 6.5, 7 if I'd really opened up on that wave. And we know he's capable. Big goofy footer, strong. Power surfing's his asset.
So going to be some pretty comparable rides for the competitors across the board for their best score at least. Lacamere locks in a 4.87, so he's in second spot.
Yeah, so Dimitri, in hindsight, those 2 consecutive waves have served him well.
Here goes Thiago now. Karike just doesn't really get the opportunity to line up a section there.
No, just was streaking down the line, looking for something. And the wave just took off on him.
Got that boxy stance. I wondered, you know, if he uses it to take to the air. Typically, when people have that sort of balanced approach, have that wider stance, they have a bit of an air game.
Yeah, yet to be seen. Again, don't know a whole lot about this guy at this stage, but we didn't know too much about Dimitri, but fast becoming a big fan. And he's seeing 2 waves in this heat, laying it down.
Yeah, I think back to some of the events that we've watched unfold here over the years, Rich, and you know, we haven't seen the sandbar in this kind of condition all that often. So really hoping that we do see this swell fill in over the next few days and fill in hard.
Well, it's supposed to. You know, it's everything on the charts is lining up that it's going to be a really fun few days of surfing. There's going to be plenty of swell coming around the corner here. It's marching up the coast as we speak, and I mean, the ingredients are all there. So it's if what we're seeing and on the forecast comes true, we're in for one heck of a few days of surfing.
Let's get an update on the conditions courtesy of Stace and Oakberry. And Stace, what can we look forward to over the next few days?
Well, I think over the next few days, Ron, it's just going to pick up slightly overnight and run into Thursday. And then the direction of the swell is actually going to come around more from the east, which is, I think, at the moment going to be perfect for this sandbar. It's been pumping, as we've seen on the net over the last couple of weeks, but it's just dug out a little bit of a hole next to the rock. But it's not the end of the world. With the swell coming around a bit more east, you'll see the surface sitting kind of just off the keyhole. And with the direction of the swell, they're going to be running down well past where the jet skis are. And it's just going to be perfect for combinations of major manoeuvres, Ron Dog.
Oh, we love to see that. Stace, Dimitri Poulos, have you seen much of his surfing?
No, I haven't. But if you want to talk about Greeks, I'd have to say that's a Greek name, Ronnie.
It sure is. Yeah, he looks sharp, though, doesn't he? I mean, hasn't found a lot of room to move out there, but put together some decent turns.
Absolutely. He's putting his frame to good use out there. I believe he's from the Santa Barbara region, but I could be wrong. But it's good to see all these different faces from across all the regions. I think Sheon Crawford was another name that I've seen him in Hawaii, but to see him out here in these kind of conditions, it's just amazing to see how much talent there is right across the world.
Yeah, Sheon had a big flare-up in that last heat. You know, really close battle. Thanks for the update on the conditions, Stace. It is still looking so dreamy. I mean, you watch the waves that the competitors don't even want reel through on this sandbar at the moment. And you just take it.
Oh, absolutely. It's, you know, coming back to that point you were making about, you know, surfing a point wave and the difference between that and a beach break. You know, I grew up in Sydney, so I'm normally surfing little beaches where you're doing maybe 2, if you're lucky, 3 turns, and then you're hitting the sand. You get up here for the first time in a while, and then you get a long point ride, and you're doing your 7th or 8th turn, and you're absolutely gassed. So it's a different sort of fitness, a different sort of conditioning that you have to surf these waves. And you have to pace yourself too. Like in those beach breaks conditions, you kind of feel rushed sometimes, and you're really trying to fit your manoeuvres in. Here, there's a pace to it, and you've got to be able to just go with the flow in the waves.
Well, here is Ian Gouveia, who's been pretty quiet since the opening stages here, loading up. Big section standing up, but it's going to shut down and get away from him. He falls to the bottom of that priority order. Just over 12 minutes remaining here. And it's Dimitri Poulos still hanging on to the lead at this stage. Tiago Carrique has moved up in the 2nd spot. Mark Lacamere, he's after just a 1.09. Ian Gouveia needs a little bit more. We're going to take a bonsai brew break. Back with more in just a moment.
The Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Gelurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
Oh, thanks for the tour of the coast, Liam O'Brien. Enjoyed that. And enjoying the opening round of competition. The women were strong. The men have been powering too. And you can look forward to seeing the highlights and catching all the big stories on the WSL post show. But we've still got a few heats to get through, including this one. 9 minutes remaining here. Dimitri Poulos hanging on to the lead. And really no big score has been dropped yet in this heat, but it could be cracked open at any point with some set waves rolling our way at the moment. You can see that behind the rock. And we had this one during the break. Tiago getting himself up in a 2nd spot, Rich.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is. That's what we want to see. A bit more of an attack and really putting a bit more energy into that final turn.
It just felt like in the opening stages maybe Tiago was feeling some nerves, but he's settled into that ride, squared up. And as you said, really ripped the board through a couple of nice hits. I mean, it only fetched him a 3.77, but it was an important score to get himself up into a qualifying position.
Yeah, even from a psychological point of view right now, just being in 2nd place and, 8 minutes to go. This is not over yet by any means. But just, you know, he's secured his progression for the moment, and he can go, okay, now I've just got to build on the 377.
Yeah, it feels like competitors can find something too in rides, even when they're, you know, putting up a score that they want to get rid of. They can really tap into true form, as we see Ian Gouveia. Wow, big vertical hit to kick things off. This is going to be a decent number, despite the fact he didn't have a whole lot of room. Tiago up again. And we saw Tiago this morning when we were making our way down to the beach. Just coming in from a warm-up session. And it's great to see the surfers so excited about being here in a new country. You know, not beaten up by a run of poor results, coming off strong finishes in their regional ranks. Everyone's buzzing. Of course, that's going to change as we move through the schedule. Yeah. And there's those demoralising finishes in the early rounds, but you know, it's an exciting time, a new Challenger Series, and you know, the potential for people to come from nowhere and potentially graduate to the CT. Those who are looking to return to form and get themselves back onto the CT, those who didn't survive the cut. Can't wait to watch it all play out.
Oh, I know, it's going to be exciting stuff. And, well, this was Dimitri just finding this absolute gem that he got to tag those two big turns on. The judges just loving the combination, but this guy has so much speed as he just whips across these waves. Look how quickly he got that series of turns linked together. This was Marc Lacomere, the Frenchman, on his backhand. Started to find some rhythm here. Little hiccup, just got caught in that first one. Little slip here, but then he tidies it up. So he's got himself a 4.87. And Ian Gouveia, who we thought would just be all over this heat, has been pretty late to the party. That was his best score.
Yeah, only getting a 4 for it. I thought it could have been a little bit more, but you know, Dimitri Poulos is, you know, we said earlier on, you know, in short space, he kind of put the bar pretty high for a combination, and everything's being compared to that at the moment. No one's really found a wave. Well, Marc Lacomere found one that sort of ran off, but you know, he kind of butchered it by his standards.
Yeah, there was definitely a different way he could have approached that wave, and more points left out there. We can see him just streaking wide. Beautiful looking set here.
Like he had an outboard on, but it is going to be Dimitri hanging on to that priority. Big section standing up. And he knew if he was going to extract a score out of it, he had to put it all on the line. As Tiago finishes off one on the inside. Ian Gouveia loading up and pushing hard because the wave was kind of fading away, and overcooks that one.
Yeah, you can see some frustration there from Ian Gouveia. He's just been wave-starved in this particular heat. He hasn't really had any opportunity on a good-looking wave where he's been able to open up, but you can see the form's there. That's not how you want things to pan out. You just, as a competitor, you always want to have a fair go, fair crack at it, and sometimes the sets can just be a little bit elusive. This was Dimitri just throwing everything at that one huge turn. Let's see what went wrong here. Just maybe pushed it a little bit too high. The board disconnected from the lip. And that wind coming around the corner with a bit more south in it just took his board away from him.
Here goes Lacomere now. The veteran with a couple of nice swoops off the top to get started. He's back in fourth spot. Only needs a 3.76. Strong finishing turn there. He would have loved a bit more of an explosive hit at the start of that ride just to make it a done deal, but he might get there. Doesn't need a whole lot. He's only trying to get the second spot at the moment. 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Let's see what he got done on the outside.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. It stands up well on the outside. It's a nice clean backhand hook to start off, and a second. Kind of wraps that one all the way around, and then that finishing turn was on point. Kind of critical. I think he's going to get the number.
That was the best turn on the wave for sure. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Just smooth through those first couple of moves. It looks like it's going to get him over the line well and truly. Might even have a run at the lead here. 5.93 for Lacamere. Just 2 rides, and he has managed to get himself ahead of Dimitri Poulos. And now Karike is looking for a 5.83 to get up in a second. Gouvea's after a 6.16. It's not in the bag for the surfers sitting in first and second.
No, absolutely not. It's still a fairly low-scoring affair in the scheme of things, but yeah, work to do.
Dimitri's got that priority though, and that's going to give him a chance to really defend this second position.
Yeah, and I feel like Dimitri, you know, if he gets one of those waves that Mark Lacamere just got, where there's a little bit more open face, he's really had to manufacture the scores that he's had so far on really subpar waves. So if he can find a better wave, he might really open up.
Still a couple of big heats to come to finish off in the opening round. The next one, it is so stacked. Heat 7, Jackson Bunch, Joshua Moniz, Daniel Emsley, the South African, and then Brody Sale, another Hawaiian surfer in there. A lot of talent in the mix in that next heat, so stick around for it. A minute and a half remaining here. Tiago just dying for an opportunity, needs a 5.83. Ian Gouveia, there's been signs of magic for him, but he just hasn't been able to thread one together, hasn't found a big combination just yet, but he could turn this heat. Just give him a wave as we see Dimitri up. Still wants to be aggressive and go after a big score here. Neat transition turn to get started. Climbs the roof again, can't make it stick, and there's going to be an opportunity here for Ian Gouveia. 1 minute remaining, needs a 6.16. Sizes up the first section, cuts it short to get down the line. Bit of foam on the face. No problem for the Brazilian, who gets that board through. A couple of decent hits, but again, just really pushing, knowing that he needs a decent score, and he goes down as a result. So that won't be the 6.16 that he's after.
No, it really won't be, and you can see just the frustration on Ian Gouveia. Never really got a decent open face wave where he could open up.
He just won a QS 5000 in the South American region just over a week ago. So he is, you know, he's been on, but he just has had a shocking start here to the Challenger Series. Tiago, not going to get much out of that ride. He was after a 5.83.
No, and that's not going to be it either. So it looks like it will be Mark Lacamere and Dimitri Poulos moving through.
Yeah, Mark just held his nerve. He was the most patient surfer in the lineup, and that patience has been rewarded with a couple of reasonable numbers, but a low-scoring heat. Great signs from Dimitri Poulos. Enjoyed his performance.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I'm going to keep a close eye on this guy. I was really impressed, excited by the way he approached the wave. Great surfer. It's surfer in white, Mark Lacamere coming through, the veteran.
Still just waiting on those scores to come through to make this one official. Tiago's numbers not going to get him there. It was a 3.6. Mark Lacamere just getting word that the result is in the bag for him. He's powering through to the next round. Not far behind him, Dimitri Poulos. We're going to take a quick break here. Stay with us. 2 more heats to come on the opening day competition. We're going to bring in Kaipo and 2 of the Gold Coast's finest.
They don't call it Australia's favorite playground for nothing. The Gold Coast is beautiful, and the setting for stop number 1 on the Challenger Series. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're nearing the end of the day. We got a couple more heats. I'm Kaipo, along with a couple of solid Goldie boys. 2-time World Junior Champion, former CTer Jack Freestone, and the 1978 World Champ Rabbit Bartholomew. We're just wrapping up today. It's been a big opening day, and I want to go to you, Jack. Your impressions on what you've seen today.
Man, it's kind of been stacked every heat. Even though I haven't really been in here, I've been watching, and it's just been so much good surfing, especially for round 1.
Yeah, it's we get off to a quick start. Bugs, looks like the wave size has been improving throughout the day.
Yeah, every now and again you get a heat where you get 2 or 3 really macking sets for what it's been anyway. So I think it is still slowly growing. My mate rang me from Lennox earlier, said, yep, it's hit down there, so we can expect it to keep building throughout the day. Look, I don't think it's going to get mega, but it's a pretty nice snapper.
It is pretty nice at the Superbank. Here we go with our heat in the water. Heat number 7 of this round of 80. 3 surfers representing Hawaii. Jackson Bunch from Paia, Maui. Joshua Moniz from Kuli'o'o on the island of Oahu. And Brody Sale representing Kailua Kona, along with Daniel Osimi, the South African, out in this heat. Here we go. This is the first ride. This is Brody Sale sailing down the line, slashes that oncoming section with a vengeance. Nice start for Brody, Jack.
Yeah, that's a good start, man. You'd feel pretty happy opening up with something like that. I'm sure he wanted to get more done out the back, but it's still, in saying that, he still finished pretty strong.
Yeah. Brody Sale, Bugs, you know, really a prodigy in a way, coming from Kailua Kona, a spot called Banyans, really under the mentorship of Shane Dorian really early on. Here we go. Looks like a little bit gamesmanship, and Josh Moniz getting this wave.
Yeah, it's a smaller wave for Josh, but he kind of fought hard to get it. It's amazing that, you know, as the seeding falls, there's 3 surfers from the same region in this heat.
And here's Brody, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Brody, he was on the Challenger last year too, Kaipo, and we saw some good glimpses of his potential. And there's a great layback here. Not a long ride, but a great finishing, Jack.
Yeah, short and sweet. Yeah, that was a really good end turn.
Here's Jackson Bunch, the goofy foot from Maui, Jack.
Yeah, I've seen him surfing a bunch too. This kid is phenomenal. I've seen him a ton at backdoor and pipe. Good in the big waves, and he's got some very good small wave surfing too.
Yeah, I've been watching him out here going through his paces the last few days. Super impressed with his backhand attack.
Josh Moniz, he's always a favourite. He's a hard guy to beat, especially when he starts heating up too. If he can find some clean face, bigger waves.
Yeah, Josh Moniz having the distinct celebration, something that's always celebrating, winning an event at Pipe. He won that Vulcan Pipe Pro back in 2018. Now, that time period occupied by the start of our championship tour right there at the end of January, beginning of February, primetime pipe miners.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and this guy's no stranger to a backdoor or pipeline barrel.
So with the Hawaiians on the water, it's going to be an interesting play with the lone South African, Daniel Emsley, out there. Daniel is in that white jersey, second-generation pro surfer, Bugs. You might remember his dad, Greg Emsley, representing South Africa.
Greg Emsley was a great surfer, probably still is. And gosh, so many, I mean, he was on the tour for years. He had some, you know, he had some big heat wins. He surfed unbelievable at J-Bay. I know I used to run the Sharon's event there when it was a QS, and he won that. Yeah, Greg Emsley is an awesome surfer.
Yeah, Greg, you know, Greg only hung up surfing QSs. He surfed all the way until 2018. Daniel's dad did on the QS, and so here's a second-generation pro surfer in the way of Daniel Emsley, and we'll see what the start comes for him. He's just in a couple of fractional scores, so no big number as of yet. It looks like Jackson Bunch and Brody Sale will be biting off the first reasonable number in this heat. 6.17 drops for Brody Sale, and we're waiting for that score for Jackson Bunch. As we're waiting, let's hear from the last heat winner, Mark Lachmar.
Thanks, Kaipo. Mark, still plenty of nerves, even though you're a vet, mate.
Yeah, bro, that first heat of the year is gnarly. I waited long for my first wave, so I was really shaking. I knew I didn't have much opportunity, so that first wave was really hard.
Do you think these slower kind of conditions play into your favour, having all that experience?
Yeah, for sure, but just try to back to basic. Like, there's always nerves first contest of the year, but for sure I think that helped me a little bit.
And how are you dealing with the jet lag? Obviously, it's a big trek coming over from France.
Yeah, I've been jet lagged for 1 week, so I'm waking up at 3:30 every day, but I kind of like it. I love the Australian vibe, and it's been great to be back here for sure.
There's no one in the water at Snapper at 3:30 in the morning?
Yeah, but me neither. I won't go.
Full moon next week, we'll see how that goes. I know it's early in France. Did you want to say good morning?
Yeah, bonjour à tous, merci à tous ceux qui regardent et je suis content d'avoir survécu aujourd'hui. À demain. Merci.
Thanks, Mark. Cheers, brother. Thank you.
All right, so on to the next round for the Frenchman. Jackson Bunch opened up with a 6.07. Here he is on his backup wave. And finishes it off.
Nice finish.
Brody Sale looking down the line. Quick snap on his Slater design board. Another tail throw. Smooth. Surf it by the kid from Banyans. And Brody banks a finish there.
There we go. Man, there's been a little flurry to the start of this. This has been good.
It's good to see, Jack, you know, because we've had on and off heat, so it's nice to see some consistency happening right now.
No, exactly.
I was going to say, Brody Sale, you know, started off as a prodigy under the wing of Shane Dorian, took him under his wing at a very early age. So a lot has been expected, Bugs, from this young man.
Yeah, now he's on the Slater design, and we know what a great relationship Dorian had with Slater. And, like, look at this board. It looks like a Slater.
Looks like a spark plug.
Yeah, I got a couple of good guys in his corner, Kelly Slater and Shane Dorian. Jackson Bunch here, Jack, looking solid on the backhand.
Yeah, he is. I'm sure he wanted more out of that. He did finish really strong, but he's looking really strong on his feet too.
I was a little surprised. I thought he might have got a bit more on that first wave.
So we'll be waiting for that score. You know, Jackson Bunch, when we look at the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, he's #1 representing that region. So he had a great year on the regional QS, a second place at Ala Moana Bowls, and a first place over there in Raigiroa, which is part of our circuit in Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui.
What a good way to end.
Yeah.
That's a good wave, and that's awesome. Just watching his style and his surfing, he seems very ready for the challenges. He's got a very mature style at such a young age, which is really cool.
Yeah, just 19 years old, still, you know, kind of growing into his surfing. Jackson Bunches. But you also talked about, you know, seeing him at Pipeline and Backdoor. He's been putting his time in there and earning his spot in the hierarchy, because it is one of those waves that still does have that kind of hierarchy vibe to it.
Definitely. That must be a little bit intimidating for the lone South African Daniel sitting out there, just knowing I've got 3 Hawaiians always around me. But yeah, those guys, all 3 of these guys, Josh, Brody, and Jackson, I mean, they're all incredible out there in the bigger waves as well.
Score in for Brody Sale, a 6.4. That puts him in first place. Last score for Jackson Bunch, a 5.37. Jackson a solid second place. Josh Moniz needs a 7.07 to advance to get into that second and advancing position. And Daniel Emsley needs 2 scores right now, Bugs. He needs 11.24. It needs to get busy.
Yeah, Daniel has not got his feet in the wax in this heat so far. And the one advantage he's got is set out there with priority. We know in that last heat it was very slow, so it doesn't surprise me that they've reacted by getting some waves under the belt early. That first 10 minutes there, as you know, there's a real flurry.
How important is rhythm in this type of heat, Bugs?
Well, it's really the rhythm of the ocean. I mean, you know, we talk about one heat on, one heat off. It makes coaching hard because you know, you prepare on what you're seeing in front of you, and then the next heat, it's either super consistent or big lulls. And I think it's really great to get away to a good start. Though, if you can get even a 6-point ride under your belt, first heat, first wave, a little bit more comfortable, Jack.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that takes the nerves off, especially for the back end of the heat. And it seems like that's been the story of the whole day. Is whoever's coming out getting the best score to start off with the heat has generally been in that control position for the end of the heat.
How do you surf your way out of a combination? I'm going to ask you, Jack.
2 waves.
You just got to break it down.
You got to stand up. You got to surf something. Yeah, you can't sit there and wait for something that's never going to come. And that's actually been kind of what I've been seeing as well. Is you see these guys who are taking off, getting into a good rhythm, and then the other two would just sit there and kind of wait for something, trying to wait for the wave to come to them, which, you know, especially on a slow day today, doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, the old priority anchor bugs.
Yeah, but then you get that situation where it's nearly like a false combo where really, you know, suddenly the guy gets a 5.5,
yeah,
and then he only needs a 5.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes it's not like, okay, if you've got a 17-point combo and you're looking for 2
That's
excellent
different.
scores, yeah.
Well, 16 minutes and 45 seconds, nearly halfway through this heat, and Emsley sitting up on top of the point with that priority, waiting to strike. Afternoon conditions still pristine out here, and we're expecting, you know, a week's worth of surf. We got the engine started right now, Jack, and I think we're going to go back to back to back to back.
Wow, there you go. That's always good. Get the ball rolling. Talk about rhythm. That's rhythm.
Yeah. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, Bugs.
Yeah, well, we had 3 days off, and we had to go to work eventually.
Yes, this is true. Here we go. Josh Moniz. Whoa. Power carve there. Stabs it through the lip. And Daniel uses his priority further down the line. Gets 2 turns in, however. So we're going to see how those numbers measure up for both Josh Moniz and Daniel Emsley.
Yeah, well, there's a situation where both of those rides are legal.
Yeah.
You know, he finished it, put a little bow on the end of one, but I'm kind of surprised that Daniel took that wave with priority. It was the end, and it didn't really offer him too much. He needed this whole ride.
Yeah, that is true. I think he was probably just feeling the pressure of the time and watching people get waves around him.
Yeah.
He had to pull the trigger, but was it the right wave to pull the trigger on?
Yeah, well, it kind of looked like a little beach break wave. It didn't really look like a point break wave. That's what I was sort of alluding to. He must have been down the point quite wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he was sitting, because that's kind of what's been happening. There's been 2 takeoff areas, and he was obviously at the second takeoff area.
Particularly out on the lower tide, right, Jack? There's quite a distance between, and when you're really, you know, desperately looking for a wave, it can pay to go super wide.
Yes, exactly.
It looks like he's going super wide now.
And he might just luck into something off the end.
Moniz up again. A couple of lip line snaps down the line. Half a carve there. Wave's going to close out in front of him. Jackson Bunch on the backhand, little foamy section here, and gets messy towards the end.
Yeah, well, the pattern of this heat seems to be they're just surfing. The last heat was a super slow heat. You know, the guys who got kind of like 3rd and 4th in that last heat really didn't get going.
So Daniel Emsley at 3.77. He is out of combo right now, needing a 7.47 to move into second place and advancing. Still waiting for scores for Josh Moniz and Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Bugs was alluding to earlier. He was in a combination, but it wasn't a big combination. Like, he gets 1 score, and now he just needs an almost an excellent ride.
And you know, to your point before, I mean, he's trying to just get himself in a little bit more comfortable position.
Yeah.
So he's not kind of daunted by the fact that he's in combo.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's take a look at some replays. Here's Jackson Bunch from the start, Jack.
Yeah, I think this was probably his highest scoring wave. He's just got such a nice tempo, no downtime, and I love it. He's just keeping everything flowing and just finishing.
Yeah, so in the live, we just caught up with the end of that, so you can see the full scope of his ride. Here's Josh Moniz, Bugs.
Yeah, Josh is, this is a replay here of his earlier wave, and he got it going. There's a bit of a ridge right here in the wave. He wasn't able to get over that next loop and wasn't able to get the finishing move in, but he got some work. He got some good work done before that.
So last score for Josh Moniz, a 5.07.
Yeah.
And Moniz remains in third, still waiting for last score for Jackson Bunch as we see Brody Sale throw the tail.
Yeah, that looked like a really good wave. We had a kind of a bird's eye view on that one, but it definitely looked like he mixed up a reverse right in the middle, which is really cool. Going to look forward to seeing the replay on that one.
And what do you think, Jack? Like the judges give you, you know, more reward for going for a big aerial move like midway through the ride or earlier in the ride?
Yeah, definitely. Even though they do reward it at the end, I mean, at the start you're risking the whole wave. So if you're throwing something super technical and high risk, yeah, I think they definitely pay attention to that.
Yeah.
All right, so we're waiting for scores for Jackson Bunch, and it has just dropped the 6.83. Jackson goes to lead, waiting for a score for Brody Sale. Daniel Emsley here, streaking down the line. Glides up through the lip there, loads up off the bottom. One more lip glide to make that section. Make it 3 times for the South African. Wave slows down a bit, allows him to get a cut back in. And it keeps on giving all the way to the end here. Multiple maneuvers. Could this be the comeback for Emsley?
What a wave.
And he's still going. And the connection takes him all the way into the free surfers there.
Oh my goodness, lactic acid in the that last turn. His legs are going to be sore. I think he's at Kira by now.
Wow, there's a long way down towards Greenmount, that's for sure.
Jackson Bunch, he's our heat leader. Whoa, vicious snap there. Waited for that one. Now, a rhythmatic approach on the backhand. Multiple hits on the backhand. And nice tempo through the end there for Jackson Bunch. Nice exchange so far.
And that's where you can show, turn backhand surfing and snap it to your advantage.
Yeah.
Jack, you've seen it many times when you're getting just that deep bottom turn and then that combo, just getting in that unbelievable rhythm, get 5 or 6 of them off.
Yeah.
This is a great exchange here too. With Daniel here, I think these first ones, they're kind of like the same maneuver, but they're all scorers, but all similar.
Yes, yeah, but he definitely put himself on the best wave. I think this is the best shaped wave I've seen all heat. And it went the longest, that's for sure.
And then he gets the bonus section down here where he gets to sort of change it up a bit.
Yeah.
And now the legs are burning. And one more lick in here, bang. And the legs just gave out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting where the difference between these scores. Obviously, Daniel was a longer wave, but Jackson, he just has such a good tempo. He's so powerful, so mature.
Oh, this is just incredible backing and surfing. Some of the best we've seen in a small space.
Yeah, so polished.
Gets that rhythm in there, wow. Jackson Bunch. So we're waiting for that score. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be coming back with those scores and more as we continue here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Back here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. As we went to break, I was promising you some scores. Sorry, we're still waiting, so might have to go over there and shake the judges' tower.
Well, I think they're really deliberating and contrasting those last two rides, because we had Daniel Emsley on his forehand just bashing down the line on a classic forehand approach. And then we saw this compressed effort by Jackson Bunch. And it looks like, well,
there's Josh Moniz on the replay here, Jack, and he got this during the break.
Yeah, he finished strong on his feet, and he finally got an end section, which is kind of, the waves have been eluding him. Especially the end section, he's been getting some good work done, and then just nothing at the end. So he finally got something at the end there.
Score came in for that long wave for Daniel Emsley, and it came in at a 5.57. Not enough. The South African in third right now needs a 7-point ride to get into second place position.
And I think that might have been the fact that he didn't mix it up enough. The variety wasn't there. It was a really solid ride, length of ride, but not major manoeuvres.
Yeah, I think the surfing was a little bit lateral too. Like there was no, he wasn't throwing the tail or anything, so that might have kept the score down.
Meanwhile, the judges really enjoyed the tempo and the attack of Jackson Bunch. His last wave, Jack, a 7-point ride.
Yeah, and worth every point. I mean, he's just going strength to strength right now. I feel like he's just building a house, and every wave he's taken off on, he's almost bedded, so he's doing his job.
You know, Bugs, the rhythm that I'm seeing in the backside surfing of Jackson Bunch is reminding me of a couple of victors out here in the way of Matt Wilkinson, in the way of Owen Wright. Those goofy footers who were able to get into that rhythm on this long point and put that board up vertical numerous times.
Yeah, and that is the secret to backhand surfing on our sand bottom point breaks. You know, I hark all the way back to when I first saw Colin Smith from North Narrabeen doing the same thing out here in like 1970, and he was surfing just like that on a single fin. But it was that backhand and then driving down the face and doing that deep bottom turn and then going straight up 12 o'clock and then wrapping it off the top. And that's what Brody's doing here. I mean, what Jackson's doing on those waves, he's driving down the face and then sort of corkscrewing around, and he's able to get in that rhythm, and in a compressed space, he got the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
We've had a history of some cool goofy foots winning this event. Bo Emerton took it out. Mick Lowe, remember 2004, took out a win over here. Of course, Gabe Medina, 2014, shocked the world over here. Goofy foot, taking out Parko.
Very controversial in Coolangatta.
That one still hurts.
Matt Wilkinson and Owen Wright, So, pretty good track record for the Goofies out here. Let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap. And Brody Sale off to a great start here with the 6.17, Jack.
Yeah, he came out of the gates firing. He had I think he had his 2 sixes almost back to back. And he's just going to be sitting in the heat, maybe just controlling. And also Jackson Bunch is, I mean, with this kind of surfing, man, oh my goodness, it's like flawless. The timing, the tempo, like you guys have been saying, there's so many people that have just got that rhythm or that backside style, and he's definitely got it.
Yeah, Bugs, you know, a little bit of wind doesn't bother Jackson Bunch. This is Maui glass right now.
Oh, yeah, exactly. I mean, there's always wind over that Ho'okipa side. I mean, that's for sure. And, you know, there's a few guys in this round that you look at and you go, wow, they are going to be a handful for those seeded surfers in the next round.
Yeah, I agree. I think but like anyone in this heat is going to be trouble for the next round.
So here's our situation. At just under 3 minutes, Josh Moniz needs a 7.5. Daniel Emsley needs a 7-point ride. Here's Moniz. Skips through that first section, and that wave closes out.
Ran off on him. Yeah. It's kind of the last 2 minutes of this heat, and it's kind of anyone's heat for second. There's only an excellent wave for 3 of the surfers. It's going to take them through.
Yeah, it's within range of both Joshua and Daniel.
Yeah.
Brody has been solid as a rock, and Jackson just keeps putting scores up.
And priority 2, Brody Sale right now at the top of the point as we hit our GWM 2-minute warning in this heat. So it's going to be a 2-minute drill for Josh Moniz and Daniel Emsley to get their scores if they want to move on into the next round, the round of 64.
Well, we had another Jackson out here earlier in the year. We had Jackson Dorian out here doing the regional QS league to get a bit of experience, and it was great to see that young guy. He's a classic, good surfer, really solid surfer.
Runs in the family.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Emsley with second priority, and actually the smaller requirement between him and Josh Moniz. Again, Daniel needing that 7-point ride. Josh Moniz needs a big number, 7.5, and he's got third priority, so he's going to have to do some ducking and weaving to get that wave in the first place, and then needs a pretty big number.
Yeah, time's the real enemy now for Joshua and Daniel. It's not insignificant scores. You'd think they are set waves.
Yeah, and they're both capable of achieving those scores. And I guess the thing also, they've had opportunity. It's not like they haven't had opportunity. So I'm sure they're kicking themselves or hoping for a massive flurry at this last 40 seconds.
And the countdown is down to 30 seconds, so there's just going to be time enough for a couple more swell lines before we make it official here, Bugs.
Now, we've seen a few heats today where we had seeded surfers from the same region, from the same country. To have 3 in the same heat, we haven't seen that one for a while, this early in the tournament.
And we're down to the countdown. He's going to go down surfing here, Daniel Emsley. And that's not going to be the score that he needs, but had to give himself a chance. And Jackson takes a spin to the beach. Jackson Bunch going to move on into the round of 64, along with Brody Sale. So spectacular performance by these 2 young surfers from Hawaii. Well, thanks, Jack, for joining us.
Got to say goodbye. Thank you, legend. It's always good to sit in between you 2 guys.
Awesome. Really good to have you in here.
Hope to catch up with more with Jack Freestone throughout the event, and we're going to catch up more with Brody Sale as well as Jackson Bunch, because they're on to the next day of competition, the men's round of 64. We're going to bid farewell to Josh Moniz and Daniel Emsley. We're also going to tell you that we're stepping out for just a moment. We're going to be right back. Final heat of the day. Tune in. More on the way.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break now streaming on Apple TV Plus, season number 2. All 8 episodes up and for your consumption as we take a look back at the 2022 Championship Tour. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Rabbit Bartholomew. We're at the last heat of the day. It's been quite a day, Felicity.
Yeah, it's been a big day, but a really beautiful day to start off competition here. And we've seen nice waves that they've sort of started to get a little bit maybe bigger this afternoon. And yeah, excellent scores go down, and I'm stoked. Great first day of competition.
Well, last heat of the day, Bugs. Oni Anwar, Alistair Reginato, Rafael Teixeira, and Leo Casal. A couple of surfers from Brazil, one Australian representative, and Oni representing the Indonesian flag.
A truly international heat and a beauty to finish the day. Some great surfers amongst these 4.
Yeah, Alistair coming out of this region, Bugs. Can you tell me a little bit about this young Australian and the impact that he's made here?
Yeah, well, Alistair he won the trials last year, made it into this event, got through to the round of 16, and you know, he really sort of showed himself that this guy's capable. This year, he got second in the region. He's from the Sunshine Coast, and he's just getting stronger every year.
So part of that Australian development in action right here when we look at Alistair and his development as a professional surfer. And I was talking, you know, earlier, and I still believe it's true, Felicity, that, you know, right now I almost feel that there's going to be a renaissance of, it's been kind of quiet out of Australia for a few years on the Championship Tour, but I think there's a whole new wave of Australian surfers that are going to start filling those CT ranks.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there is, I mean, we have such a good system here in Australia. You know, we've got the High Performance Centre down at Casuarina there, which is provides great training, and up and riding we've got Green.
This is Leo Casal out of Brazil, the goofy foot, powerful surfer, and number 7 coming out of that region. So kind of one of those guys that made the cut, and he wants to make the most of it in his appearance here in the Challenger Series, Bugs.
Well, you know what? They all start out on 0 at the start of the year, and whether you're number 1 or number 7, it means no difference. And just like it really means no difference if you come first or second in this round. You've just got to be in that 50% that advances.
Yeah, that's right. With this format, Felicity, we have 3 rounds of 4-man heats. So, you know, both the next round, the round of 64 and the round of 32, you can just get second place until we hit man-on-man competition.
Yeah, and you know, it's better odds than when you're on man-on-man. And here we go. We have a replay of Green, and just a nice couple of turns on his backhand here. But look, got his feet in the wax, opening wave. Kind of not really allowing him, probably not wave choice, maybe letting him down, but just to get his feet in the wax, it's a good start. And yeah, we've got just on 24 minutes remaining.
Bugs, looks like the glare could be coming into play in the lineup. What do you think about that?
Well, what happens here is that it's only, the glare comes in is that when you take off on a right-hand point break at certain times of the day, you know, in certain times of the year, it's a different time of the day, but the sun sets in the west. I mean, I know that's no brainer, but it does get in your eyes as you're going down the line. Sometimes you're blind.
Here we have Rafael Teixeira, a veteran on the qualifying series, and a nice opener. Some smooth backhand surfing for Rafael. He's been doing the QS for over 13 years now.
That's just awesome. You know, I mean, what an effort. There's certain guys that have just got this temperament where they have this endurance, and there's Oni Anwar, you know, one of our champion surfers from Indonesia.
Oni,
the king of Lakey Peak.
That's right. And he's been a great ambassador for Indonesian surfing around the world.
Oh gosh, he's just Ambassador is just the friendliest human being, and he just supports everybody. He's got the biggest smile, and he's such a talent.
Talk us through some of these replays, Flick.
Yeah, here we go. This is Rafael on his backhand. Nice first opening turn there. And just winding through the inside here. Nice three-turn combo. He's looking solid. He's looking really good on his feet. Just drives through the lip on that first turn. And bringing it through to this second section here. Just a nice sort of transitional turn here. And he finishes really strong here. So nice opening wave for Rafael.
Oni Anwar.
Here we go, Oni from Indonesia. Nice compact surfer. Surfing pretty spicy. He's coming out of the lip really nice and fast. Bit of a smaller wave, but he's really going to town here, and he finishes. So nice opener for Oni as well.
Yeah, Oni was pretty pleased with that. I mean, it was a smaller wave, but he surfed it. He could not have, you know, got more out of that wave.
So waiting for scores for both Oni Anwar and Rafael Teixeira to set the situation in this heat at 21 minutes 45 seconds on the countdown. This is our final heat of the day, but stick around because after this we have the WSL post show. We're going to go through all the highlights of today. Here we go. Alistair caught behind there. Reginato opened up with a 3.5. We'll be waiting for that second wave for the Australian surfer.
Yeah, what makes Alistair really dangerous is he's just really good at hunting down waves. And, you know, coming from the Sunshine Coast, he's just always, you know, looking for opportunities in any section he attacks.
Well, the scores checking in here for Oni Anwar, a 5.5 and a 6-point ride for Rafael Teixeira. The Brazilian takes the lead right now. Here's Oni on his second wave, pumping down the line. Big snap, throwing tons of spray. Cuts ashore with a second snap. Throws it up there, but a little bit mistimed on the air attempt. He is looking energized, however, Flick, Oni Anwar.
Yeah, he's looking good. It's going to be good to watch the replay here. He really went for it on that last turn there. I mean, if he would have stuck that, it would have been a nice backup for him. But he's looking pretty confident when he's taking off. He's looking sure-footed. And, yeah, that wave's coming through. It's just a 3.4. But here we go. We're having a look at the replay here. Straight into the lip on that first turn. And a bit of a down-the-line check turn and into that air. And, I mean, it would have been so good if he'd stuck this. You can see that front foot just coming off the front of the board there. And unfortunately, didn't make it.
Yeah, just catching up to third wave for Alistair Reginato. Oni Anwar's effort was enough to put him into first place. Reginato currently in second. Rafael Teixeira, however, in third place, has the single highest wave score of a 6-point ride, Bugs.
Yeah, it's not a massive high-scoring heat so far, but it's a good opener. It's been the first 10 minutes, so I heard a third of the heat done. And just trying to lay that foundation of getting one keeper in the scorecard.
Seems like when I was on my break, I was kind of watching the last few heats, and it seems like it's either pulsing or it's really, really quiet. And so when those sets come through, it seems like you really have to make the most of that exchange and the wave that you're on, and you don't want to be falling today, and it's really critical that the wave that you take as well.
Yeah, I would imagine just your positioning and making sure that you're going to take off in a spot that allows you a lot of open face throughout the wave, and priority is going to come into play as well. Hey, let's go down to Stace Galbraith. I'm sure he's with the last heat winner, Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, that's right, Kipes. Cold, Jacko.
Freezing. It was a bit chilly out there. Wasn't expecting it.
How do you go waiting all day for a heat like that, looking at such fun waves?
Just trying to take it easy, not do anything too crazy. Just hung out at the room, came down a bit before the heat, watched the waves, get used to the glare in the eyes, and yeah, it was pretty fun.
You had a big off season, mate. Talk to me about what you got up to.
Yeah, pretty much like in between all the contests, there's 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 months in between. So tried to go on a couple surf trips, just stay home, train nonstop, and surf as much as I can.
Stack some clips.
Yep. try and stack as many clips as I can without getting hurt.
Well, I think you did that pretty well, mate. I've been watching your YouTube. You're on fire. It's dinner time in Hawaii. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. What's up, fam? How's it going?
Cheers, mate. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch. There you go. That's one's for Paia right there. Shout outs over there to the Valley Isle, and they got to be proud of Jackson and his performance. Just the beginning of his trail over here, so looking good from the start. Situation out in the water, Bugs. Oni Anwar, the Indonesian, out in the lead right now. We take a look at a replay, however. Let's check this out of Leo, Bugs.
Yeah, Leo is the one who is yet to post an opening score, and he looks very compact on his backhand, and he's just got that Brazilian energy about him.
Yeah, he really attacked that wave. It was a smaller wave, but I liked how he surfed it. Here we have a replay of Rafael on his backhand. 2 nice hits out of the lip there, and yeah, just finishing so strong on that last turn.
Rafael with a little slingshot style there on the backhand, hitting the lip. He does have the single highest wave score right now with a 6-point ride. He's going to back that up. 4.77 drops in for Leo Cassell. Still waiting for the score for Rafael Teixeira. Oni Anwar on the paddle. Here he goes. Nice carve back into the pocket. Quick snap off the top. One more time, lip glide. More in front of him. Great commitment to a variety of turns by Oni Anwar. Wants a little bit more on this inside section. Skips through there. Wave continues to run, and Oni runs out of gas there, but with some big turns, likely to improve upon his 3.4 that he has as a score line.
Oni's definitely going to increase his position now. The low point there, he's looking at 3.4. He almost definitely got way better than that.
Talk about this flick.
Yeah, nice carving turn through the lip there. Jabs it up there for the second one, and straight back up into the lip for a bit of a lip line floater. And bringing it through to the inside section here, trying to read it through here. Nice carving turn. And all the work was sort of done on the outside here. Tries to connect, but that wave's sort of not giving him what he wants there for a finish.
Watch this.
It was nice surfing. Really nice rail turn there. And jabs it straight up into the lip with a little bit of a fin release. And then straight back up into that third section there. I really liked that combination.
And Oni rode another wave. So this was a quick succession. Bugs just caught another one on the end here.
Yeah, well, he's well down past Rainbow now. He's going into the free surfing area. And gosh, he's way down the beach.
And Leo Cassell on the replay.
Meanwhile, back at Snapper.
Oni's got a long paddle ahead of him. Or a run. He's going to paddle.
Yeah, I think about running. He must be so far down there.
Yeah. Well, Anwar, last score, a 5.67. He's increased his lead. Rafael Teixeira backed up that 6-point ride with a 4.7. Teixeira in a strong second place right now. Leo Cassell, we're still waiting for a score for his last ride, but he would need to do the best he's done so far. He needs a 5.94. And as we wait for that score, we're going to take a break, a Bonzoy brew break. Lift me up right now. We'll step away. We'll be back with more. Stop number 1 on the Challenger Series.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Back at Snapper Rocks for stop one of the Challenger Series. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Out on the water, Oni Anwar, Rafael Teixeira, Leo Casal, and Alistair Reginato. Oni Anwar, the Indonesian surfer, out in the lead with 11 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. I'm Kaipo along with Felicity Palmentier and Rabbit Bartholomew talking you through the last heat of the day.
And here comes Oni Anwar. He's back at Snapper. Took him all that time. He had to paddle all the way back, and he maybe stopped for a little breather now and going, what's happened since I left?
There you go. Signaling for our beach comms right now for his situation. He's going to hear that he has a 5.67 and 5.5, and he is in the lead.
Yeah, all competitors look like they've gone to the wide bank too, Kaipo.
Is that the tide, Bugs, or the swell angle? What is that?
I just think it's one of those heats, and Felicity talked about it before, where you know, some heats are just pumping with maxing sets, and others are really quiet, and you got to get these one-offs, and it's a real gamble to sit behind the rock if the bigger sets aren't coming.
Yeah, the beach view as the tide continues to recede through the afternoon. We've had that outgoing tide for most of the day.
It almost seems like in a heat like this, where it is a little bit slow, I mean, in the start, you've got to sort of make yourself available to any wave that might come through. So you might sit down the point a bit further, you know, and then once you get a couple scores on the board, and if you're in that first or second position, then you can maybe go back yourself if you have priority to go sit a bit deeper behind the rocks. But, you know, when it's so inconsistent like this, you kind of don't want to be away from the pack, because in some ways sitting there with priority, you can use your priority offensively or defensively. And, you know, you either take a wave off a surfer that might need it, and if you separate yourself from the pack, you're sort of out of the mix. And especially when it's like this, and if you are in first or second, smart thing to do is sort of maybe just stay on top of those competitors when you don't have a big lead in front of them.
Yeah, and that would be the case with second priority with Rafael Teixeira to protect his position right now. He's currently in second. He has second priority, so to play in the game, we'll see how he plays it out. On the bottom third of your screen, you can see some of the heat results from earlier today in this men's round of 80, and the winners. Sheldon Simkus put in some big numbers there, 14.83 for the local boy. Miguel Tudela, buzzer beater right at the end, came through to advance into the round of 64. And we just saw Jackson Bunch, the heat number 7, come through in brilliant form on the backhand. .850 remaining on the clock, and the countdown here for the final heat of the day. We got a lot of accomplished today, Bugs. 8 heat for the men, 8 heat for the women.
Yeah, it's a very balanced day. Great surfing. Conditions remain awesome all day long. We've had some fluctuations in flurries of sets, and other times a little bit quiet. As you mentioned before, you know, it can be tidal. We do get a bit of an ebb of the tide at times, and can be slow for 20 minutes or so.
Well, patiently waiting here, staying in the zone, and really important for these surfers to stay in the zone. Here comes a wave. Alistair not interested at all. Leo Casal is going to take this one. A couple of whippy turns there for the Brazilian. And he may, a little caught up. He may have just done enough. He just needs under a 5-point ride to get into second place.
Well, he made something out of nothing there. That wave didn't look like it offered very much at all. We saw that the guys with the first 2 priority didn't even have a look at it, didn't even have a sniff.
Yeah, it's always nice if you are sitting there with 3rd or 4th priority and you can capitalize on that. The guys don't go who are sitting there in 1st or 2nd, and you know, you can take that wave and you can actually, you know, get a leg up in the heat. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go on this wave.
Yeah, 90 looked at it too.
here we go, replay, straight up into the lip there on that first turn. Nice little foam climb, and he works it through this second section, looking to set up for a nice little carve. Straight out of the lip there, almost lost it, and finishes strong there.
Wave comes in at a 3.9. He remains in second place, so needed to do a point better for that 4.91. So Leo Casal is going to have to continue to search under priority. Really smart. I mean, look at this. Here's the unabridged version right now of all the waves written by our competitors. Highlighted are their top two. But I want to note the Rafael Teixeira on how efficient he is. He's only surfed 2 waves, and he's in second place right now, Bugs.
Yeah, he has been very selective. He opened up with that 6, got the 4.7 back up, sits there in second priority right now. Of course, Alistair Reginato has been a little bit quiet himself by his standards. He usually gets quite a few waves in heats. He has priority, though.
Yeah, Reginato, Flick, is going to have to make a move, I feel, soon, as we see that clock continue to tick down. And Reginato, it's not an easy task. If he wants to do it in one wave, needs a 6.3.
Yeah, but this heat's still so wide open, you know. You know, there's a 6 on the board there, Rafael, but it's still open for the taking. So even if he does get that 6.3, you've got to think in that set there's going to be other guys take off on those waves. And if Oni or Rafael improve on their situation, you know, Alistair's going to need a bigger number. So right now, you know, he's sitting there with a 3.5 and a 4.4. They're pretty low scores, and he's either thinking, I've either got to go for broke on one wave and get an excellent score, or I've got to get to work now and do it on 2 waves.
Okay, let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap to see how we got here. This is a 6-point ride, Bugs, for Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, one of the bigger sets of this heat, actually, Kaipo, and he didn't get a long wave, but he certainly got a punchy one. And here's the man who's been the marathon man down the line, Oni Onwa. And it's brilliant surfing. You love his flow. And he knows how to surf a point break.
Yeah, he's put together a couple of nice waves, surfing really fast. And here we go, another replay, and straight up into the lip here. Nice carving turn, and jabs it straight up for a second turn here, and surfing all the way down through Little Marley, almost down to Greenmount. He's done a lot of paddling in this heat. And yeah, it's Oni and Rafael sitting out in first and second in this heat, with Leo and Alistair with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, now it has come down to 4 minutes. So, look, as you're saying, Flick, I mean, it is wide open this heat. You know, a 6.3 for the surfer in 4th place, well within his wheelhouse. Leo Casal, a 5. So this heat, no one safe. Oni Onwa sitting out there. 11.17's a low-scoring first-place heat for today, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll see if Oni can defend that, as well as Rafael Teixeira. But really, the man that can change the whole situation is Alistair Reginato with that priority. And it's just under 4 minutes, so it seems like he's going to have enough time. There's bound to be another wave.
Yeah, a bit of movement now, and looks like there's a swell, but is it going to lift up on the bank? And that's the whole thing. Some of those wider ones, they're not lifting up on the bank at this takeoff zone. And there they'll see, here's a wide one, and then Leo's going to have a good look at this wave. Might be a grower, might be a blower.
3:10 on the clock, and the Australian now has to keep his nerves about himself. Priority and still within reach, Flick, but he's going to have to do it in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, the pressure's on for Alistair right now, and he's wave selection as well is going to come into it. Is he going to pull the trigger on the first wave of the set, the second one? And then he's got to also be thinking, like, you know, yes, he needs a 6.3, but if Rafael, who's sitting in second, and Oni's got third priority, if they take off on waves too, I mean, they could possibly better their situation as well. So hopefully we get another set and it'll get pretty exciting.
Well, but when you think about it, he probably only needs about a 6.6, 6.7 to go into first place.
Hold your horses. Leo Casal just dropped a 6.17 on his last effort. Leo just went into first. Oni Anwar has dropped to second. Now Rafael Teixeira is going to have to get on it because he's dropped into third in these final 2 minutes as we near the GWM 2-minute warning. Pretty abrupt change there, Bugs.
Yeah, that's really abrupt. It's taken us all by surprise.
Wait a minute. So now the chases continue. Now you see Rafael Teixeira paddling up the point. Leo Casal into hot pursuit. Let's take a look. This is the 6.17, Flip.
Yeah, straight up into the lip there on that first turn, and again on the second one. They're bringing it through here to the inside, and he finishes strong. So he's going to be feeling good about that one.
He did that under priority as well.
Okay, he knew it. Now you say it is a totally different situation because Rafael Teixeira has really been cruising in the top two the whole heat. Now we see both of them sitting up the point.
Now, Rafael with priority over Leo. I don't understand his play right here. And he just got baited all the way up the point, Flip.
It's interesting. I mean, Leo paddled straight to Rafael, I think to obviously put the pressure on. But look, it's hard to, say what is the best decision to do right here because we can't actually see what's coming.
Yeah, but if Rafael gets a bomb here, Alistair can take it off him as well. So there's still a few plays on here, and we see Rafael deep, and it's a slow start, but is it a little grower?
Oh, and that is going to be tough luck for Rafael Teixeira, who's been in this heat the entire time. Very efficient, just riding two waves, and now pushed down to third and in danger of elimination, Flick.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, before we were saying, look, he's done really well. He's sat there in the only two waves he's rode. He's got himself up in the second, and, now he's in third and needs a score. But, hindsight's the perfect science. I mean, yeah, we could sit here and say he could have been a bit more active in that heat and caught a few more waves, but, it's a hard thing.
Hindsight is the perfect science. That is my quote. That is the quote of the day right there. So we're going to see Leo Casal and Oni Anwar moving on into the round of 64. What a heat turn for that man on your screen, Leo Casal, to accomplish within the last couple of minutes of this heat. And we'll see the Indonesian as well. Well, the heat's over. Let's bring up the numbers. But our day's not over. Remember, after this commercial break, stick around. We're going to have the WSL Post Show. We're joining Felicity will be Ron and Richie to close off the day and wrap it all up for you. That's going to happen after this commercial break coming up right now.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. We've been waiting a couple of days to get the 2023 Challenger Series underway. Today was the day. The swell's starting to fill in. We kicked things off with the opening round of the women, moved into the opening round for the men. We saw some good performances across both divisions. I was pretty impressed with what I saw. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Rich, what did you make of it all?
I thought it was a good opening day. I feel like there was a few nerves around. The ocean was a little bit sleepy on us this morning, but certainly contestable waves all day long. Snapper produced the goods. I think the surfers produced the goods, but I want more.
Yeah,
I want to see it go right up, you know.
We've got the seeded surfers obviously waiting to take on those that progress through today, and I think we will see the level come up a bit. But there was high anticipation for this opening day competition, Felicity, and I think Rich is right. I think there was some nerves.
For sure. We've been on hold for 3 days. It's been really small. You know, people are getting the nerves. They're like, oh, okay, are we going yet? Are we not? And today, you know, beautiful day of competition, crystal clear water, contestable all day. But it was definitely very clear as to who is feeling really confident and who's feeling jittery. And it was just clear as day. As soon as they stood up on their board, they either had the bauble or they were in control.
They were on. Yeah, we made the point earlier, I think at the start of the day, on these slower days, when you take a ride, you've got to make it count. And there was a few people that weren't able to do that today, and it really hurt them. And more often than not, Rich, the surfers that banked scores on the opening exchange and took the pressure of the clock out of the picture towards the back end of the heat, they went on and typically got the victory or the second place.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of things going on there. You couldn't surf your way into the heat. If you got the opportunity, you had to bag that score, you know, and by doing that, I think that the surfers that did it, they put some pressure on the opponents, and then they were scrapping around and trying to play catch up most of the time. But that real power surfing, really solid, confident style of surfing shone through today, and we saw some of the competitors do that, and they were the ones that walked away with the victories.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at some of those highlights shortly, but right now we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Welcome back to the Gold Coast, Leo.
Thank you. Yeah, super happy to be back. This is amazing place, and yeah, such a great opportunity to be here for the Challenger.
How do you feel like you went in that heat?
Oh, I kind of got started kind of slow, but then I got ridden, and actually I got lucky because I was fourth priority, and I got a pretty good nugget and got some 3 combo turns and got the score. Super happy.
Yeah, it was pretty good finish to that heat for you. I can see you riding some local shapers equipment here. Talk to us about Luke.
Yeah, Luke is an amazing shaper. I used to ride for him when I was younger, and I got aboard with him now and just went super good since the first wave I got. So it was just like, yeah, for sure. It's the board I'm using in this event, and yeah, super grateful for him. Thank you, Luke. And yeah, let's go. I actually just ordered another one.
I'm sure he'll get it done nice and quick. Thanks for your time, Leo. Best of luck in your next heat.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, the LSDs, the Luke Shorts boards, they look so good under Leo's feet. A lot of speed. Rich, you rode Luke's boards on the tour for years.
Yeah, for several years. Luke and I paired up back in the day when we were both with Insight, and then Luke broke away and did his own label, and then I went with him, and yeah, had an awesome time. I got a lot of respect for Luke. One of the most, cleanest and precise shapers in Australia, in my opinion.
For sure. Let's talk about some of those big performances. You mentioned power winning through today. I don't think anyone was more powerful than the South African, Aiden Mason-Camp. He blew them out of the water.
Yeah, phenomenal performance here, just really attacking from the opening ride, and have a look at some of these rail turns that he brought to the long walls down here at Snapper Rocks, and really mixing it up too, Flick. A great variety of turns all the way through.
Yeah, I actually was lucky enough to do his post-heat interview, and he actually said at the end, can I have a word here? I'm feeling really ready. I've put in a lot of work, and it's so evident. I feel like he's fired up, and this is only the beginning, and hopefully he can continue with this momentum.
Yeah, and 8 quickly backed it up with a 7.17. I mean, that was in the first about 6 minutes of that heat. He could have come to the beach. No one touched him in that exchange.
I think he actually had a 6 and a 5 for a backup as well, which probably would have got him through the same heat again. But, a great performance, and it wasn't an easy one either. Josh Burke, Eli Hanneman, and Billy Stanman as well. So that was one of the stacked heats of the round, and he came out on top.
Honestly, looking at that heat, I would have predicted that the results would have gone the other way, just based on the form that we've seen. But Aiden looks to be one of those competitors that in that off-season, on that regional QS, has put together a solid campaign and got himself well and truly primed. He was the star today.
Yeah, for sure, and great to see the South African flag there being waved really high. And he's a big fella, big turns, and I just hope he continues with that formula through the rest of the event.
Let's have a look at the best heat on the women's side. It was a veteran standing up today, Flick, and putting up the big numbers.
Yeah, I love to see it. Silvana Lima in the heat with Moana Jones-Wong. But yeah, all about Silvana scoring an 8-point ride and backing it up with a 6.33. And it just shows, I mean, she's surfing so fast out here and just in control. And I think that's what the judges really like to see. You know, she's spent a lot of time out here. She's scored a 10 before when she was on the World Tour. I think she's finished second here as well. So just really using that experience to her advantage.
Sure is. And you know, for Silvana, putting up big numbers has never been an issue. Repeating that through an event draw has been the challenge. So we'll see how she fares. But I've been loving watching Moana Jones-Wong, obviously just the absolute queen of pipeline, and showing that she's, you know, got more tricks up her sleeve, putting together some good rides on the back end.
Yeah, well, I was really impressed when we saw her competing down at Manly last year in the Challenger event. And, you know, she's not just the queen of pipeline. She's got the full tricks. But, Silvana Lima, that was a really CT-like performance, in my opinion. And I guess that was what we kept sort of discussing out of the booth was, you know, is this CT-worthy surfing that we're seeing today? But Silvana Lima, that was.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's something that you got to keep reminding yourself, because even though we saw a pretty decent standard of surfing today, it's going to get tougher, obviously, as we get into the seeded round. See those surfers who really did do well on the Challenger Series last year, and those who just came from the CT. So for me, the level, as good as it was today, has to go up again as we move through the rounds. If anyone's going to go from the opening round right through to the final series.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. But echo what you said, Rich, that performance from Silvana Lima is CT worthy, and I'm excited to see her come up again in the next round and be matching up against with some of these women who are higher seeds. And you know, hopefully the swell is going to fill in a little bit more, and it's going to be exciting.
It is. Well, the Boost Mobile wave of the day actually belongs to a competitor that got the call up to compete in this event, who won't be campaigning all season on the Challenger Series, Sheldon Sitkus. We knew he was going to be dangerous if he did get a place in this contest, Rich, and today he proved that.
Well, this is one of those magic little waves that started right behind the rock, and Shelley, he just picked an absolute gem and tagged it all the way down the line. He just had one of those magical heats where he was in perfect rhythm. And have a look at this, just, you know, that's trademark Snapper Rocks wall just down the line, and Shelley just putting on such a pristine and precise display of surfing, position perfect on all his moves.
It took a CT surfer to beat him here last year. He was brilliant in his run through to that runner-up finish, and he'll be looking to make a big statement, to prove a point, because he's going to be hard to beat at this venue.
Yeah, look, he was effortlessly flowing through those sections with massive turns in between. And for me, I look at that and I just think he's as good as the best that do it out here at Snapper. So he's going to be hard to stop. And if he continues with this momentum, it's going to be good to watch.
And maybe his chances of going on to another big result here, Rich, will improve with increased swell, because that's when it comes a little bit more of a Rubik's Cube. You're trying to figure out which waves do the most down the line.
Yeah, I think today it was really obvious, although it was small, it was blaringly obvious which ones were the good ones. So is it going to pick up? And I was talking to Jay Phillips earlier, and he said for sure it's going to keep filling in throughout the evening, and we're going to see bigger waves tomorrow and over the next few days. So it'll be interesting what sort of playing field we have, but can't wait. It's definitely going to be rippable, no doubt about that.
We're being super critical at the moment, but
well, that's
we have to
job.
be. But there has been some amazing moments today, and we're going to have a look now at our top 5 moments, and there was plenty. And let's dive straight into it. Hiroto Ohara, a former US Open of Surfing champion, This guy is just so polished, and he, for me, was one of the standouts.
Yeah, I absolutely love this wave. He just surfed with so much flow in between all of these turns and really fast too. And yeah, got rewarded with that 7.83 there.
Yeah, in my opinion, one of the best styles on the Challenger Series. Just a compact little Japanese surfer with shades of Tom Curran in there for sure. And really was in magnificent flow and got some magic JSs under his feet. And this was a special hit as well.
Yeah, number 4, Kobe Enright, her local knowledge paying off. She's got some big swoops, and she banked a 7.57 on this one.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Kobe. I mean, she knows pretty much every grain of sand out here. She's spent a lot of time, so local knowledge really coming through.
Aiden Mason-Camp, well, he was always going to feature in the top 5 today, banking an 8 on his first ride of the Challenger Series season.
Yeah, just good, solid, no-nonsense surfing and placing his turns well, putting a good variety on show here, but just a really confident, approach to this whole entire heat, and looking to see more from this guy.
Yeah, just so much variety. Flex down the line here at Snapper Rocks. An easy heat win stitched up in the opening stages of his opening round clash. Silvana Lima, she's the oldest surfer in the women's draw, but she made a big statement. As youthful as ever in her approach, super dynamic and has more to give too.
Yeah, I loved watching this, and although she's a veteran, she's surfing the best out here, which has obviously got the most knowledge. She looks like she's surfing faster than any of the other women so far, so it's going to be interesting to see what she does in this next round and if she can continue with this momentum that she has now.
Incredible, isn't she? Just, I think you hit the nail on the head. Speed is what she had today.
Super fired up. But at number 1, it is the local boy, the runner-up in the event last year, Sheldon. Just really did drop a big, excellent score. And this was at a stage where there was some sleepy heats through that opening round of the men's event. Sheldon just brought things back to life.
Yeah, he really did, and you can see here just so connected with every single one of these turns that he does. And, he doesn't look phased ever, does he? Comes in and he's just mellow as always, just happy-go-lucky, but he just was in attack mode in that heat.
Yeah, he does put on a brave face too. Even when he didn't make the Challenger Series in his post-heat interviews, he was still smiling. But, yeah, he's a big threat here at this contest, and someone I think those top seeds who he's going to meet now should be worried about.
Yep.
100%. He's so cool, calm and casual, but when he's out there, wow, he's just as good as the best.
Rich, there's so much to look forward to. Obviously, that's just day 1 in the bag. The seated surfers, we're yet to see them hit the lineup, and there's so much CT experience in the mix too.
Yeah, we've got the likes of Kaloe and Dino, who I'm really keen to see if he can sort of switch his momentum around and really bring some action here. And then, there's the list just goes on and on. Yeah,
Jackson Baker, another surfer that didn't survive the cut, but seemed to be doing his best surfing. And then on the women's side, there's a couple of real spoilers.
Yeah.
And it's almost for those surfers on the Challenger Series. It seems unfair if you come up against Stephanie Gilmore in a heat in just the second round of the event, doesn't it?
Yeah, I liked what you said this morning, Rich. The trophy is already Steph's. It's up to someone to come and take it from her, especially if we have conditions like what we saw today.
Oh, they're lining up. They all want a shot at it, that's for sure. It's going to be fantastic to watch this one fold out. Day 1 of the Boost Mobile Pro here on the Gold Coast is in the bag, but there's still plenty more coming your way. We'll be here first thing tomorrow morning to get a look at the conditions and make the call. Right now, though, we'll leave you with today's highlights.
The preparation, the anticipation, the road to qualification starts right here at Snapper Rocks.
I can feel the tension, Rich. I can feel it in the air. I can feel it in my guts.
I got butterflies as well.
This could be the next big thing. I got a feeling it could be a win. And I don't know why you won't come down on me.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series.
Every round's an elimination round.
40 seasons, another begins. Can I help you? You're not listening.
Interesting use of priority all the way through. The Naho Suzuki finds the end there.
I'll leave you alone. Just please pick up your phone. I'll leave you alone, but I've done the wrong.
Sarah just streaking down the line, well...
We call that a Joel Parkinson.
If you get an interference, it is the worst.
Could have been something memorable. 1,000 photos of me stuck on a wall, and I don't know why you want
Head right.
down on play.
Local knowledge paying off.
And I don't know why she won't come down on play.
Heavily stacked opening heat for the men's event.
I'll leave you alone.
Beautiful carve, just hammering through that turn.
Your phone. I'll leave you alone, but I don't know.
Great flow, a lot of different turns.
On the buzzer. That came down to the wire.
And Sheldon Simkis
comes out of the gates firing the local surfer.
And I don't know why she won't come down on play.
Filipino surfer going to town here.
I'll leave you alone. Just please pick up your phone. I'll leave you alone, but I know you're wrong.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.